In Mississippi, we need a Mau Mau. In Alabama, we need a Mau Mau. In Georgia, we need a Mau Mau. Right here in Harlem and New York City, we need a Mau Mau. And I say it with no anger, but I say it with very careful forethought. The language that you and I have been speaking to this man with in the past hasn't reached him. And you can never really get your point across to a person until you learn how to communicate with him. If he speaks French, you can't speak German. You have to know what language he speaks and then speak to him in that language. And when I listen to Mrs. Hamer, a black woman, could be my mother, my sister, my daughter, describe what they had done to her in Mississippi, I ask myself, how in the world can we ever expect to be respected as men when we know that we will allow something like that to be done to our women and we do nothing about it? How can you and I be looked upon as men with black women being beaten and nothing being done about it? Black children and black babies being beaten and nothing being done about it. No, we don't deserve to be recognized and respected as men as long as our women can be brutalized in the manner as that this woman described and nothing be done about it, but we sit around singing, "We shall overcome." We need a Mau Mau. If they don't want to deal with the Freedom Democratic Party, then we'll give them something else to deal with. If they don't want to deal with the Student Nonviolent Committee, then we have to give them an alternative. But never stick someone out there without an alternative. We waste our time. Give them this or give them that. Give them the choice between this or that. When I was in Africa, I noticed some of the Africans got their freedom faster than others. Some areas of the African continent became independent faster than other areas. And I noticed that in the areas where independence had been gotten, someone got angry. And in the areas where independence had not been achieved yet, no one was angry. They were sad. They'd sit around and talk about their plight, but they weren't mad. And usually when people are sad, they don't do anything. They just cry over their condition. But when they get angry, they bring about a change. When they get angry, they aren't interested in logic. They aren't interested in odds. They aren't interested in consequences. When they get angry, they realize that the condition that they're in, that they're suffering, is unjust, immoral, illegal, and that anything that they do to correct it or eliminate it, they're justified. And when you and I develop that type of anger and speak in that voice, then we'll get some kind of respect and recognition and some changes from these people who have been promising us falsely already for far too long. So you'll have to speak their language. The language that they were speaking to Mrs. Hamer was the language of brutality. Beasts they were, beating her. The two Negroes, they weren't at fault. They were just puppets. You don't blame the puppet, you blame the puppeteer. They were just carrying out someone else's order. They were in someone else, under someone else's jurisdiction. They weren't at fault. In a way they were, but I still won't blame them. I put the blame on that man who gave the order. And when you and I begin to look at him and see the language he speaks, the language of a brute, the language of someone who has no sense of morality, who absolutely ignores law, you and I then learn how to speak his language and we can communicate. But we will never communicate talking one language and he's talking another language. He's talking the language of violence and you and I running around with this little chicken pecking type of language and think that he's going to understand. Let's learn his language. If his language is with a shotgun, get a shotgun. This language, yes, I said, if he only understands the language of a rifle, get a rifle. If he only understands the language of a rope, get a rope. But don't waste time talking the wrong language to a man if you want to really communicate with him. Speak his language. And there's nothing wrong with that. If something was wrong with that language, the federal government would have stopped the cracker from speaking it to you and me. I might say, second.
What is good, my people? We are live back again on another live broadcast on the forecast. What's going on, Pro Black Perspective? Yeah, YouTube like to hate on my channel, but I take it as a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That means I'm on the right track. Because if they was promoting me saying what I say, I'd be scared then. You know what I'm saying? But yo, shout out to everybody that came in here. That's here. I'm not sure how long it's gonna be, how long this show is gonna be. So I appreciate everybody that came on. And first and foremost, make sure y'all go subscribe to my other channel, the Forecast Radio 24, because they do give me strikes at any given time. You know, whether I put out stuff or not, they give me a strike for a video from like 2 years ago, and they'll give me a strike at any time. So make sure y'all subscribe to the other channel in case they shut this channel down for a little bit. That's the Forecast Radio 24. You know what I'm saying? And also, let me say this and get this out the way, because like I said, man, I'm giving it till the end of August. You know what I'm saying? To with this Alabama water crisis, you know, and I'm gonna keep pushing and I'm gonna keep going hard, and you know we'll go from there. But like I said, you know, if we don't, I'm gonna you know, stop it there. Then you know, I guess I've been waiting to see if more people is gonna come, because like yo, a few more people did you know what I'm saying, donate, and I'm gonna show y'all that, you know. So to get let y'all know where we at, you know what I mean? So first and foremost, let me show you that, because like I said, I'm gonna be in contact. Like I said, I've been waiting to email y'all to see how many people gonna be there, but I'm gonna email y'all this week. But you know, this is for everybody who put in. And you see right here we at 908, and like I said, I got a couple hundred more to put into it. But you know, I also have to pay to go down there. But I do want to shout out to everybody who did donate, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be in contact with y'all to see what y'all want to do, how we gonna move forward, you know what I mean? So I wanted to show y'all to make sure that everybody know what's up. All right. So and also let me show y'all this, you know, what's been going on with it, you know what I'm saying? In case anybody, you know what I'm saying, don't believe Israel, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like there are efforts down there that's going on, you know what I'm saying? A 2.1 million USDA grant returned to Lawrence County to solve the sewage crisis, you know what I'm saying? So the USDA, quote unquote. And we know how this stuff goes. This is why I don't understand how we keep letting outsiders do things in our own communities and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're going to take control of our own communities, that's the thing that we have to do, because when you let outsiders in, and we're gonna see more of that today. You know what I'm saying? So the Department of Agriculture will fund the installation of dozens of new working sewage disposal systems, septic tanks. Sherry Bradley, you know, that's the black senator chick. You know what I'm saying? So the representatives, they have their own fundraiser and stuff like that. So in June of 2021, the USDA awarded their group this same 2.1 million grant for the same project. But a month later, they returned the grant. So they're supposed to be going down there. So let me show you. I mean, we're letting other people come out here. So the Pritchard Water System agrees to pay ADMEM fine. So I'm gonna play this.
Board has agreed to accept the financial penalties proposed by the Alabama Department of Environmental Management. The $235,675 penalty will become official after a 30-day public comment period. That penalty could be cut to $78,225 if the water system completes a supplemental engineering project that Board Attorney Jay Ross says will cost $750,000.
There's not been a whole lot of pushback on those. We've essentially admitted to them and agreed to the terms.
ADEM noted multiple inspections dating to 2019 of the Carlos Morris wastewater treatment plant on Grover Avenue and the Stanley Brooks wastewater treatment plant in 8 Mile. Violations include 171 sewage overflows dating to early 2020, non-operational equipment at the treatment plants, algae and overgrown vegetation clogging equipment, poor record keeping, and late reporting of sewage spills. The problems they documented, I guess, at the wastewater treatment plants, non-working equipment, algae buildup.
It speaks for itself.
ADEM has a harsh assessment of the utility, writing that it, quote, could have easily avoided some of the violations documented in the report. The department is unaware of any efforts by the permittee to minimize or mitigate the effects of the violations upon the environment, the consent decree states. The engineering project the system is committing to is a multi-year effort that includes repairing its customers' private lines that connect to the system. It figures to be a major cost for a utility that's so cash-strapped that its chairman earlier this year said he didn't think it could afford to contribute to the city's Juneteenth celebration.
They'll have to come up with this money, however they come up with it to do it.
I asked Board Attorney Ross whether...
Right, so the Alabama Department of Environmental Management included a provision to reduce the penalty for this company who also was poisoning the water. And they let a lot of the violations go, from inspections and 171 sewage overflows to, a bunch of stuff. They're going to let them slide for coming up with some kind of project that they have in them build, and that's just in the area. And yeah, it's more stuff, but this is, somebody's doing action. I just want to show that. And yo, what's going on, Learning Curve? And what's going on, my brother, Truth 884? I be meaning to hit you up before I go live, but I forget every time, my brother. But yeah.
And I never forget, several times I left home with that sewage acting up in my home. When I came back, sewage was everywhere. Then I had small children. We couldn't even stay in the house until I got it cleaned up.
Well, I've been having a problem with the sewage backing up at least 20 years. When it rained, that's when it back up a lot.
I've heard now for over 25 years, people were without septic tank systems, people had improper wastewater disposal.
There's a lot of obstacles here. The soils do not allow for the permeability of water from a septic tank. We have a lot of poverty, low-income people. They can't afford high monthly sewer bills.
Man, it's amazing how far we've come in 100 years with plumbing to see situations like this in my home state, to think that we're actually backing up instead of progressing forward.
So everybody got accustomed to that. My grandchildren got accustomed to how the sewage was here. And in this generation, they don't need to get accustomed to that, because it's a better way.
And the idea that we had...
Wait, y'all saw John Brown himself came in, so y'all all right. Y'all ain't got to worry about it. John Brown himself is on the scene.
Instead of progressing forward.
So everybody got accustomed to that. My grandchildren got accustomed to how the sewage was here. And in this generation, they don't need to get accustomed to that, because it's a better way.
And the idea that we had to educate and change our behaviors around this problem, and even teaching the next generation of people to have to live like this, was really compelling to me to like, we've got to do something.
When it came to this problem,
and this is the she's an elected official of the area, and she had her own fundraiser to try to help people. You know, of course, she agreed with the findings that the state wasn't culpable. It's up to these people, and they might as well go use outhouses. She said this stuff, but you know, she put up an effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though people may say the things she said was coonish, and she may be in office cooning, but she helped people get septic tanks. So there's that. You know, yo, what's going on, Bukhari?
project, the Black Belt Unincorporated Wastewater Program, it was created out of need.
But we gonna work together to find a solution.
I even traveled to Alaska. Dr. Kevin White and I traveled to Alaska, and we looked at the technique they were using. Actually, we are incorporating that into Lowndes County.
We're here in Lowndes County in Alabama, working in
Hey, you see the theme of the people who went down there to I'm gonna keep on
partnership with the Black Belt Unincorporated Wastewater Program, and we're working with local residents who've been campaigning and fighting for this need for decades. We operate in conjunction with skilled plumbers and the very best of the plumbing industry around the world.
Now the point, like, can I even get mad at them for having a white savior complex? You know what I'm saying? Can I get mad at anybody for having that? You know what I'm saying?
For decades. We operate in conjunction with skilled plumbers and the very best of the plumbing industry around the world. And we're working in 5 homes to bring interior plumbing, repair of fixtures and fittings to help work in tandem with new septic systems that are being installed.
It's not just a job. To say job, it's an understatement. For us, it's a passion. It's in our blood. It's who we are.
But this isn't just an Alabama problem. There are problems in the Appalachian region. There are problems almost in every state.
The fact that we can get people to come together from all over the world to help resolve those problems that we're dealing with here, it's encouraging.
Damn, what do you know? You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? If we don't achieve our goals, if we fail at our goals, it doesn't mean we're failures, but just mean we failed at our goal. You know, we have our white heroes out there, our real life John Browns and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, if you want to be in charge of your own communities, that's number one. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and I'm gonna go on to something else before we get to the I ain't gonna say it's a main topic, but there's a couple things that I did want to show. All right, so hold on, let me put the link in the chat real quick. And this is the GoFundMe thing. I'm, like I said, I'm gonna still try to do that, but y'all can sleep good at night knowing that you know, at least somebody went down there. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to discredit any black groups. You know what I'm saying? Because believe me when I tell you, black groups definitely went down there. You know what I'm saying? And I seen it was a black man who went down there first. You know what I mean? What's going on, America's first rifleman? So before we get to like the couple of things, because I can already tell what y'all gonna think about the topics and stuff, but I do want to talk about this for history, because this is where I'm at on going through the history thing, and I'm gonna just go through real quick this thing on the Mau Mau, and this is, for me, I'm using this for propaganda, so y'all might as well not even argue about any of this stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Understand how propaganda is used. So let me play this video here. And this is an early grindhouse exploitation documentary on the Mau Mau. And I was hoping that Tanzan would be in the building for this. I probably should have hit her up because, you know, shouts out to her. But I'm going to play some of this and go through it. And I can't see if you in the back chat, so just let me know in the chat, and I'll bring you up.
Almost every month, we hear of violent new uprisings somewhere in the world. often in countries that seem peaceful and serene, like Asia 15 years ago. Since then, problems in Africa, the Middle East, India, Southeast Asia have made headlines. All of them, it seems, part of a trend linked with the impact of Western civilization on simple farming countries, clouded by the issue of communism, toughened by the deep roots of religious differences, and overall beset by the problem of race, of man's relation to man. Somewhere, somehow, the challenges arising from these problems must be faced. Beginnings, however crude and perhaps oversimplified, must be made to deal with them. The picture you're about to see shows how these beginnings are being made in one place in the world. Kenya, a country almost the size of Texas, lies inland from the east coast of Africa, almost on the equator.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit just to save for time. Let me go to here.
The place, a tiny village called Kapenguria in the colony of Kenya in British East Africa. The scene, a schoolhouse built for the education of Kikuyu natives, but now converted into a heavily guarded courtroom. The occasion, the trial of men accused of directing one of the most murderous secret societies ever known, the dreaded Mau Mau. The time, April 8, 1953, by our calendar. But for millions of natives on the African continent, time has stopped for a moment. Only a brief moment before it runs out. For whatever the white man's court in Kapenguria decides, it is the jailed ringleader, an Oxford-educated Kikuyu named Jomo Kenyatta, who has fired the imaginations of natives all over Africa. He has rejected the white man's established order and way of life and his superiority over the black races. The white man...
Now, first of all, Kenyatta, you know what I'm saying? I don't think they put his face as the leader of the Mau Mau and the rebellious people, you know what I'm saying? But he was more on some civil rights stuff. And their people, you know, the union they formed, they was about civil rights. For people who don't know, and this probably y'all probably know this history more than me, but you know, they was just trying to get civil rights. Now there was some people who understood it ain't no such thing as talking about civil rights, you know what I'm saying, is or ain't, you know what I'm saying? You either do it or you don't, you know what I mean? And they say that as if that's a bad thing, that you shouldn't want somebody else to rule over you. See, this is called like propaganda. This is how they was doing it. Because tell me what is wrong with saying, oh, I don't want somebody else to rule over me, especially a savage, you know what I'm saying, who is known for stealing and killing and all that stuff.
Man's verdict is given by Chief Judge Ransley Thacker. It is my belief that you organized the Mau Mau Society, the object of which was to drive out all Europeans from Kenya, and in doing so, to kill them if necessary. Some small part of the Mau Mau plan has succeeded. But perhaps the greatest tragedy of all is that you have turned Kikuyu against Kikuyu. Your Mau Mau Society has slaughtered, without mercy, defenseless Kikuyu men, women, and children in hundreds.
Now you see how they just try to go straight to the black on black crime. They just savages living in the jungles, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't even that violent against the Europeans for real, for real. When you look at the stats about who was getting killed, you know what I'm saying, and who was defending themselves, right? Because that may be a theme here today as far as defending yourself. But, you know, of course they're going to show, but notice they haven't shown of all the millions of bodies that they have, thousands, whatever, they're not going to show none of that.
You have let loose upon this land a flood of misery and unhappiness. You have put the clock back many years. You have much to answer for, and for that, you will be punished. For managing the Mau Mau Society, Jomo Kenyatta and his disciples are sentenced to 7 years hard labor. Rumors flash across the Kikuyu Reserve that a Mau Mau attempt will be made to rescue the men. But the scheme is foiled when the court orders them flown off to a prison along Kenya's northern frontier and orders his immediate return to England. But the 58-day trial has done its work. It has made both white and black African more aware than ever that they sit on a continental time bomb. They know that Mau Mau is only a symptom of the natives' growing unrest with the white man's rule. They know that Mau Mau has not spread to the other 175 million blacks of Africa yet.
All right, so I still haven't spread to the black people around the world that they're sick of the white man's rule.
But they know, too, that the calm and measured words of Jomo Kenyatta are dynamite. Is Mau Mau the spark that will light the fuse? Only time will tell. And time is running out. To many, Mau Mau's determination to drive the white man out of Kenya burst upon the scene with cruel and surprising suddenness. But actually, Mau Mau has its roots deep grown in the colony's past.
Hold on, I'm gonna skip to this last part. All right. See, all right.
Back from the war, they knew that with their land gone, their old way of life had collapsed. Landless, their native schools banned, public meetings prohibited, relegated to employment as laborers, kitchen boys, and servants, the Kikuyus represent...
Now, understand, this is how they was living. They couldn't have their own representative. They couldn't do land. You know, just listen to how they were living right now. And they're telling them that they are the savages. You know what I'm saying?
Back from the war, they knew that with their land gone, their old way of life had collapsed. Landless, their native schools banned, public...
Now, schools banned, land stolen.
Meetings prohibited, relegated to employment as laborers, kitchen boys, and servants.
You can't be nothing but a servant. You can't... Well, you know, we would be lynched for it, even doing something like this, you know what I'm saying? But these are the violent savages, and just look out how they depict this.
The Kikuyus represented a human vacuum waiting to be filled by a strong, dynamic leader. And into this vacuum, Jomo Kenyatta has been accused of bringing the fanatic cult of Mau Mau.
All right, now, even though this is the 50s, I'm just going to play this one part because this is where we at today.
And into this vacuum, Jomo Kenyatta has been accused of bringing... The Kikuyus represented a human vacuum waiting to be filled by a strong, dynamic leader. And into this vacuum, Jomo Kenyatta has been accused of bringing the fanatic cult of Mau Mau. Patterned after Communist Party organization, the Mau Mau is...
Now, you see, he said a cult, communist, and like two sentences apart. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, if you go get caught up in the cult, because black people got a thing with cults, you know what I'm saying? Now, being in a cult like this is a whole nother thing. You know what I'm saying? Where you are trying to get your stuff back or not taking less than whatever. That's a cult. But you see how they try to throw in that communist stuff. You know what I mean?
Divided into cells of from 3 to 10.
What up, Raw? And now listen to how they engage themselves. And you can write some stuff down if you want to or not, you know.
Patterned after Communist Party organization, the Mau Mau is divided into cells of from 3 to 10 people each. Cell leaders know only their immediate superior. Many Kikuyus never even suspect that some of their closest friends, relatives, and neighbors are active Mau Maus. The power of Mau Mau begins with the oath of initiation, cunningly devised to prey upon the childlike fears of simple, uneducated people long steeped in a primitive dread of death.
You heard that, stupid black people. And he wouldn't say stupid black people. He would say something much worse.
No one knows the true origin and meaning of the words Mau Mau, but the initiation ritual is a distorted version of old tribal ceremonies. For the magic potion that is drunk, a goat has been slaughtered and the half-digested grass taken from his stomach.
And by the way, like, think about this. You have a group that's trying to drive them out, but they're letting them film them. So like, are they really getting these, filming them doing these rituals, or are they just making it up? Because how militant are they if they're this militant where they got to do this kind of exploitation film about them, and then they turn around and let them film them? So are they just saying what they want people to think? You know what I'm saying? But you know,
The juice was squeezed into a crude trough made from a banana stalk, the traditional symbol for all religious and magic ceremonies. A selected piece of sheepskin was cut to stir goat's blood and entrails into the mixture. After the initiate has tasted the brew 7 times, he is prepared for the oath-taking ceremony that night.
now listen to this oath. I wonder how many of y'all would be able to take this oath today. I don't think any. I think I know Raw. I'll give Raw will be in there. I don't know how many of us will be able to take this oath. America's first rifleman, New Jersey Pat. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to take this oath, my brother. No, I'm joking, man. Well, I don't think you would, but you know, I'm just messing with you.
7, the number of orifices in the human body, is a black magic symbol common to many primitive cults. To the Kikuyu, it represents the 7 holes in the sacred Githati stone.
And by the way, just by his logic, if you don't want somebody else ruling over you, you are in what he called it, antiquated thought.
The 7 holes. To the Kikuyu, it represents the 7 holes in the sacred Githati stone, the symbol of his ancient religious beliefs, resting on top of Mount Kenya, the home.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna let Bakari on. Yeah, what's up, Bakari?
What's going on, man?
Not much. This is oh yeah, what you say, my brother?
No, go ahead, finish. How long you got video? We're gonna talk about this after you finish the video.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
mistakes you made.
All right. I'm gonna just play the oath part. All right.
Home of his gods. Now the number 7 is used with terrible purpose as the prospective Mau Mau is led off into the night. In a native hut deep in the jungle, an arch of banana stalks and leaves has been fashioned. 7 native apples, a substitute for human eyes.
Oh yeah, primitive cult. That's the word I was trying to say.
Form a support for the arch and symbolize the watching eyes of evil spirits. Here, the awed and frightened candidate is brought before a witch doctor and ordered to repeat the 7 parts of the terrifying Mau Mau oath.
All right, here we go, Bakari. See if you can take this oath or not.
If I tell any secrets of the Mau Mau, this oath will kill me. If I am called in the night and refuse to come, this oath will kill me. If I see anyone steal white man's property, I must help him. I must hide what he gives me and say nothing, or this oath will kill me. If I am told to bring in the head of a white man and refuse, this oath will kill me. I will refuse to go to the white man's schools and churches, or this oath will kill me. I will obey all orders of the Mau Mau, or this oath will kill me.
Bakari, real quick, could you been down with the Mau Mau?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna play 30 seconds and then I'm gonna let you go in.
7 cuts on the upper arm, telltale proof of a full-fledged Mau Mau, remind the initiate there is no turning back. If caught, these scars can mean imprisonment or even death. Believing in the power of witchcraft and tribal magic, Kikuyus who take the oath are convinced they must obey its orders, or some.
They said, yo, this is what they call black people being loyal to each other, convinced by the witchcraft and stuff like that.
Kikuyus who take the oath are convinced they must obey its orders or suffer punishment at the hands of their ghosts. For those who refuse to take the oath or who oppose Mau Mau, there are horrible reprisals.
Damn. All right, so I stopped it right there. Go ahead, Bakari. My bad, my brother.
What's up? Peace to everybody in the chat. At first, I'm gonna tell you when you said Jomo Kenyatta wasn't on no revolution. He was just on some
No,
civil
I
rights.
ain't. No. I don't mean like, but he wasn't an extremist. Like, you know
Yes,
what
he
I'm
was.
saying?
That's what I'm telling you the mistake that you made. See, first you have to meet some people from there. Jomo Kenyatta was absolutely loved by people from Kenya for what he did to white folks. But then he also, once he got power, he realized that he could make deals, and then he switched up who he was, right? But they still loved him. But when you was talking about who did they kill, man, you got to understand, forecast. Everybody else understand that the coon is the first ones that can turn you that that can get you hurt. So they didn't go to war with black people, but those black people that was on the British side stepped up and fought them for the British before they even made it to the British. So that's the only reason they were killing them. That's why it was so many Kikuyu or Kenyans killed, because one side was fighting Kenyans, trying to get to the British, the ones you would want to protect because you think it's just a sickness. But then the other one was fighting for the British. So, and that's what happened. Others who were scared to fight on either side, they just burned down their huts and made them leave whatever area they were in. But like the American First Rifleman put in the thing, they just got rid of the buck dancers first. That's literally what happened. And that's why they were not attacking Kenyans, killing Kenyans. They was going at the British, and black people stepped in the middle to fight for the British. So they had to take them out in order to get to the British. So that's why it was so many killed. They didn't just go attack black folks and kill them.
Yeah. I'm not saying. I know that was the part of the propaganda. That's why I was showing it. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you this, Bakari. If Kenyatta had taken the Mau Mau oath, could he have made deals with them,
If he had taken the Mau Mau oath, could he
or
have
let
made
that
deals with him? Once he
or that
got
oath, or
power,
made the oath
he
kill
could
him?
have. Once he got power, I guess he could have done. But even after that, if you talk to Kenyans, elderly Kenyans, I don't know if you know any people from Kenya, they actually loved Jomo Kenyatta. They also actually loved Idi Amin as well from Uganda, who I actually love. But anyway, and I like Jomo Kenyatta. But yeah, he made deals. But at that time, when he was making deals, they were controlling Kenya. The British weren't controlling Kenya no more. They were making like business deals.
Okay. All right. Hold up, real quick. Let me see.
But it's hard to fight people that's oppressing you when you got people who's being oppressed and happy being oppressed in a happy coon. It's hard to fight them if you don't get rid of the coon. If you don't get rid of your own people that's against you, you ain't gonna ever be able to fight the people that's oppressing you ever. And it's just that simple.
Okay. All right. So okay, so with the coon thing, you know what I'm saying? Now you're right. I might be the only one who thinks that, but I seem to be the only one that kind of notice a running theme here. You know what I'm saying? Like with the Mau Mau, yeah, they I'm not saying, I never said that they was right or wrong for eliminating the buck dancers, as America's First Rifleman said, or as you said, the coons. But haven't y'all noticed that every single time is it never gets to the white man? You like, yo, let's
Yes, they did.
eliminate the traders first. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
they did get to the white man, but the only reason they
okay,
eliminated traders forecast was because the traders jumped in front to fight for the British military. That's the only reason. They weren't even trying to fight. They weren't trying to fight. They was giving them opportunity to just leave. But they
okay,
went and joined the British military to fight against them. So what were they to do?
okay. How many of their how many black people did they kill?
They killed a lot to get to the white. They killed a lot of white folks too.
How many white people did they kill?
I can't remember the number, but they killed a lot of them.
Well, I was just looking at the story. The numbers that got reported was like 200 something.
Of course, it was more Kikuyu died. First of all, it's more Kikuyu there. Then second of all, when you got Kenyans jumping in front of the white people, being bullet shields for them, and shooting at the people that trying to remove them.
Yeah, the other thing said they killed thousands of black people though. I mean, compared to
Because
like
they were
200.
fighting, trying to get to them. Yes.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
didn't.
they were killing each other. The
Yeah,
numbers,
but
when they do the numbers ain't just, ooh, they killed this many black people. No, they were killing each other because one
yeah, I
side was
know.
trying to get to the British and the other side was trying to protect the British.
Yeah, I know. I like yo. All I'm saying is because, and then at the end of the day, after all of that, and then the British, you know, what I'm saying, is back in control. But we just slaughtered a lot. We got the
The
coons
British
out the
ain't in
way
control
though,
of
but
Kenya,
they locked up Kenyatta and stuff.
but the British ain't been in control of Kenya in a long time.
I'm talking about then.
Yeah, and then Jomo Kenyatta came out and took control of Kenya.
Okay.
When he got out, he became the president. He took control of Kenya.
All right.
They didn't have some sellouts at top, but the British ain't in control of Kenya.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I don't know, Bakari. I just see a lot of times it'd be like, yo, hundreds of thousands of black people getting slaughtered, then like, yo, like it'd be like 100 or 200 of them.
Because
I know we're trying to
think
get to them, but do we
they
get to
shouldn't
them?
fight. Because you think they shouldn't do nothing to those black people that's trying to protect the
I
British.
didn't say that. I said that's what you keep stopping at right there, and then
That
you
ain't
wonder
but
how.
that's not where they stopped at for a cat.
Okay.
That's not where they stopped at. They ran the British out of Kenya. That's not where they stopped at.
All right, I hear you, Bakari. All right, so we're gonna go to the but that was for the Black History thing. You got anything else to say on that one? All right. So it's some things, and I'm gonna see what we say here. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand we got, but Bakari, all I hear is a lot of times, well, you know, we gotta always bring it back because okay, we didn't did that. We didn't got a billion videos saying how bad black people. We get it. Y'all get we the worst. I got that. Now are we going to start? You know what I'm saying? Because I know the answers that we get in these videos. You know what I'm saying? So. First, I'm gonna play this one just so y'all can know any.
But who said we the worst for cat?
Hey, there's a lot of people that do say that, Bakari. I ain't saying you say that in particular, but I do get that comment a lot. You know.
Yeah, we our own worst enemy. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm just saying, yo, because I want to play this first, so y'all don't get scared or nothing and try to run away from here. I want y'all to say that the same white dude said it's cool for y'all to be able to talk like this, okay? You know what I'm saying? So wake up, black men, is my title to this video.
With hate speech found outside of local homes on Jacksonville's South Side. Viewers in two different South Side neighborhoods tell News4Jax they received racist letters with white supremacist language in the past 24 hours. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel tells us why charges are unlikely as a result of the unwanted hate notes.
All right, so look, you can say this kind of stuff, right? And it's unlikely you should be charged, right? You know, so y'all ain't got to be scared, okay?
Oh my gosh. Disturbing is how several neighbors describe finding flyers with hate speech outside their homes. We're blurring the insignia of the group as well as a QR code they put on the flyers.
All right, we're gonna skip past white on white crime stuff.
It to his attention. He's not sure why his neighborhood in
You know, they didn't talk to us, they didn't talk to anybody about it, they're just throwing it around. I think that's wrong.
Play a game called Who Runs or Owns the Earth.
The day before, neighbors discovered this flyer in the Hampton Glen neighborhood off Bay Meadows Road. It reads in part, "Wake up, white man. White man created civilization and everything. Start having white children." The News4Jax I-Team told you about the same letter that was found inside the Riverbrook at Glen Kernan neighborhood last month. Surveillance video from that neighborhood showed a driver throwing an object out of the passenger side window and into a yard. Legally, the flyers are not criminal in nature because they are protected by free speech.
You know, it's sad that people have these types of feelings about other people, and they.
All right, so I'm gonna start throwing signs on y'all property saying you know they're gonna replace us and you know it's okay, wake up, black men. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, cat, play that text I did when you get a chance. Put that in your email and put that video up.
Okay, what's that?
I just sent it to you in the text.
All right. Go ahead. Say what you got. You got something to say about this one, Bakari?
Oh man, they've been getting that, man, you've been getting that stuff thrown in mails forever, in people's yard forever. Man, they just used to get a whole bundle of flyers, and you know how you can just send out mass stuff to the post office, right? They used to do that too. How you can just send mass mail to any address in a certain area. They can do that too. KKK. Yeah, they used to do that. They had scare no damn body. Ain't nobody worry about that. But you know, they'll ride through certain neighborhoods, throw stuff in the yard. Shit, I've had a couple of them thrown in my yard. When I lived in Texas, I had a couple thrown in my yard. Now I live in Georgia. Got them in the mail. Mississippi, Texas, Georgia. They just go to everybody.
Okay, yeah, my bad, Bakari. I just saw it. Yo, you know it's funny. That's that was the next thing. But I played that one just so y'all know. You know what I'm saying? They just told y'all that saying stuff like that is okay. So y'all ain't gotta be, you know, oh Lord, they talking crazy on here. So you know, but yeah, Bakari, I was gonna play that one next. So
you already got that video?
Yeah, I was gonna play that one.
I know you, and most people really ain't gonna like what I got to say about that, but okay.
I think I know what you're gonna say, which is no, I ain't gonna say that.
You let it play. People ain't gonna like what I have to say, but what I say, I mean.
All right, I'm gonna play this.
Racist attack of a black female was caught on camera. Here it is.
I don't know. I just want you to stand there so I can pay for it. That's it. Yeah, so
well, he's doing whatever he can. I think you should be a little bit nicer.
I think you should shut the
I'm not. I won't. Oh, you need to be nicer. You need to be nicer. I will not. You need to be nicer.
Please, sir. Yes.
You need to be.
You're black mouth.
Oh, okay. No, no. You need to be nicer.
No, you.
I don't give a. You need to be nice.
What are you gonna do?
You need to be nice. You need to be nice. I'm telling you, you need to be nice. Ever talk to him like, don't ever. I don't care that you work 12 hours. I don't give a.
There's more video. Here it is.
I'm gonna have to fight the cops later because some. Thanks, bud. You're arguing. You're sitting here arguing with me because I'm trying to pay for my.
You racist.
Nobody's acting like a except for you. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna be black? You're getting in my face like a. You're cold.
Get out. Get out.
Cold.
Get out.
Calm right now.
Get out. Get out. I'm gonna call the cops. I'm not.
I've been waiting for you.
Get out.
Call the cops. You're the one harassing me. You know what it is? It's not a black person. A black person is a nice, respectful person. Someone who acts like a is someone who starts tripping out randomly.
I told you to stop being mean to him.
So you sound like a no.
No. To do whatever you can. I don't care that you work 12 hours. I don't care that you work 12 hours.
You and
It did get physical. The young lady that you saw was actually defending someone else against his aggression and rudeness. He then starts calling her the N-word. And then the proclamation of, well, no, that doesn't mean black. It just means, and he made up something to try and disconnect himself from the fact that he's racist. We know what you meant. Let's put up the picture of the victim here. This young lady is a recent high school graduate. Her name is Tamba Baba. Miss Baba plans to attend a protest. Okay, there he is. Let's go back to the history of how this altercation started. Miss Baba says, and I quote, "When I entered the store, I could already hear yelling, so I knew something was not quite right. The man paying for his stuff was being a complete blank hole to the worker. He kept going at it, and I kindly asked him to stop. The man, however, was not happy about me stepping in, she reported, which just caused him to throw racial slurs at me the whole time of our altercation. Tamba originally thought he was attacking the clerk. And
all right, I'm gonna stop right there. But yeah, I was gonna also show it because we just was talking about Canada, by the way. But okay, Bukari, I'm gonna let you go. And I should have asked you this before. But yo, before you go in, Bukari, please define a coon for me.
It's a coon. Ain't no real definition. You just know it when you see it. I can't give you no definition. You just know what a coon is. Rashad Rich.
And the dude who was just talking.
Yeah. He from out here in Atlanta.
I don't even like to play those videos because,
he switched up a whole lot from what he tried to act like he really was. People who gonna sell their own folks out for a dime, who don't care about their own people, just care about making a couple dollars. It's a whole lot of definitions, so there's no real definition. You just have to call it out when you see it. That black girl right there, I won't necessarily say she a coon, but I damn sure wouldn't have helped her. I'm just being honest. I would have told her that ain't none of your business. He talking to them Arabs in that corner store. What you arguing for them for? They ain't gonna say nothing for you. I would have left that, and I'm being honest with you. Wouldn't have had nothing to do with me. I would have just told her to be quiet, and she continued. That's none of my business, and I'm just being honest. That might sound a little rude to some people, but that wouldn't have been my business because that was not her business. Even down, when he called her the N-word a nigga and wanted to give it a definition. Hey, he used black folks' definition. In all honesty, he used a lot of black people definition. Now, I probably would have said something to him about that, but I would have just told her to be quiet. That ain't got shit to do with you. What you getting in there for? She took up for them men ain't said nothing for her, huh? Sometimes you got to mind your own business. That had nothing to do with her. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever to do with her. That was a white man and them two Arabs, two East Indians, whatever they were. That's who that was. It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with her. She walk in, they already arguing. She don't know what the argument is about. She just jump in it. And that's a point in case where I would say some folks who talk about how some talk too much, that would have been the point in case where I look, I can't get in that because I don't even know what's going on. Just like she didn't know what was going on. She just went in there and just automatically wanted to take somebody's side, I guess a person of color side. But that have nothing to do with me. I'm telling you, the only thing I would have said is, look, don't use that N-word. And I probably would have I probably would have said something about that. But other than that, I wouldn't have said a damn word. And I'm just being honest with you, wouldn't have said a word. Because any of those men that she was trying to take up for, did any of them say something? She was not a victim in that. She was not a victim there. I'm just being honest with you. She was not a victim. I know we people like Rashad Rich are gonna show it. There's gonna be a lot of people that say she was, because I know we want to we the special victims unit, but she had nothing to do with that. She had nothing to do with that. That was East Indians, Arabs, whatever. And that white dude, arguing. Had nothing to do with her. This dude, he hope that ain't mine. So we all on our own. Yeah, you right. The brother is back. You absolutely on your own if you go in there getting this something that have nothing to do with you. Like Jermaine Thompson said, mind your own business. That had nothing to do with her. She was coming in the store and heard them arguing and just took sides. She don't know she don't even know what they was arguing about. She say she heard arguing. She walked in the store and she knew something was wrong and decided to take sides. Ain't that what she said?
So you taking his side?
Nah, see, ain't that what she said?
I said, I know. So you taking his side because that's what
I ain't taking nobody's side. I wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
Let me ask you this, Bukari. And if the dude would have hit her, would have did anything, or just
Look, I would have told that woman. I would have told that young girl, look, be quiet. This ain't got nothing to do with you. That's them. No, I wouldn't have let him hit her. No. But me getting in that, talking about defending her, she started that with that white dog. He wasn't even talking to her. She going all in for folks who don't even give a damn about her. She didn't work at the store. She didn't do nothing. She just a customer. And taking up for the owners of the store.
That's it.
I know you would have took up for her, right?
Yeah. I know whose side. Yeah, I ain't gotta look up somebody because I know you'd be like, oh, when a black person get killed, we gotta see their whole history, if they Pan Africanism or if they Gariite or something. Just be like, yo, I'll follow this person or not, But I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with what? You don't
Having to look up somebody's past and history and all that.
Okay,
because I am black first, you know what I'm saying? I know whose side I'm on.
Do you agree with what she did?
No, I don't agree with what she did, but I wouldn't let somebody else do that, and then I would bring her out the store and tell her not to do that. But it is what it is. I wouldn't tell nobody else to go against their own beliefs, though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so the men she was taking up for, what did they say in her defense?
You said what?
The men that she was taking up for that worked at that store, what did they say in her defense?
I don't know. It's probably a Spanish dude, but it's more stuff to this. So
they don't make a difference whether he's Spanish or what. I say what.
I don't know. That's why I say I don't know what he said. I don't know.
So what did they show them say in her defense?
They ain't show nothing. That's what I'm saying.
So the only thing we can go by is this video.
Right.
So if she jumped in taking up for him, and he don't want to defend her, I would look like a damn fool.
You said
taking up for, in essence, I'm taking up for some man who don't give a damn about me, first of all, and too scared to take up for himself. Cause some young black girl don't know how to shut her damn mouth. They put herself in some business that have nothing to do with her.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah. I wouldn't have let him hit her either, person kid, but
that sound like it to me. The guy, we got to make sure she's all right first before we do it. Like that sister who was getting punched. We got to stop and rewind the tape to make sure before we stop that dude from punching that sister who was in the store.
Those are two completely different things.
Because what happened before with that sister?
Hey, forecast.
What's going on, bro?
Well, salute to y'all. Salute to you, brother Bakari.
What's up,
look, well, I think these are two different things, especially dealing with like the last girl that got punched 80 times by that crazy white man, and then this one. But they both have a similarity that I think I've seen is that women need to shut their freaking mouths. Like seriously, like the thing with and this is just my opinion, the one sister that got punched a whole bunch of times, if you listen to her side of the story, she's like, I'm gonna get my daddy, he's a veteran and all this other shit. Like if the white man is skitzing out and saying like, oh, I don't like these people, I don't like the N-words, I don't like this, shut your mouth and get away from them. That's it. You don't need to be, oh, that's not right, don't say that, and blah, blah. You already know these people are already ready to pop. You know what I'm saying? So don't say nothing. You should have a small pistol on you if you're a black woman and shut your mouth. Let men talk crazy. If you don't know, if you ain't familiar with these men, let them talk crazy and stay away from them. But women these days, they feel entitled to run their mouth. That's why other countries are conservative. They tell women to not engage with other men. because of reasons like this. Just like Brother Bakari was saying, them dudes ain't know her. She didn't know any of those people. The dude that she defended don't even know her. He didn't try to defend her. It's a slam dunk case. Shut your mouth, little girl. Let them people do what they gotta do and stay out of it. That's it. I don't really understand why like people don't understand this. It's just like black women need to mind their business and not be having bad bitch energy and all this other stuff. They need to mind their business and go about their day.
Well, for this case, I'm gonna say that I ain't see the case where the woman got punched 80 times. I ain't gonna say a black woman can't talk. I ain't gonna say that,
Well, she could have been talking to Bakar. She could have told him to shut up or something. She could have been saying the same thing this
but
sister said.
but
Apparently,
it,
that's what a lot of brothers think these sisters do
but
out here.
but I'm talking about this case right here. You would have literally been taken up for another man who wouldn't take up for himself. That's literally what you would have been doing. Now you can say you stepped in for the sister, but you would have literally been taken up for another man that wouldn't take up for himself.
What you mean taking up for another man?
That's what she was doing. On the video you just showed. She was taking up for a man that worked in the store that wouldn't even talk back for himself.
Oh, okay, I got you. I was hearing something. You saying something different.
No, I don't know about the woman that got punched 80 times. The dude
No.
I
I thought you was calling that sister a man. That's why I was like, what? I missed something.
No, I'm talking about the dude. The white dude was talking to somebody behind the counter. And she said she walked in and automatically knew something was wrong because she heard some arguing. And she went in and chose sides. Now, if you're not in there and you don't know what happened, how you just go in and choose sides?
Oh, you want me? I'll wait for y'all to finish so I can answer.
How do you choose? Okay, how do you go in and just choose sides?
Okay. So first, let me say this. I agree, you know what I'm saying, with the packing the 380 thing, like my brother said. And shouts out to Bakari and America's First Rifleman who trained women out there and black people on their gun rights. So shouts out to y'all brothers. But you do know the interesting thing is, right, you know, the group of powerless men who's been conquered and enslaved for the last 200 years find reasons not to protect their own women when the group of people who actually enslaved, I know y'all don't like to say quote unquote white supremacy, but you get pulled over by a cop. They're pretty supreme in that situation, my brother. But those group of people will see a white bitch sitting there calling y'all nigga for 20 minutes, doing all kind of reckless. They don't know her from a hole in the wall. They can see she's wilding out. But you know what? They're going to protect her. They're going to be like, well, she was saying N-word or N-word. No, they're going to make sure your black ass don't put hands on her. And there's a reason why a group of men is over another men who make excuses for why they don't want to protect their own women, which is fine if that's what we want to continue to do. But, you know, that's just to answer your question. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting
so
that a group of men.
This is a different forecast. It's a little bit different situation. You're kind
It's
of
always different when it comes to us. It's always different. I got you.
So okay, so I'm supposed to take up for the Arab that owned the store, or that was working in that store, East Indian, whatever he was. I'm supposed to take up for him.
And Bakari, do you, like be careful?
Yes or no? Am I as a black man supposed to go fight for him?
No, they messing with me, Mr. Untouchable. I think they're just trolling. Because I'm trying to. The whole reason because that is a subject that comes up. You know what I'm saying?
You can't answer that question, can you? You don't want to answer.
No, because I'm trying to save you right now from sticking your foot in your mouth because we're gonna talk about that specific subject.
No, I just asked one simple question: am I, as a black man, supposed to be running? So now I'm Captain Say the East Indian in the Arabs too. I'm already a simp because I love and want to protect black women. So now I'm supposed to go put on a cape to save them people that own that store. Just yes or no?
What people that own? Are you talking about that? I didn't agree with what the sister did. I disagree with y'all saying that I wouldn't protect that sister because she's quote unquote doing whatever. I don't agree with her. The first thing I said was I agree with y'all about that point.
I said I wouldn't let the white dude punch her, but I would have been told him that ain't got nothing to do with you. Shut your mouth. Look,
I
but
agree
that
with
have
that
nothing
part.
to, why is that a problem? If I'm
It's
going,
not. I agree with that. That's the first thing I said. I agree with y'all and shouted y'all out for telling black women to protect themselves. What are you talking
if
about?
I'm going to tell her, if I want to protect them, if you want me to, why is it a problem with me telling her, look, that ain't got nothing to do with us, leave that alone.
You should.
That got nothing to do with you.
You should. But I ain't gonna let no white boy run up on her either.
Well, the main point we're trying to tell you is that could have all prevented if she would just have been a little bit smarter. That's it. There wouldn't have been a shouting match with a white man if she would have minded her own damn business.
And we wouldn't be in this situation if we had done our business and protected them in the first place. We wouldn't be in this damn situation.
She wouldn't have needed
If it was
protecting
good,
if she would have minded her business.
and she wouldn't be able to be in somebody else's business had we protected our communities the way that we
Okay, you didn't
supposed to
answer
do.
my question though, Forecast. You didn't answer my
Okay,
question.
answer the question. Ask the question.
I'm going to ask you again because you didn't answer.
I
So
did. I
no.
said no. I said no. I don't agree with that. I said I agree with that. The
No,
part that I
that ain't what I
disagree
asked.
with.
I'm going to ask you. So, am I, as a black man, supposed to go protect that East Indian that owned his store?
No.
From a white man?
No.
Say it again, because say it loud.
No, but I don't recall me asking you to protect that. I think I was.
Okay,
actually, would you protect the black woman?
No, but let me show you
that's what I said.
But Forecast, but let me show you what ended up happening in this situation. She stepped in to take up for a man that wouldn't defend himself. So now if I step in to take up for her, who am I taking up for?
The sister, my brother.
So I ain't taking up for the East Indian dude.
And now you're not, my brother.
So he ain't got nothing to do with it.
He ain't got nothing. You taking up for that sister. You tell her not to take up for her. No. I don't see you trying to go down some old, you know what I'm saying, other way where you're going to end up cutting yourself, my brother, because I'm going to show you where you probably would take up for it. And that's why I'm trying to tell you to stop right now. Because I'm about to show you something where you probably will do that. You know, you feel, unless you want to keep going.
No, you can't show me.
I want to keep going because it's kind of ridiculous, Forecast, because we're not saying we won't protect our women. We're just saying our women have to be a little bit smarter in certain situations, especially when it's with other races of men. That's it.
That's the first thing that's why I said let me start here with where I agree with y'all at. So you are saying you would not protect that sister though. I don't agree with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I didn't say I wouldn't protect her. I don't think Brother Bakari said that either.
Bakari, would you have protected that sister in that situation?
I'm going to tell you what I said. I said I wouldn't have let that white dude hit her.
Right, yeah, I agree with that.
That's what I would have said. But me going in there, I would have just told her one, maybe twice, man, this ain't got nothing to do with you. Be quiet. I ain't gonna go in there arguing for no other man because he's being mean to them. See, that's where y'all come in with that racism, white supremacy stuff. So now the white supremacists, they're so strong. So now we got to stick with everybody. The people of color is gonna have to stick together. So he was abusing a person of color. No, she just somebody needs to tell. Instead of saying black men should put a young girl and told her.
How is a black woman a person? What are you talking about, Bakari?
I said who she was defending.
I don't agree with what she was doing, but I would not let her out. And the situation, I would not let that happen.
What you trying to say is I said I wouldn't protect that young girl. But instead
you don't even have to argue with the dude. You can just step in between and bring the sisters over or whatever.
No, that's what I said. I would have told her this ain't got nothing to do with you. This don't have nothing to do with you. I could have told him, look, man, just leave alone. This don't have nothing to do with you, young lady. This have nothing to do with you. Because that what it boils down to. It had nothing to do with her.
She needs to just not run her mouth. That's it.
Okay. All right. So black women, y'all shut the hell up out there, or Bakari and
yeah, they need to. Yeah, they need to. They need to stop arguing with crazy white men. I said it. I'll say it.
Y'all saying the same thing, Bakari.
Don't put me in that.
You can't distance yourself now, Bakari. Don't try to run from it now, my brother. All right. So okay. So that's an
Forecast. You amazing, dude. You're really amazing.
I respect y'all brothers, man. I got love for y'all brothers, you know. But
so, Forecast, what you would have done in that situation?
Like, well, like I just said, like, yo, I would at least, you know what I'm saying, take a page out of the dudes you like to protect handbook, you know what I'm saying? I know he's not a black man, you know what I'm saying, but look at what those white boys do, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna let you until you ready to step up, and then it's the moment that you say something, you know, black people ain't gonna hit them white girls. But the moment they step, you know what they're doing? They're stepping in to intervene to make sure that the situation does not escalate. You could have walked that sister out the store, walked her back. You could have did anything. You know what I'm saying? But far too often, like I'm saying, like now it'd be a different thing if we don't constantly see for like I can say like if the last 600 years hadn't happened, maybe y'all would have a point. You know what I'm saying? But we are seeing black women getting punched in the face all the time, and then y'all turn around and say they're blaming feminism for the things that they're doing when y'all not doing nothing to protect them. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just be like, yo, shut the hell up, you know what I'm saying? Or what, blah, blah, blah. Now, am I saying you should go out there? No, you should educate your daughters and all of that. Don't do that. Educate them on how to protect yourself, you know what I'm saying? But to make excuses why you don't step up for a sister, like, there's a million reasons, you know what I'm saying?
Look, forecast. I can educate a young girl and say, look, this is a bear trap. Don't put your foot in it because something bad's gonna happen. Don't do it. Same thing. You see a crazy white man, don't engage, just walk away. Same thing. And the thing about it is, like, I don't know exactly where this happened because I brought up a different situation where there's a video of a black woman getting punched a whole bunch of times by a white man in a gas station. I still don't think they found the white guy yet. And one of the reasons that I could deduce from what happened is going off of the video and what she said. And literally what she said was there was a white guy that came in, started talking greasy shit, like saying racist shit, like, oh, these people suck, just run of the mill racist shit. Instead of just either turning about, doing a 180 or shutting her mouth, she decided to engage him and then escalating it. He was talking to nobody. He was just rambling about darkies or whatever. Let him do it. Don't get triggered and get out of your element and engage a crazy person that literally has something against you because of the race of your because of the color of your skin. And then as a result of her engaging, saying her words were, oh, my daddy's a veteran, my daddy's this, my daddy's that. And it's just like, well, your daddy's not there to defend you. I can call him I call my daddy right now, he's a veteran. That's stupid. And then the white man punched her all up in her face. So her dad wasn't even there to defend her. You see what I'm saying? Like, simple shit. If she would have literally just looked at the white man, walked the other way, and I'm not saying every situation is like that. There's white people that are crazy enough that are like, look, if they got in their mind they want to kill some black person, it is what it is. But if there's a situation where literally they're going around rambling, waiting for somebody to engage them so they can justify their craziness. So she stepped in a bear trap.
Man, what are you just listening to a Booker T. Washington speech? What are you talking about?
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Don't say nothing. Let them do whatever they want. I got y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just
so let me know, forecast, some random crazy Billy Bob that has no power over a black person, that literally is nobody in the white community or just in America generally. They're a fucking loser and they're ranting around about black people. Why would you waste your time and get triggered and engage? Like, oh, he said the N-word, so I need to say something? This is America. Motherfuckers have said the N-word 50 million times already, and we still here. I don't understand what the urgency is to confront something stupid and idiotic like that doesn't really matter.
Okay. Well, first of all, I guess you ain't really get that what I was saying, because Booker T. Washington made a speech about, like, not saying nothing when they talked about lynching and stuff like that. But anyway, what I was saying was, when you're talking about what you're talking about, why would you say something like, yo, we awfully, like, we give an awful lot of passes for everybody else, but then when it comes to our own, like, yo, all of a sudden now we get so militant and we gotta take out these other black people. It's just, I don't know.
How am I giving people passes? I don't understand.
Well, because you don't just let people come in and say stuff, because like most of the time they come in and take action. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
for
But you're
forecast,
not protecting nothing, bro.
forecast. I'm at Walmart. Okay, say if I'm at Walmart, I go to Walmart fairly regularly. Most of the white people there that go there are poor. There's going to be a small, maybe 10-20% of white people that go there may be rich or something, but the vast majority, they're going to be poor, just like the average black person. They have no power over, they don't even have power over other white people. Okay.
Right.
They see me at Walmart. Billy Bob says, "Hey, N-word," talking about me. "Hey, N-word, blah, 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 blah." I just look at him and just look the other way. Maybe I might even smile, but I ain't gonna say nothing.
Turn the other cheek,
What?
right?
Okay. What would be the benefit of me getting mad and engaging with this crazy, stupid white man?
Okay.
What would be the benefit for me or white or black people?
Okay, so you're talking about the poor white people who have no power over it, blah blah blah. But do you know who is the people who actually go out there and murder black people the most? Is those poor white people who are angry at those black people who are doing all the things you guys are suggesting. Let's turn the other cheek. Let's do this and that.
Well, okay,
listen, hold on. Let
I got.
me finish what I'm saying, because like you keep cutting me off, because I'm trying to agree with you on the point. I'm not telling nobody to go out there and start a fight, but like what I'm saying with the sister, in the case with the sister, when they start running up on the sister, being aggressive, then yeah, I'm gonna make sure that sister does not get hurt. Am I telling anybody to be like, yo, somebody just going on a tirade to just go over there and argue with them? No, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, you know what I'm saying, unless you enjoy trolling. So I never said none of the stuff that y'all are saying, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm disagreeing with y'all at is the part where y'all say, okay, I'm not going to protect the sister. Now you saying you didn't say that. Bakari is saying that he
Yeah,
believes
we
that.
never. Yeah, forecast you. There's like a figment of your imagination. Nobody ever said that.
No, you were saying because the sister was doing this and doing that, that in that particular situation.
No,
Bakari,
no, yeah,
you didn't say
because
that?
well, no, I said she took a certain action and it helped an outcome happen, like her getting punched in the face. What I'm saying is she should have shut her fucking mouth and let the crazy white man say what he was gonna say. That's it. She would have been like, I guarantee you, if she would have just not been emotional about the situation and just let the dude say his little crazy stuff, he would have just looked around, said the N-word a couple times, and it kept going because nobody responded to him. He literally got what she gave the white man, literally what he wanted.
Okay, yeah, I get what y'all saying. Keep your eyes to the ground, turn the other cheek. Don't, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know. I got
No,
you.
see, nobody's saying that. See, forecast, you
Okay.
playing them word games again.
All right.
Nobody said that.
I hear y'all. Y'all, that's what y'all saying. Y'all don't.
No, I'm saying don't engage with crazy people. Because the thing about it is, if there was going to be a net benefit for me, to me or black people with engaging these people or fighting them or beating their ass or something, then I'd be with it. But literally, you get nothing out of it. What the white cop is going to come and take you as the aggressor, or there's so many different ways they could go wrong. When you could just, if like, think about it, if it's a situation where he wants to come get at me, then I can defend myself. I'm not afraid of no random crazy white man. I'm not. So if he wants to bring the smoke to me, I'm gonna be ready. That's fine. But me giving in to what he wants doesn't benefit me. I don't really, that's not me being docile or scared or whatever. That's just me being an adult. Or at least what I consider an adult. I don't know what, some random white people say something, hurt white man hurt my feelings. He said this about me, so I gotta say something. That's low IQ shit, bro. That's low IQ.
Yeah, y'all keep saying that, and I never said to whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I am saying that, and I'm gonna move on. So I'm not gonna keep saying the same thing over and over, because I never said this.
Okay.
Y'all keep saying that I said, and then y'all gonna keep responding the same way. So, Bakari, you want
Okay,
to
go
say
ahead.
something?
We can move on. I win.
Well, the point is, right? Well,
because y'all said y'all cutting yourself for later. That's why I'm not saying much. I'm letting y'all go ahead and cut yourself now.
Really not.
Okay.
Like I said, there's nothing I can do or say to change your mind. I know what I said about. I know what I said about the young lady in this case, and I stand firm on that. And I ain't fighting for no East Indians. I would have told the young lady to be quiet. I wouldn't have let him hit that young lady. Now, if a white dude called me the N word, I'm gonna beat their ass. But it's a lot of black people that shouldn't fight because they use the word all the time. So that's what they consider themselves. I won't fight for those black people either. I'm not going to help you. You just don't even care about calling me the N word. Now you want me to help you because a white person will call you that. Shit, I tell my friends that all the time. I have things that I have my goal. I have the way that I live, and I ain't telling nobody they got to live exactly like me for me to help them or say certain things. But sometimes we gonna have to call out some of our stuff. We gonna have to call out. Okay, you know what? We should have just told that girl to be quiet instead
That's
of.
all y'all do with that. Sorry.
You right. You right. That's all. You right. That's exactly all I do is to say
Not
tell
you,
her
Bakari. Not you, brother.
is to tell her to be quiet because that had nothing to do with her. That literally
Hey,
had
can I tell a story when you're done?
Yeah, because when Kevin Samuels over here finished, you can go ahead, my brother.
This nigga. Anyway, brother Picard, don't pay him no mind. But anyway, okay, this is my story. I was out with another black man, have a nice night out on the town, and shit was going cool. We chilling. It was three of us actually. There's three of us. And one of he's the one wild brother that always like running his mouth, whatever. So for some reason he got into it with a white man or whatever, some random motherfucker on the street. We was all drinking and all that stuff. So, but not like sloppy drunk. So we all knew what we were doing and saying. So he's getting into it with this random white boy. And then he calling them all types of crackers and niggas and nigga, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, and then after a while, the white boy was trying to be cool. But after a while, he was like, man, whatever, nigga. He didn't say hard R. He said he called him a nigga. Just like he was calling the white boy a nigga. And then he started this buffoonery with this white guy. And he's like, you know what? We're going to fuck you up. So he wants me and this other brother to jump this white man because he wanted to be an idiot. And I was like, no, I told the other brother, like, nah, because I'm from the East Coast, okay? So if you start an individual, like, if it's like two groups or something, obviously y'all got to stick together. But if it's like one of y'all going out there initiating a fight with something, we call that shooting a fair one. So that Negro really thought me and this other brother were going to put ourselves in harm's way because of his buffoonery. And guess what? That white man promptly whipped his black ass. And guess what? I don't feel sorry for him. I never did. I didn't then. I never will now. So you can say that's coon shit and like, oh, you should have defended his honor and blah, blah, blah. Like, nah. Niggas getting themselves into stupid situations like that and they want other black people to come bail them out. And that's the problem. Instead of seeing where he was wrong or he should have slowed down, he went 100% in the wrong and then expected other brothers to bail his dumb ass out. I'm not about that.
All right. All right. So I got to go because y'all going to keep making excuses.
I was in the army. It was just one dude. They
what
were
up, Better Medicine Podcast?
We didn't even really get along like that. We were okay, but we didn't get along like that. But I saw this white boy had put him in a full Nelson. That's when me and him not getting along didn't even count no more. No, I ain't gonna sit there and watch no. I can't sit there and do that. That white dude had him, and but I couldn't sit there. And me and we couldn't sit there and watch that. We had to go intervene. Tell white boy, you move another muscle. This is what's gonna happen. Don't move another muscle, because the dude from Chicago, he had kind of, I don't know, he was drunk, had put him in the full nails and banged his head on them walls a few times. He was a little dizzy. He really, but nah, I couldn't watch that. No. Mm-mm.
I don't know, Bakari, because this for Black First people, our list of Black people who's in that Black First is starting to get smaller and smaller. But Bakari and America's First Rifleman explained perfectly well how we keep getting enslaved by groups of people. Apparently we're the only, because like we'll be like, yo, if we was like the other way around, be like, yo, Jane Elliott, well, she shouldn't have been saying this and that. She put herself in harm. They're never gonna do that. They're not gonna let no Korean punish another Korean. They're gonna punish their own, yeah, sure. Okay, but they're not gonna let somebody else do it, which y'all seem to be okay with. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
them people in North Korea put that white dude to kill that white dude over there in North Korea. United States
Man,
and
they're
all
ready to go
other
to war.
European country did nothing. They went at war.
Man,
They Kim Jong Un do whatever. The same, we fed them to the dog. Ain't nobody did nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing. The white dude from the United States.
Hey, forecast, you kind of bringing up bad examples. Like, I'm just being honest, like bad examples where black folks should like be protecting each other. Just that example of that sisters is not a good one. It really isn't.
I pick these extreme examples just because I know that people are going to make it just like the police video, you like how you first came on here and how that extreme example and how people is going to come on here and recognize whatever. Yeah, I do all of that stuff on purpose because I don't think that we are really black first when it comes down to it. I think that we are a bunch of talk unless somebody represents our own ideology. Because like I said, I can give you every group of people that ain't gonna let y'all black asses do nothing to their women, no matter how disrespectful they are to you. But I can show you a bunch of black men that if the black woman does this, she got her nails done, blah, 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 blah. And while y'all, by the way, going out there to get some Chinese food, you know what I'm saying, some chicken wings from China spot, but you're gonna blame the black woman for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, one
Dude, you're bringing up bad examples. Look, the whole Koreans putting their foot up black women's asses. They've been doing that for years. And guess what? They've actually had situations where black men went to intervene and say, hey, stop going to these places. They hate you. They disrespect you. They're going to put their foot in your ass. Please don't patron these places. And guess who were in the front door looking at them brothers crazy? But spending their money, black women. So it's just like, that's a bad example. Okay. So black men are out there trying to defend black women. There's just certain situations where black women don't reciprocate. They don't join in us in the protection. So you're just bringing up bad situation, or not bad situation, but like certain situations that kind of don't fit. Like,
I done named every situation I done named a white girl that been in, and a white dude and helped her in way worse situations than you're naming. You know what I'm saying? Way worse situations. And like I said, there's only one group of people that let outsiders. Now, am I saying that you gotta discipline yourself? Of course you do. You know what I'm saying? Am I saying that you should go out there starting trouble or reacting to somebody who's trying to get you whatever? No, do not do that. And I agree with y'all brothers on that. Don't go out there starting trouble. And if trouble finds you, pack a 380. But we're not going to act like people have not been minding their own damn business and stuff happens for no reason. So yeah, of course, not all of us is gonna be perfect. We make human mistakes, you know what I'm saying? And like with that sister Nia Wilson, she dated a white dude. So millions of black, not saying y'all brothers, okay, but millions of black men will say that's a reason enough not to stand up for that sister. I disagree with that. That because we use the same thing for saying I'm not going to stand up for George Floyd with a knee on his neck because he had quote unquote with white women, and then we get on black women for doing that too. You know what I'm saying? That's what
I don't care who anybody dates, but to me, they're with them people. They don't, so I'm not gonna get mad if people perceive, like, say if I'm with my snow bunny or my my lane, somebody's just like, oh, that brother, he ain't with us. I'm gonna be like, well, it's not crazy for them to think that. I'm not even with a black woman, so I think maybe at certain times that doesn't afford you the same protection as like a full black couple,
But see,
and I'm.
Well, let me say this real quick because
you'd help defend Ketanji Brown Jackson. She don't even know what a black woman is.
I would help defend you because you know what? People would be telling me the same thing about you. If one of those snow bunnies got you caught up, people would be on this channel. And I'm not even joking about that. People would be on this channel saying you got what you deserve. And I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I would stand up for you. Of course I would. Would I agree with you messing with a white girl? No. You know what I'm saying? Would I advise, we're in a tough situation. I'm a man too. You know what I'm saying? But I know that I'm black first. I want my children to be black. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not going to hold that against you, but what I tell you, no. But I would definitely stand up for you. But according to y'all, I got to be like, well, no, you shouldn't have did this. You shouldn't have did that. You should have just stuck with black women. You know what I'm saying? But that's wrong. See, it's the things that y'all agree with.
I get your point. I do get your point, forecast. But I mean, there are certain things you can do to to circumvent your protection,
Would
that's
dating white women be one of those things?
no, it's not a good reason, but I can understand the sentiment behind it. I mean, I
So a
would
black
the
woman
thing about
talking is a good reason, but you dating a white woman is not a good reason.
dude, forecast. Why do you do that, dude?
I mean, that's what you're saying though. That because y'all don't like to actually talk about the simplistics of what y'all say. Y'all try to sound deep. I'm bringing it to the simplistic parts of it. Because the same thing that you're saying about them, other people have that same rules about dating out. You know what I'm saying? And they would be like, "Oh, you're a sellout," but you can't tell me people haven't called you that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you said that to me before. You know. So like, if they have that same mindset that you're telling me, then I would have to be like, "Well, you can't." It is what it is. She shouldn't have been messing with that white girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, that's good. That means you may be the actual one of the few B1s out there. You're like a Navy SEAL amongst black people.
Nah,
Hey, four guys, I'm gonna tell you something. Since you like to use other races, right? And you say you'll take up for somebody.
I don't know other races you done took up for.
Wait a minute, because you were just bringing up other races and what they do. You like I'm gonna do you hold these conversations with these other races, right? Because God forbid if you're talking about Asians, they just kick you out. There ain't no way they taking up for nobody that done dated outside because they just kick them out the family. They just kicked out the community. If you ever see an Asian in your area, in your grocery store, not over there, because they're gonna be over there selling that rat fried rice. They're gonna be over there doing that. They got that on lock. The rat fried rice is on lock, right? The rat fried rice is on lock. They got that. But if you see them in your grocery store, right, where you live, I bet you they ain't gonna be with no Asian man or Asian woman 98% of the time. And if it is, it's gonna be like a Filipino, but they just kick their people out the family. So when we start comparing and putting other race on a pedestal above who we are, hold these conversations with these other races and see how they feel.
Okay, so they feel like if a black man did something, like they'd be like, "Oh, he's out the community."
No, they have nothing to do. If the woman go date, if a Chinese woman, Asian, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Thailand, if they go date a black man, they are put out the community. So what type of protection are they giving them?
Okay, Asian men do it, so Bakari says it's okay. I
No,
got
no. That ain't what I said.
Person
Because
kid
what you
21. You hear
did
this
was
crap?
what you did was you compared black men and say these races.
Bakari, we gotta move on.
No.
Go ahead.
See now you
go ahead. No, I'm
on.
okay. Fine, we'll stay here. Go ahead, say it, please.
No, because what you said was these other races do this. These other races of men won't let you do this to their women. And the question, how can they be protecting their women when they are completely kicked out the community for dating out?
Bakari, what are you talking about? They're never gonna let no black man kill. Like
They
don't
kick them
care.
out
They're
the
not gonna let
community,
them do.
dude. They don't
I
care
didn't say
what
you
they
didn't.
do.
I didn't have to say you didn't. I didn't even say don't punish them. I didn't say there has to be no consequences. I didn't say go love them. I didn't say go hold their hands. Y'all keep saying a bunch of stuff that I never said. I didn't say none of that. But what I said was, in a situation, they're not going to let you get away with doing something like.
And I'm gonna ask you again, if they are not even in the community, they ain't allowed, they've been excommunicated, the family and everything. How can they protect somebody they done kicked out? They don't want to protect you because they kick you out the family and the community is the point that I'm making, forecast. That's the point that I'm making. They kick them out the community.
Okay, Bakari.
So how can they protect it? So what level of protection is that? I kick you out the community.
You comply with the rules, you get protection. If you don't get protection. It's really simple.
Well, number one, see, y'all all over the place. We're gonna keep going back and forth on this thing because y'all keep making crazy points. Like y'all keep taking a whole other subjects that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're talking about people getting excommunicated. Now, number one, we don't know if that sister was excommunicated. Number two, you're talking about, when we're talking about other groups of men, they have systems of power. So you know damn well you're not gonna put no hands on that Asian woman or white bitch that got excommunicated. I'm pretty sure they would call Jane Elliott or whatever a sellout or got excommunicated. You can name plenty of white people that got excommunicated, and if you put your hands on them, you're going to have to pay, because they understand how systems work. And if you let one thing slide, you're letting everything slide. You know what I'm saying? When you start letting one thing go, you're letting everything go. And come on, like, we can't keep going on the same thing over and over.
Nah, that's a good amount of that. It's simping, because you got to remember, like, there's a big simp epidemic in the West. So a good amount of that is just dudes trying to see if they can get some pussy, so they'll defend a chick.
Undefended chick. I'm not talking about. I ain't even saying that. But bringing that up, Bakari, your SIM card is revoked, my brother. I know you might be happy about that, but all right, we going to the next thing, y'all.
I used to think Brother Bakari's a simp, but he just got common sense.
I'm a master simp. I love black women. I love black women with all my heart.
Yeah, simp, I don't know no more.
You didn't hear me say that one time. Black women just need to shut up. That ain't my thing. I was talking, in that case, I would have told that young lady to be quiet. They ain't have nothing to do with you.
No, I think I would agree. Black women probably do need to shut up a little bit more. Maybe just a little bit.
I would have told that young lady, black women had a right to talk. I ain't gonna tell no black woman. Let me ask you a question, American First Wife. Do you tell them snow bunnies they need to be quiet?
Nope. Yeah. White people is okay. It's different for them.
Well, the thing about it is, I don't deal with loud women. I deal with feminine women that know their place. So it's kind of automatic. Like, I don't have to tell a woman to shut up or not, like, bring male energy, because I don't deal with those types of women.
Okay. And by the way, Bakari, you see what Pro Back Perspective said in the chat?
I'm a master simp, and I'm proud of it.
All right, so white women, okay, white women though is not loud like black women, so it's okay.
I didn't say, oh my God, see, Forecast, you doing that wordplay again. I never said that. What I'm saying is, women I deal with, no matter if they're white, Asian, or black, I do not deal with male energy. I only deal with feminine women. So like, think about it. The women I deal with, they see a crazy man in the store ranting and raving, they look and turn around and go the other way. They're not like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Because they know that could be a potential dangerous man, so they're not going to engage. No matter how they feel about something, the guy will say something crazy, and guess what? They're going to turn around, do an about face, and come right to me and say, that guy said some crazy shit I didn't like, instead of engaging with the crazy guy. That's the type of women I deal with.
All right. Yeah, I ain't got nothing wrong with that. You agree with that, Bakari?
You see what Truth 884 said, right?
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why I don't understand how y'all really don't understand what I'm saying. Like, but at the same time, we have, like I said, this is coming from a group of men that have been conquered massive amounts of time and don't show no signs of not being conquered right now. So it does make sense to me. So I mean, but I don't understand how I'm using a slippery slope to defend that. I don't get that one though. Truth 884. What that mean, Bakari?
Oh, you defending her slip? You using a slippery slope to defend?
I'm saying how.
Okay, you just got caught up, man. You tried to take me down a rabbit hole.
Tell me how. See, that's what I'm saying. Tell me how, Truth 884, and I'll try to explain it, because I don't want to be like I'm confusing people if I sound confusing. You know what I'm saying? But all right, so let's go on to the next, because I've been trying to go on to the next thing. I'm trying not to let y'all. I'm trying to let y'all breathe. But I mean, damn, for people that you said one thing goes, then everything goes. Look. You can't tell me that everything hasn't went, bro. Like, what are you saying? Like, everything has went because we have, and now we just happen to be here. You know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence to me. That's all I'm saying. All right, so all right, this was another thing, and this is a white dude that pulled an assault rifle on a black landscaper who blocked his driveway.
Property. You're not allowed to block my driveway. I said don't be a prick. I said I'll move. You think I'm playing? Yeah. Your daughter better take record of how stupid her father is.
Yeah, all right.
Keep recording.
All right.
If it goes
Cut
online,
that off.
your
Cut that
ass will be sued too.
Cut that. You ain't got it. That's
I ain't got nothing.
That's for my sister. I'm telling her to cut this off. I'm telling her to cut this off.
You think I ain't got nothing?
Well, record. You record. You pulling a gun on a guy in the middle on the city property. Do whatever.
I am
got
going to
a
do
gun
whatever.
too. I'm smart
This is
enough
my
not to pull it out.
property. I'll
Why
do
do
what
you
I
argue?
want.
If I say
Do not block somebody's driveway. Get your dumb out of here.
Yeah, you the dumb one.
Dumb shoot you dead.
That's what happened.
Like
hey,
you.
I'm just smart. Both
Dumb
guns.
like
Both
you.
guys got guns. I'm just smarter than you. You
Smarter? You think?
You think?
You think?
You see, but if I'd have pulled mine,
You think?
If I'd have pulled mine,
You think?
If I'd have pulled mine,
This is my property. I'd have shot you dead and you would have went to jail.
This is city property out here.
No, it's not, brother.
On the road. I work for
You
the
can't
city.
block.
Don't tell me.
You can't block somebody's driveway.
Am I blocking your driveway now?
Yes, you were.
Am I blocking it now?
Not now.
Okay, well, thank you then.
Then why are you still talking?
You ain't got nothing else to do.
Then why are you still talking?
You still talking.
Because you're a dumb.
You a dumb.
You're a dumb.
Man, I just told you. Dumb. You want to show your gun off? We all.
All right, come with a news. I'm gonna play a little bit of this. We'll be back up.
Parking dispute between two men that took that ugly turn when one man grabbed the rifle.
As you just saw, part of that interaction was caught on camera, and it's making the rounds on social media. News Channel 8's Nico Clemens is live for us tonight at Clearwater Police. Nico.
Thank you, Jennifer. The video is pretty disturbing. Who you don't see in the video is Jeremy Lee. He says he was doing some yard work in a neighborhood when one man came outside, was irate, grabbed a gun. He says all he could think about was his daughter's safety, who was with him at the time.
This is my property. You are not allowed to block my driveway.
A tense argument over a parking space.
You think I'm playing? Yeah.
And Clearwater police say this man, David Berry, brought a rifle to the argument.
This is my property. I'd have shot you dead and you would have went to jail.
This is city property out here.
No, it's not, brother.
Jeremy Lee is the other voice you hear, his daughter behind the camera.
It was scary because she was there.
Lee says last Thursday, he and his daughter were spending time together, cutting grass on Boylan Avenue. He says a few minutes later, Berry came outside, upset they were blocking his driveway, and said they were on his property.
I immediately moved. Immediately. I stopped what I was doing and I moved up. And like I said, it just wasn't good enough for him. And I apologized to him.
So this is where Lee says he was parked next to the driveway, the ramp to the
All right, we already saw that. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and comment on that. So yeah, so what's up? He shouldn't have just been parked right there or something.
Look, I keep my gun on me, so me personally, he came out there with that I would have been telling my daughter, go get behind over there. What you gonna do? Cause I got mine too, and mine already loaded, one in a hole. And my children also know how to shoot. So more than me gonna be shooting. Cause you can come ask me without a gun. Say, look, could you not block my driveway? I might have to get in and out. But you come out there with that gun, you causing problems.
Yeah, I agree with Brother Bakari. The guy kind of argued with him a little more than he probably should have, but the main thing is, especially if people are like, this is a white supremacist country and they're after us and they want to get us at any time, you better have that thing on you. And with him, especially the climate we're living in, some random guys just coming out of his house with a fucking rifle, I'm already gonna probably have my hand on my shit ready to go. He was all blabbing and talking and trying to intimidate people with that rifle, and that's usually the people that get killed first. So, and possibly what he was doing is more than likely illegal. I don't know if they like arrested him or anything, but the thing about it is like the law. I don't know if that's considered brandishing where he's from. Thank God he didn't lift the muzzle of that rifle or anything because he kept the muzzle down or whatever. But the main thing is like he should have maybe not argued with him as much. But the main thing is like you know, it was a pointless argument. So I'm glad nobody got hurt.
Yeah. I agree with that, yo. And I'm glad you kept the same energy, my brother. I like that. You know what I'm saying? He should have shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? And yo, somebody is threatening you and pointing a gun at you. You know what I'm saying? You do have a right to defend yourself. He claimed that he was armed. You know what I'm saying? We don't know, but yo, stop standing out there arguing with people. Because I agree with that point. I know these brothers. I agree with y'all brothers on that point. Stop standing out there arguing. And most times when they have the courage to do this kind of stuff, if it's not like a kid or a woman, you gotta expect for them to be armed or something. You know what I'm saying? So you better be prepared yourself and all of that. Especially if you're standing out there, don't just pull out a cell phone. You know what I'm saying? You might want to have your own that you pull out just to make sure they back up. Y'all got anything else to say? Because this is a subject that I really wanted to talk about for real, which is why I came on here. Y'all got anything else to say about this?
And you know what?
Nope.
Me and my daughter with me too. Yeah, ain't no telling. You know what? I'm glad I ain't been in that situation with I've been in some situations, but nothing like that with my daughter with me. Because you ain't just threatening me when you come out there with that gun. You are threatening my you also threatening my child when you come out there with that gun. So in all honesty, man, you really had all right to shoot the hell out of that white boy. In all honesty.
All right. So speaking of bodega, and we're gonna see where y'all at here. And this is what I was trying to say, like trying not to get too deep into what we was gonna get into. Speaking of bodega, it's gonna be interesting to hear what y'all got to say. And I'm gonna tell you before, I'm gonna answer the question before. I'm on the side of the black man. You know what I'm saying? So let me play this.
What a shock.
More major stories.
Oh, what you on the side of the? All right, I'm gonna play this first, and then I'm gonna ask you.
More major stories that we are following across the nation. This next one is going to take us out to New York City, and it is a big one that we have been keeping a close eye on. That is because it involves a bodega. Obviously, this is a place where people like to go, grab their coffee, go to breakfast. Well, a rally is actually scheduled for today in support of a bodega worker that was charged with murder. Supporters say Jose Alba was defending himself despite being accused of fatally stabbing a man in his convenience store. So we are going to head out live from outside City Hall in New York. That is where Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is joining us live with this story. Robert, good morning to you.
Scheduled to take place at noon here at City Hall. Jose Alba's allies say this is not a case of murder, but rather one of pure self-defense.
Bodegas United! Never be defeated!
This afternoon, bodega and small business groups will rally alongside Jose Alba at City Hall and again call on Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg to drop the murder charge against Alba, who is expected to speak at today's press conference. Alba's allies argue that not dropping the charge will cause criminals to declare open season on workers just trying to protect themselves. Representatives from the United Bodegas of America, including spokesman Fernando Mateo, met with Bragg yesterday.
I asked, do the possibilities exist that you will drop these charges? And he said, absolutely.
The facts of Alba's case are well known by now. On July 1st, the girlfriend of a man named Austin Simon tried to buy a bag of chips for her daughter, but her EBT card was declined. They left the store. Minutes later, surveillance video I obtained shows Simon walking in with his girlfriend and her daughter in tow. Simon then menaced and assaulted Alba behind the counter. According to a criminal complaint, Alba grabbed a knife. During their struggle, Alba also had to fend off Simon's girlfriend, who video shows took a knife from her purse and stabbed Alba. She has not been charged. When it was all over, Simon lay on the floor of the bodega in a pool of blood. Minutes later, police cuffed Alba's bloody hands and took him into custody. The DA charged him with second-degree murder.
We felt very good because his tone was very soothing. His demeanor was very direct. And he says, I don't understand why people are jumping to conclusions. I have not made a determination. I am investigating.
A spokesman for Bragg said the meeting centered on how to keep bodega.
I'm investigating.
In light of the Supreme Court ruling that will allow more people to legally obtain and carry firearms in New York.
All right, I'm gonna play these last. I'm not gonna play I'm just gonna play some of the reaction, see if it differs any from ours, you know.
And with more this morning, Elijah.
Well, Chris and Mary, the association.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Pro-black perspective. We gotta skip past this because a black woman has something to do with it. So I should probably not even play it.
Of bodega workers here in the city to meet with the DA starting at 10 a.m. to demand that these charges get dropped, ultimately speaking. And as you mentioned, we had spoke exclusively with the bodega owner or worker, in Hamilton Heights, who says he feels bad about the situation, but ultimately feels like he had no other choice but to defend himself. Now, take a look. Jose Alba spoke to our own CBS 2's Ali Bauman behind his apartment door. He's the Hamilton Heights bodega worker being charged with murder, and says he's thankful for the support he's been receiving. But despite that attention, he's asked us to not show his face as he's home trying to heal physically and mentally. Now, this all comes as nearly 2 weeks ago, Alba was working behind prosecutor. Alba up by his collar, and the two men wrestled. Alba then.
I feel sad. He said he feels sad for what happened. He was put in a position where, he couldn't tell how it was going to end. He was just defending his life.
All right, so he said he was just defending his life, and play this one.
With how the conversation went.
And they're hoping the DA's office as advocates met with prosecutors inside. An hour later, the president of the United Bodegas of America emerged with seemingly optimistic news.
So we're leaving here today feeling really good and hoping that when he concludes his investigation, and he didn't give us a timeline, that he will exonerate Jose Alba.
But the DA's office seemed to have a different read about the meeting. A spokesperson emphasized a majority of the time was spent discussing public safety, not the case, writing, quote, "Today's conversation centered on how to keep bodega owners and workers safe, including in a post-Bruin world." Alba supporters, however, are adamant he is innocent.
He only was protecting himself.
Every single day in this kind of business, you have been facing similar situation. Every single day is escalating.
The 61-year-old clerk was charged with second-degree
I
murder.
see a Bukhari in America rifleman interviews right there.
After stabbing 37-year-old Austin Simon behind the counter, a Blue Moon convenience store in Hamilton Heights. Surveillance video shows Simon shoving and grabbing the clerk by the collar before Alba takes out a box cutter. Prosecutors say Simon was unarmed. But in an exclusive interview with CBS 2's Ali Bauman, Alba explained through a translator Simon's girlfriend had a knife and stabbed him.
He was put in a position where, he couldn't tell how it was going to end. He was just defending his life.
In addition to dropping Alba's charges, bodega owners Tuesday pressed for more protections and for the city to be tougher on crime.
I don't think nobody wanted to be on Jose's shoe now and before.
You call the police never come, or sometimes come 2 hours later.
Come hour or 2 hour later. All right, so y'all heard what they had to say. Bukhari, oh man, Jesus, Bukhari.
You see what that says on the bottom of that?
Liberty, don't tread on me. Liberty or death, don't tread on me.
Yeah, the bottom, don't tread on me. What was that? What was the guy in the expensive Amiri shirt doing to that guy?
He was treading on him. That's what you're saying?
I mean, did that look like treading to you? It looked like treading to me.
No, it looked like he was defending the sister right there.
So how was he defending the sister by going out of his way to go behind the counter where she wasn't being assaulted or anything? Defending the black. I'm kind of confused. Please help me. How was he defending a black woman by going behind the counter and assaulting an old man that's like 60-something years old?
What are you talking about? What happened before that?
Her EBT card didn't work and she couldn't get chips, so he took the chips back, and then she said, "I'm gonna call my man to come take care of you or beat your ass," and that's what happened.
Okay, so did he threaten her?
What?
Did the dude threaten the sister?
No.
How you know?
Because that was never reported. She never said that. She stabbed him actually twice, but she never said that she was threatened by the clerk. She was just saying that he wouldn't let her get free chips and all that. I guess she spent up all the white man's money on her EBT card, and I guess she sent a black man to beat up some other guy to get the chips. I don't know what she was thinking.
Okay.
But
And when she stabbed him, did she stab him before he was stabbing the other dude or after?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said when she was stabbing him, was she stabbing him before she was stabbing the other dude? Before the owner was stabbing the black dude, or afterwards?
During and probably after.
Okay. So pretty much you would the owner or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You were like justice for like bodega owners, right?
Oh yeah. They have a very difficult job, and there's assholes like him that look. Okay, this is what I don't understand. This dude had I didn't even know what Amiri was until like 2 months ago. But apparently this is another brand that Negroes like to buy to make it seem like they have money. So this is a luxury shirt this man had on, but his girlfriend / wife couldn't even afford a bag of $3 chips. They had it on. This nigga had a luxury shirt on, but his woman didn't even have enough money on her government funded EBT card, white government funded EBT card. And he went to kick somebody's ass over that. I just don't understand how you can defend that.
Okay. Bukhari?
What I can say is what I can say is going home, getting somebody, bringing them back to the situation can turn out bad. I know people that happened to, and they end up dead too, cause dude went and got his brother up out his sleep to come back and fight. One in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The other one is dead. According to this video and what was said, I don't know. Said he told the woman she couldn't get the chips because her EBT card declined. Right? Me being a business owner, me being who I am, and she getting it for her child, I probably would have just gave that child them damn so I probably would have just gave the child. I would have gave the child those chips, me being who I am. But it's not my store. So we have to take responsibility for some of the things that we do. And it ain't about taking up for somebody over somebody that's black. That have nothing to do with it. We have to take responsibility. Yep, you can go to a different store. You don't have to be in there. We want to force people to try to treat us with respect. And look what happened. It ain't about looking. She got her baby daddy killed, her boyfriend killed, and literally killed over a bag of potato chips. She got her baby daddy literally killed over a bag of potato chips. When whatever he was doing at home, she probably should have just left him there at home. It was over with because you gone. You ain't got to go back no more. Now that baby ain't got no daddy. The baby ain't got no daddy now. And and the dude went behind the counter and ended up getting stabbed. You got to know you going behind a counter and somebody in the store that they got a weapon back there. I'm just saying. Ain't nothing to say nothing about that. The video shows everything. It shows everything.
Hey, Forecast, can you explain to me how that man was in the right, like the black man was the victim? Can you explain that to me, please?
The black man got stabbed to death. But I'm gonna do that. But first, let me ask y'all this. I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask Bakari this real quick. Bakari, with that black woman, do you think like if you was that brother, like what would you have done?
What you mean? What I would have done?
I'm just saying, like, do you think the black? I'm not trying to like, I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, would that black man had went back to the store? Like, what about you? Like, you think that's wrong, or what you would have done?
If I was in that situation,
Right, yeah.
I probably wouldn't have gone behind that counter, but I probably would have went to that store, said something. If they say they snatched something from my child, but then somebody put in there say the video showed different. Oh, that wasn't none of his girlfriend that was doing the stabbing. They said his girlfriend was a snow bunny. But
no, it was a whole black woman.
I'll take that whole black woman over snow bunny any day of the week. But
it's about character, Bakari, not about race.
Okay. But in that situation, man, just me personally, I would have gave the little child a bag of chips. That's really the only thing you can say. There's really no defense when you go in that store, then you go behind the counter to jump on somebody. I'm being honest, there's no defense. There's no defending that.
No, Bakari, he'll find a way. I gotta hear it.
No, you can't defend that, man. You really you can't defend that. And for the whole and what we should be, for the rest of that little baby life, I ain't got no daddy because my mama got mad over a bag of chips.
All right. So okay, I'm gonna answer his question, but like this question, because like my question goes into his question. So I'm gonna ask y'all, and then I'm gonna go into answering his question. Now the dude got charged or whatever. The bodega owner got charged. Do y'all think that they should drop the charges on the bodega owner for stabbing this dude?
Yes.
Okay, Bakari.
They probably gonna drop the charges on him because he went behind the counter to jump on the dude and had knocked him down. So they probably gonna drop the charges on him.
Do you agree?
But Bakari, he was defending a black woman in distress.
Now, Bakari didn't answer that question before you try to jump on his bandwagon. You got to listen to what he say first before you try to hype him up, because y'all like to jump around and say different things, and it's two of y'all saying two different things and then bringing it back to something I didn't even say. Bakari, do you agree with that dude charges getting dropped?
From what I seen on the video, I'm gonna be honest, man. No. Nope. Oh, his charges getting dropped. Yeah, his charges probably gonna get dropped. Yeah. You know, you can't strong on people's stuff, man. You can't. He went back there and got stabbed. He showed him hidden first.
All right. Yeah. So you saying you agree with that, right?
With me being a business owner and somebody just broke in my dump truck and stole some stuff, yeah.
It's okay, Bakari. You can say yes. It's okay.
Yes. I just told you yes. I said yes. Yes.
All right, yeah, okay. I'm not gonna get on y'all for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay.
I don't matter whether you try to get on me or not.
Hey, I'm making a run to the store, so my internet connection might be a little funky for a couple minutes.
Okay. All right, yeah, and like I said, I don't know how long. We already been on here for 2 hours. So okay, my answer was lock his ass up. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? The dude went back there. Do I agree with him? You know what? I do agree with that. How about that? I do agree with him going back there. You know what I'm saying?
This nigga.
Nah, okay, go ahead. What you want to say? I know y'all gonna get triggered. Yeah, go ahead.
It makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Nah. Dude thought he was gonna come in there. You know what? I thought he was gonna hurt my child. He did all of this and all of that. He don't need to be up in there. Now, what we need to be doing, and this is first and foremost for put ourselves in that situation where people like, yo, we're not coming in this store, whether he killed somebody or not. Number one, whether he killed somebody or not, we should be out there like, yo, you got 48 hours to get up out of here, or nobody's coming in the store and make it our own communities if we're ready for that. But apparently we're not ready for that. Now, you know why I said that? Yeah, yo, charge him, lock his ass up. You know what? Because you know what? They come into our store and do the same thing. They gonna lock your ass up. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the right to come in our hoods and do whatever. And if the dude went up there, because was that his daughter he was going up there to fight for, or the woman? Do y'all know?
I can't remember. I just know
It
they
was
said
at
it
the
was back
behest
and
of the
forth.
woman because she called him.
Mm-hmm.
She went home and got him.
She did.
Or wherever
Because
he was, she went and got him.
mm-hmm.
And now that baby ain't got no dad.
Yeah. So yeah, you stab a black man, you go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude, number one, the dude didn't have a weapon. You know what I'm saying? They said the sister said, and she didn't get charged, by the way. So I'm glad with that too. But by the way, should the sister have been charged?
So you can't seriously injure somebody or maim somebody with your bare hands?
Could you? Yeah,
Yes, you could.
I
It's
don't think
happened.
I don't think he
You
could
can.
have done that to that dude, no. But do you think the sister should have been charged? Because she wasn't charged.
Yes, she should have been charged. She stabbed somebody twice. She assaulted somebody. And she wasn't doing it to defend her man because her man initiated the assault.
Yeah, but you said she was stabbing him during the shooting, not before though.
And I'm gonna
Or,
tell
well,
you,
no, like I think during and after he was done, but it's just like at that point when he started stabbing old boy, the self defense argument was already out the window. So she couldn't, like, he started assaulting the guy, so she can't be like, "Oh, I was trying to defend him. I was scared." When
You
uh
see all that blood.
you can't, like, she can't claim he was like fearing for his life or whatever. He initiated the assault, so that literally is gonna sink any argument they have to like be the victims.
What you were saying, Bukari?
I'm gonna tell you something. Man. If we don't stop, right? Uh, uh, look, because if we uphold that, like Truth 884 just put in the chat, it's like the people who shot Hyder Pennington. They weren't being B1 killing their young sister. Do they not get jail? My thing is, it's like, man, we can't uphold everything that our people do, even if we can see that they're in the wrong. We can't we can't up we can't uphold that. We just can't. Because if you really wanted to do something about it, you'll stop going to their store where nobody be able to just come. Anybody can come open up a store in your community. But what you're gonna do is we're gonna get mad because they wouldn't get a daughter a bag of chips. Well, maybe if they were not there and black people own that store, somebody like me per se, even though I don't want to own a store, but I'm just using me for an example, would have just given the child the bag of chips if her EBT card got rejected and I see she's getting it for a child. But when you let other people come in your community and just treat you any kind of way, this is not the way to respond. The way to respond is to stop going. Because I'm going to be honest, man, I don't know who broke in my damn truck and stole my shit. But if I had been there, I probably would have stabbed the shit out of them or shot the shit out of them myself. And I'm just being honest.
You would have went to jail, Bukari.
Could
Or
be,
got
could
charged.
be, could be not. Can't say. Just like Mr. said on the color purple. But I'm just saying, we can't uphold everything. Should the dude still be living? Yep. Should have thought better. Should not have gone behind the counter. Come on, man. You go into behind somebody's counter in a store. You got to know. And by the way, peace to everybody in the chat. Guy in Hollywood, I saw you check in. Renee P, what's up? But
yeah, what up, Guy and Renee?
You go into somebody's store and you go behind the counter. You got to know they have something, man. You got to know they have something to protect themselves.
Negroes ain't dumb. They know them Hispanics got them long knives behind the counter. So him playing dumb, like, oh my god, I can't believe he stabbed me after I threatened to physically, hurt him badly. Like, come on, man. This is New York City. They know motherfuckers don't go out there without that thing, dude. If they ain't got a gat, they definitely got a knife. So this is like, because I lived in the Northeast for years. I was born and raised there. That's an unwritten rule. You don't just run up on, Poppy like that because he got something for you. So I don't really understand why he was like surprised he started getting stabbed in the neck.
And you know what's crazy though? Because when I was saying what I was saying about a black woman, y'all was saying I was taking up for people of color, but now here y'all are taking up for people of color. But explain to me why it's different. Go ahead. Because I know y'all gonna cut me off. Go ahead.
How am I taking up for people of color?
Well, that dude is a person of color.
Okay, how am I taking up for him?
Should he be charged?
Why
You
should
hold
he be
on.
charged?
Whose side you on? You on his side or the brother's side?
For taking care of stuff.
You on his side? Hello?
Because you keep on charging. Watch this, right? So the baby don't have a. Watch this. The baby
Now,
don't have.
all I said was you said I took up for people of color.
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna finish, right?
I ain't
Because
even bringing. Y'all
you
bring
keep trying to take me down a hole, and you keep getting choked out in that hole. So watch this. You charge him. The little baby already don't have no daddy. So now you know what? We gonna press charges on the mama too. So now the baby ain't gonna have no mama daddy.
They didn't press charges on the mom.
They said she stabbed somebody twice.
He stabbed somebody. Y'all said the charges should be dropped. He stabbed somebody.
Yeah, he stabbed
in
somebody.
self-defense. Come on now, you ain't this slow.
But when did she stab him? I asked you that. You said during the time. Yo, so you telling me if
After
somebody
he initiated the assault on the man behind the counter. Come on
so
now.
listen, if somebody who you care about like got into a fight with somebody and they start stabbing, will you be like, well, you shouldn't have punched them first, or are you gonna do something about it? Oh yeah, I know.
Forecast. That's not the point, dude.
I know.
Forecast. That's not the point.
Yeah, he knows. That's why I didn't answer it.
No, you said no. You said that she stabbed him because he was stabbing the dude, bro. Like you're saying she should be charged for stabbing him, right? But she was stabbing him at the point of that. So if you was to get in a fight, or somebody who you know got into a fight, and that person who they got into a fight with got charged because they stabbed him, but you jumped in to stop them from getting stabbed, you should be charged. That's what you're saying right now. Because that's why she didn't get charged. You know what I'm saying? Because she was that's why they didn't charge her.
She didn't get charged because the DA is a huge bitch simp DA that's so liberal he doesn't want to seem like he's anti-black by not charging black people with crimes.
Okay. And so, like I said, man,
I don't know if the DA a simp or nothing. I don't know who the DA is, but I can tell you one thing: ain't been charged yet. So they probably shouldn't want that dude to be charged. Because if that dude get charged, they gonna start pressuring for her to be charged. And they got on video her stabbing. Baby already
unjustly too. Unjustly stabbing.
So
bro, you would do the same thing if somebody is stabbing you, or somebody who you love, and you're standing right there. If they started the fight, like say they started the fight and they're stabbing your people, you would do the same thing. You're saying that you should be charged if you were to jump in.
Well, for one, the thing about it is I'd be the one person de-escalating the situation with my friend telling them not to engage or do whatever. So I'd actually cool down the situation before we'd even get to that. So you'd probably be the nigga like,
you probably wouldn't, because this whole show you're just telling me how you would say, oh, I'm not going to do nothing because you shouldn't have been talking in the first place. You're not going to calm it down, because that's what I said you should have did with that sister, but you said no, I'm not going to do nothing with her.
Okay, these are two different situations because he went behind the counter and started assaulting somebody. So
okay, and I said if you already saw your friend, even if they started the fight, and then you brought it back to the beginning of it, which is why I brought it to that. You see how y'all keep trying to jump around from what I
I
see,
don't
like,
I don't hang out with low seated Negroes that start fights with random people.
okay.
You know, but I can say this. I was once young and dumb too. I'm lucky to be here. I can be honest with you. I think I escaped death a couple times when I've done a whole lot of, you know, stuff that just wasn't good in all honesty. But I can tell you this, from her going to get somebody, and that happened, bringing them up there, it's like I have seen that story more than once, and some of it with people I know. I'm gonna go get them to do this, and then when you come back with the person you went to get, that other person have a weapon, and this is what ended up happening. And hate to say it like that, but that is. And the one guy, like I said, one dead, the other one paralyzed, the other one just dead. I've seen it happen a couple times with people that I know. Like I said, she didn't have the EBT or whatever she say happened or whatever they say happened. Didn't have the money on the EBT. Me personally, I would have given it to the child, but he didn't, and she can't make you can't make him give it to him. Stop going to these people's store. Anybody can treat you like crap. Now you can say that man should be charged, right? But when we start saying that man should be charged, when do it stop? So now what if one of them attack a black store owner the same way?
What if they do that?
Yeah, and then the black store owner do the same thing he did. Then what happened?
Most times they wouldn't be charged though, bro. Like, because if we're gonna say if, most times they wouldn't. They would be out there talking about, oh, like they did with every other situation. I mean, can we hold on? We don't have to make it up. What about the LA riots in '92 when they did that to a sister?
I say, what if
Like,
those black people went into a black store and did that?
what if a black people went into a black store
And
and did
in
that?
the black store owner responded the same way.
Right, he would probably get charged.
You think so?
Yeah, he would probably get charged. I think so, in my opinion.
I don't think he will be charged in that situation. Man, you
I
do have
think
a
so.
right to you do have a right to defend yourself.
Yeah, I'm only saying I think so because this dude got charged. I'm pretty sure a black dude will get charged.
They're gonna drop the charges on that dude.
Yeah, eventually,
They
because they
better.
out there standing out there for that people. What'd you say? What'd you say? America's First Rifleman?
Oh, they better drop the charges on him because he didn't do anything wrong.
Jesus. Yeah, we lost, y'all. We done, y'all. I'm sorry. We gonna have to cancel it. We all done. We just might as well assimilate into their societies, man. We done according to these two brothers.
Hey, I'm actually gonna cut this short. I'm gonna go to Brandon's live stream and check it out.
All right, peace, bro.
All right, nice talking to you, but forecast, we're gonna have to talk again, brother,
Yeah, for
because
sure. Come on, bro.
you capping for the wrong situation, sir.
Hey, but
And you're intelligent too. And you're intelligent too.
And I know you are too. I don't understand why y'all don't get what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
American First Rifleman, before you go, let me ask you a question. I got two questions to ask you, right?
All right, go ahead.
First of all, you study you study Thomas Sowell, don't you?
Yes.
That's why we don't agree on much. We agree on about 2 out of 10.
Well, I mean, I study other people too. It's not like I just
But I'm just saying,
awaken one day. Hold on. Like it's not like I awaken one day. It's like, okay, I'm a conservative now, so let me do everything conservative. I'm like, well, hold on, and then I go to proceed to start doing everything like confirmation bias. I mean, no, nah. I read all sides of the aisle, even people that I don't agree with.
I understand, but let me show you something, right? When I say the reason we don't agree on much, I noticed, and Brandon studied Masao too, because I heard him say it, right? And that's why certain things me and him don't agree on, right? Thomas Sowell, or however you say his name, is an absolute liar. That's one. He was an absolute liar. And the sentiments and the way you feel, and some of the things that you say about black people, that's truly how Thomas Sowell felt. See, you don't follow. I can tell you don't follow Marcus Garvey or study Marcus Garvey. You study Thomas Sowell. And look, and I'm not coming at you. I
Bakari,
don't
you
think
might as well
Thomas
have been
Sowell.
Thomas Sowell tonight, Bakari.
I don't think Thomas Sowell is a dummy. I just think Thomas Sowell figured out to blame black people for everything, and that was a way for him to make it. Him and Larry Elder.
Hey, watch this. Watch this. Hey, Bakari, is Thomas Sowell cool?
Hell yeah.
Should he be taken out?
Oh, come on.
Hey, no, we gotta take out these coons first, y'all. So
Yeah.
America first,
So
right?
America first. Let me ask you a question. What does the
Go
red, black,
ahead.
and green, what does the red, black, and green stand for? The flag.
Red is the blood of the Africans. Green is money, and or no, black is us, right?
Yeah. Now, what did Thomas Sowell say it stand for?
Actually, I forgot.
He said red was for the Indians, black was for black people, and green was for the Irish. He wrote a whole book telling that lie. He wrote a whole book telling that lie. So if you can write a book,
Well, I mean, people can be wrong. People
no,
can
he
be
just
wrong.
lied. He lied.
How do you know he lied?
Obviously, he made.
He
made something.
Hold on, give me a couple minutes. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Sorry.
All right, and he's right though. People can be wrong. Both of y'all been wrong all night long, so I agree with him on that point. People can be wrong.
This motherfucker.
All right, so Bakari, you've been sounding like Thomas all night, my brother. What you want to say?
How did I sound like Thomas Sowell?
Oh well, if the black woman shut the hell up, then you know what I'm saying. Then
That
maybe
never
she
came
wouldn't
out of
be
my
in that.
mouth. See, why are you putting his word? Why are you putting his words in my mouth?
Y'all been agreeing all night. I got confused because y'all kept trying to. Because I say one thing to you and one thing to him, but y'all answering my point to you, and then he answering my point to you know what I'm saying. Like, and then y'all trying to move the goalpost the whole thing.
We agreed on.
So I figured y'all was on the same page because y'all kept doing that the whole night.
No. And then what you want to do is you want to try to conflate it and make like it was. No.
And you said if a black man go up in what is he, a Mexican or an Arab or something like, yeah, they American first on here, guy. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm black first, you know what I'm saying? I mean it. If we Pan African or we not, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I'm a Garveyite. How about that? So study Marcus Garvey.
I know Marcus Garvey didn't put no Mexican or Arab bodega owner over no black man. I know that, or a black woman. I know he would never do that.
But it showed us some Marcus Garvey said he didn't want to deal with.
He might not have dealt with him, but he would have never stood on the side of no Arab or no Mexican.
So how did I stand on the side of a Mexican?
Well, you jumped across the question about whether the sister should be charged. You know what I'm saying? You jumped around the question because you like, oh, she might be charged. But
I said they shouldn't want her to be charged because they shouldn't want that other guy to be charged. Because if he get charged, get charged.
He is charged and she not charged, so we can leave it at that.
Okay, and guess what? So then those same Hispanics are gonna press for her to be charged in its own. And we can say, yeah, but she was defending her man. That'll have nothing to do with what when they go to pressing and they go to pressing them to charge her. That'll have nothing to do with it. And instead of understanding that we want to try to make like because they black, it's just automatically right. She done called. She went home. She went home to get her baby daddy. She went home to get her baby daddy. Now her baby daddy is dead.
I never said right, or that's what y'all keep going back to. I never said that we should be going out there doing this or doing that. But I am saying if you see somebody getting stabbed, I don't like if I see my girl getting stabbed, even if she started the fight, I'm not gonna sit there and let her get stabbed because she shouldn't have started the fight.
I didn't say she should or you should. That is not what I said. What I said should have happened obviously didn't happen because that young man is no longer here. So maybe this should be a lesson we should be teaching instead of trying to see what happened. So instead of trying to make like whether who's right or wrong, so people can see what happens when you in somebody's store and you go behind. And you know people got weapons to protect their stuff. And you go wake your man up out the bed over a bag of, it's literally over a bag of potato chips, dude. It was literally over a bag of potato chips.
Don't snatch no potato chips out my daughter's hand. I fear for my daughter's life, and this dude in my neighborhood every day, and my daughter might be in there, and I might not be around with it. I'm scared for her life, my brother. So I'm gonna go up there and confront him and make sure whatever happened don't ever happen to my. But let me say this first though, because I agree with 100%.
Now watch this. Where's her daughter daddy at?
Where's her daughter daddy at?
Yeah.
He's gone because you know we don't.
That's how we. So you saying that's how we should handle it? Come on, dude. We got.
I'm saying we shouldn't just let our people keep getting smoked and be like, oh well, you know, he shouldn't have messed with that Arab dude. He shouldn't have messed with that white boy. We shouldn't have let this dude. We shouldn't have. Am I saying that the sister was right? I'm absolutely not saying that, and I never said that. And I agree with y'all, and I kept agreeing with y'all. And I'm gonna keep saying that I support y'all on y'all training, especially Black women who are the most. And by the way, Bakari, a lot of times maybe Black women speak up because Black men is scared to speak up. You know what I'm saying? That's why you keep getting Black women in your programs. It's more than Black men because Black women is tired of Black men not stepping up, which is why they start calling them masculine and men and all of this stuff because Black men has continued to let this stuff happen to them and go into other places. Now, yeah. And shout out to that brother who went to that store and you remember that video, brother, with that Black dude? Cause you mentioned it earlier, and he punched the dude or something. He did something to the Chinese stop, and he got arrested.
Say that again.
The brother who got arrested, America's First Rifleman, mentioned that video. That brother who went to that nail shop and got arrested because he punched the dude or he did something.
Yep.
Yeah. So like, yo, shout out to that. You know what I'm saying? But like. We can't turn around and be like, why are they acting masculine when you haven't? I'm not sure.
If you gonna give him a shout out for that, if you gonna get, and you know, I'm the one. I don't ever try to call out Black women, but if you gonna give him a shout out for that, you got to turn around and call out Black women for just disrespecting what he did. So when you say
they not in front of the enemy,
oh my God, they did what?
I said not in front of the enemy.
What you mean not in front of the enemy? They did it in front of the enemy and went right back in the store. Just like when that Korean dude punched the Black girl in the face in the store. Then Black dude and a Black woman went out there and we ain't going to the store no more. Don't go. Black women went over there and argued with those people and said they got to have on sale today. You can literally see the video. So if you're gonna give the brothers big up for stepping up, then you got to call out the type of women that turned on their man when they stepped up for them, because they literally did.
Bakari, that's the problem is not calling out Black women because you know why? There's an overabundance of that. And I never said nobody who did that is wrong, but there is a overabundance and there's a under whatever the opposite of abundance is. As Black men standing up for our people in general, I stand up with that brother who went in that store, charged that dude, lock his ass up. You know what I'm saying? Now stand up with that sister. I'm not gonna let that dude run up on her. I'm gonna be like, yo, sis, don't worry about it. Don't say this, don't say that. But when the dudes start getting wild and violent, I'm gonna step in between. It don't gotta come to blows. I don't gotta say a word to that dude, but I'm gonna try to pull the sister out the store, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Before it happened, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do those kind of things. Your SIP card is revoked, Bakari. I'm taking it. Gun and badge, Bakari. Gun and badge.
That's exactly. I would have told that girl, be quiet. That's none of your business. But why can't we admit that she literally got in something that had nothing to do with her?
You keep saying we can't admit. That's all we do. That's all. That's my point. That's all you do.
No. I'm talking about. That's all I do. Don't nobody take up for Black women more than me. So at this point, I ain't gonna sit here and make like, yeah, I would have done this and this woman. She went in a store arguing with a white dude who cussing out or whatever he was doing to East Indians. And those men didn't even stand up for her. The men she's standing up for, she had nothing to do with it. Dude, sometimes we just got to understand, you know what? This might not be, I'm just going to tell her to just be quiet. You know, just leave this alone. This ain't none of your business.
Bakari,
I take up. This ain't your business.
I take up for you when you was just taking them for that that Arab dude. He ain't gonna take up for your ass the way that you said it's almost drop the charge. He gonna be like charge your ass if you kill one of his people. He ain't gonna be like, oh, you should drop the charges. So I'm doing the same thing with you, my brother.
Okay, well, you know what? You're not doing the same thing I'm doing because
I'm doing that with you.
No, because I wouldn't have stabbed him if he had to come behind my counter because I would have shot him. So I wouldn't have stabbed him. I would have shot him.
They both did.
Tell him, Bakari. Tell him again, brother.
But I would have also given that baby those potato chips. Man, we got to start holding. See, the reason we don't get better, this is my opinion, because we don't hold ourselves accountable.
Are you kidding me? We only hold on. That's all you do. And I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I'm saying, yo, how can you say we don't do that when if I look up, I'm gonna find a million billion videos talking about black people and how bad they are. You're not gonna find the other way around. You're gonna talk about the black scammers, not the
those videos. Forecast. I'm not talking about the videos where people banging on black people and talking about how dumb black people is and how sorry. I'm not talking about those videos. I'm talking about videos where we can talk about accepting responsibility and being accountable for us. I'm not talking about.
Bakari, what do you talk about? You talk about black people holding themselves. What does God talk about? You talk about holding people. What does America's First Rifleman talk? They talk about holding black. What does Pan African Strikes Back talk? They talk about black holding black people. What does I could go keep going all down and down and down.
That's why people are saying we need to do it because we're not doing it.
But you're not standing up to them either. But I don't see y'all talking about that.
We stand up to white people when it's literally stupid over nothing. You know, like prime example, like hold on. The prime example of us not taking accountability is literally when we get upset at a white person saying something racist. Obviously, yes, it's wrong that they did that, but we need to be more upset that black boys in California can't read at a functional level. That's not holding ourselves accountable by not actually putting a priority on that and getting upset about that. But we get upset when Billy Bob calls somebody at the Walmart the N-word, a white man that has no power over nobody, not even himself. We get mad at that. That's not holding ourselves accountable.
Well, first of all, I don't. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
So, you know, that was pretty much it. It's just like this, and there's more situations where we're just indignant about something that really doesn't matter.
Bro, you saying that we talk, well, number one, we get upset over things like Trayvon Martin. You talk about the reading level when the government forces us to send our children to a school that does not even teach them that, but you're gonna be like, well, we're not gonna. Okay, the black parents are responsible. I agree 100%. Now, when are y'all gonna start saying, okay, because we spent a million years on how the black parents aren't responsible, black parents is this and that. Now, when we're gonna start talking about how the system is set up to where the schools are? Because when we start doing that, then we can start creating like.
So whose responsibility is it?
Because you know why, you already know why I don't talk about when we gonna start going to the schools. I go to the damn schools, and that's what I'm talking about. We will talk. Taking responsibility is getting up, taking actions. That's why when people talk about that, I don't even get in those conversations no more.
Talk about what, Bakari? Hey,
okay. You mentioned the school, going to the schools. No, I do that. I do that stuff. Mentoring. I do that stuff. Taking responsibility is taking actions, trying to change the situation. We can't constantly complain. These people built a system for them.
And I agree, Bakari. I agree. That's what I'm saying. You go to the schools, but like then you tell me like all these black people complain about the schools and don't go to the schools. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like it comes a time where you gotta address it. Like we are addressing I'm saying we are doing that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? But every time that somebody talks about somebody else, then all of a sudden, we can't worry about them because we gotta only come back to the black people and how wrong they are. You know what I'm saying? Every time, no matter what the topic is. And I picked the extreme cases just to prove my point, but it could be the simple cases too, because I see that too all the time.
In order to do something, you got to want to accept responsibility. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is another reason, me personally, stay away from certain topics, i.e. racism, white supremacy. We don't even understand what racism is. So we can talk about racism, white supremacy. So then that's our excuse out of almost everything. That's what held me back. That's why we ain't do this. That's what's in our way. We know obstacles in the way. So it was only one way to get around them. We can keep talking about what they do. We can keep talking about what they do, but they gonna continue to do what they do. The people that got to change is us. And what I'm talking about is taking change our approach and taking responsibility and getting up, doing something. When you created that GoFundMe, that's taking responsibility for something you felt need to be done, not just sitting and talking about it. That's what I'm talking about, and not making excuses.
I agree with you, Bakari. And let me ask you, America First Rifleman, are you a Garveyite?
Yeah, I agree with pretty much.
He got a white woman. He can't be a Garveyite. He cannot be
I don't have a white woman. I'm not Frederick Douglass.
Is she black?
Well, I don't have a steady woman.
Okay, do you date outside of black?
I mean, I have, but I haven't in a long time.
Okay, as long as you don't do it no more.
I gotta. Hey, Oni just came on, so I'm gonna let Oni speak. But the reason I was asking you that, you know what I'm saying, because Bakari mentioned taking up and doing something, and then knowing the definition of racist. By your definition of racist, Bakari, we cannot be. Because if I was to be like, oh, Marcus Garvey failed, all y'all be grasping y'all pearls right now. But you know what? If I be like, yo, I failed at raising this money for the water crisis, that don't mean I'm a failure. But what I tried to do failed. You know what I'm saying? And no, if you can't raise money for your water crisis, you cannot be racist. And if you're not willing to step up for your own, then no, it ain't no way in hell you're gonna be racist if you can't even find. If you're trying to find reasons why you can't step up for your own, like, oh, this person shouldn't do this. No, you got to be black first if you want to be racist, Bakari. You know what I'm saying? But Oni, what up? What's going on?
Oh, peace, fam. How you doing, man?
Yo, thanks for coming, my brother. I appreciate you coming through.
No issue, man. I'm just enjoying the vibes. It's all good. I mean, you appreciate it, man.
Yeah, what you got to add to it?
Shit, I didn't know you was gonna put me on the spot. I was just enjoying it.
Okay. I let Bakari and America First Rifleman keep cutting themselves. Man, I know America First Rifleman. Are you black first? Did I ask you that already?
I am black first, but sometimes people don't like my version of black first.
Quote unquote, like you gotta do the air quotes when you say black first, pretty much.
Nah, never that.
Okay.
I just don't excuse black people for their bullshit. Like, I don't excuse bullshit. And a good amount of black people construe that as anti-blackness, denigrating your own and all that. So that it is what it is.
I'm not black first.
I see.
Because black people, according to the black people here, only black people in the United States is black. I'm race first. It's the difference. I'm race first.
Oh yeah.
Not black first, race first.
Yeah, I think I don't agree with that. Black people is all over the world,
I know, but the reason I stopped saying black first because people started to argue me, well, if you're not a black American, you're not black, you're African or you're Jamaican or you're something. So I just say I'm race first.
Yo, Raw, we can pick a date, but first we got to pick a date to get rid of the black people because we ain't never gonna get to that one. We got to get rid of the black people first. Like we're on a perpetual cycle of getting. Like we don't even understand the art of war. Like make your enemy get rid of themselves. You know what I'm saying? You never have to lift a finger, and they haven't been lifting a finger for a very long time because you do it yourself.
Oh, yo, man, you can mute your mic when you're not speaking. So it's like you're wrestling somebody.
Yeah, America.
Hey, I'm about to bounce. As much as I would love to stay, I really do want to watch Brandon stream. But if you're still on, I'll come back on. But we definitely need to have another live stream where we ratchet down on actually like black responsibility versus respectability politics or something like that. And we can get somebody else besides the resident Thomas Sowell lover. And so we can actually get like another conservative voice or whatever you want to call them, and then somebody that wants to simp for black people doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
I'm a simp.
Oh, I know. Negroes never do no wrong in your eyes.
Nah, I never said they never do no wrong. I just said I'm black first. I mean, I heard you say that you are, but it doesn't seem that way. But you know.
Yeah, what I would say is this. Oh, sorry, brother.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I would say is that I wouldn't stand up for the the Arab or the Mexican, but obviously if these like we have to moderate our behavior too, in the sense that my thing is this: you don't pick a fight unless you're trying to kill somebody. You know what I mean? And if you're trying to kill somebody, you gotta do that. Like that's pretty much how I take that paradigm. So I think that with regard to this brother, he picked this fight and he lost the fight. I don't think that other people are not going to defend themselves. Now, am I going to say that, am I going to defend the other guy? No, right? But at the same time, it's like if you going to pick a fight, like you got to be more strategic with your life. And if you're not strategic with your life, what happens is that, your daughter that you think you defending or your woman that you think you're defending, like the woman's going to go to another man now. And the daughter's going to go, is going to have another father. And that's pretty much the end of your legacy. So it might seem good on paper, but like he should have won. Because when you go to a one-on-one, when you go into a fight, it's one of you gonna walk out. I mean, sometimes two people walk out, but sometimes only one person does, and you just have to fight with that in mind.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with that. And let me be clear, because I definitely agree. Don't just go up in there wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Have a plan, a strategic mindset. But what I'm trying to do is get black people on this black first mentality. Now, that doesn't mean take off for every black person. It don't mean every black person is right. But what I will say is I don't care if a person is a feminist, ADOS, Pan-African, blah, blah, blah. I am on the side of black people first. Now, am I going to say take off for every action that we do? Absolutely not. But I will never put another black person over. And I'm not saying they would or would not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying for me. Now, you want to say something, Oni?
No, yeah, I'm saying I feel you. Like if the dude walked into the store and just shot up the Arab or the Mexican or whatever Dominican guy, like it would have been like, I mean, I would be like, damn, I wouldn't have done that, but I wouldn't side with anybody else. It's like whatever, like that's it, but he didn't do that. He just walked up, he pushed the guy a couple of times, and then he turned his back. And then, when you turn your back in a fight, because I noticed with my son, so I got like some fake weapons with my son, like sparring type weapons, and he's just 6, right? But anytime I turn my back, he comes to attack. You know what I mean? Or anytime he sees a weakness, and that's the thing that's like that. And like if you're doing that from the time you 6, or not even that everybody's doing it from time to 6. But what I'm saying is that human beings know already get the motherfucker when they weak. So he turned his back on the dude. The guy stabbed him in the neck. That's it. And it's like you gotta know. Like you have to know that if you're gonna confront a dude, old man at that. If you're gonna confront a dude, you better like at least knock him out. Like if you're not trying to kill him, at least knock him out. But you turned your back on some dude, and it's the same thing in the animal kingdom. You turn your back on a tiger, it's gonna eat you. It's gonna come at you. You turn it back on anything. You turn it back on a wolf, it's gonna get at you. So you have to like he messed up right there. It's already been messed up from the time that the woman comes in and tells him, "Hey, you gotta go," blah blah. He already messed up by even responding to that. But if you gonna go through and actually go behind the dude's counter, like you better have some sort of plan. And if you don't have a plan, like that's it. You're 6 feet under. And I mean, I'm not gonna say the other guy's right, but we have to be honest. Like if I could say that my 6-year-old will stab you in the neck, or would stab me in the neck if I turn my back on him, right? I know damn well some 50-something-year-old dude in his own store behind his own counters gonna do something. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, do I think the guy is right? No, but I also understand that just as human beings. If you want to extend that to everybody else, but if just as human beings, we are going to, engage other people, and that's it.
Right. And I agree with that, yo. We got to be prepared and learn how to fight, number one, too. And you know what I'm saying? And yo, like if you in the middle of the thing and you are going, or even if you're going to send a message, man, you gotta be prepared for anything to happen. Hey, Bakar, you want to say something?
And let me ask you a question, right? Would you say this country at war with us, or the whole world at war with us?
Yes.
Okay, so watch this. So if you understand war, right? And we can stand and we can uphold everything. But when you understand war and you got your formation and this is the strategy, don't nobody, you can't just get out of formation and just gonna go up here and do what your own. You
Yeah,
can't
but
do
you
that.
ain't just gonna be like, oh, let the other side shoot down one of your own either. You know what I'm saying? Because oh well, they shouldn't have been on. They should have been in formation. Nah, you ain't gonna just let. Oh well, that group of people believe this, so I'm gonna just let them get shot down.
No, it ain't
Well, this
about
group
what.
of people did this, so I'm gonna just let them. By the end, your army is gonna be zero, or the very few.
No, they won't. Not once you organize, it won't be zero. Because I'm telling you, don't think somebody they just gonna automatically, oh, we got to go say no, it ain't like that forecast. That ain't what they we sorry, we gotta tell his family. It ain't, and you just go ahead and you want to be a renegade? Uh-uh. You can't. The sad thing for me in that situation is that little baby ain't got no daddy. And the mama went and got the daddy from home. And I can say what it's like for me, like I said, I've escaped death, like, not death, I don't guess, but I can't say I'm walking around with a bullet in me now for some bullshit, right? I was hit in the back, missed my spine by less than a quarter of an inch. I've been cut. So I ain't never shot nobody, but shit I've done to people has happened to me. So me being 50, if
Now,
I can
Bakar,
tell,
I'm
if
sorry,
I
not to
can,
cut you off, Bakar, but should you have getting taken out when you was doing that kind of stuff?
in all honesty, yeah.
Okay.
In all honesty, some of the shit I did, yeah. That's why I say I escaped death. Because some of the stuff I did, I would have taken the person out. But
So Jesse Lee Peterson, if he changed tomorrow and then like 5 years from now he cool, we gonna give him a pass?
that ain't even got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Just Leave Peace.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yo, would you consider black on black, not the way that we talk about that shit, but I'm just saying like the violence that was in the black communities and stuff like that. Would you say that's kind of like cooning?
Violence those were the original coons. If you go back and see what the coon was. But
Right. So if Jesse Lee Peterson was a coon, and we can forgive the people who would change their life in the hood, should we also forgive Jesse Lee Peterson if he changed his life?
But I don't know because he ain't tried to change his life. So maybe when that happened. But what I'm saying is, right, when you see somebody who have done something, and I can look and see young people that are going down that path, everybody do it for different reasons. I never sold dope. I just used to like to fight. That was my biggest thing. I enjoyed getting in a damn fight. I enjoyed that, right? But when I see certain things, I can't uphold it because, but I know I can talk to that young man and try to help him change to get away from that mentality. I was angry about a whole lot of stuff. You understand? So I just took my anger out. I fought a lot of people, not just black folks. I don't been whooping white folks' ass since I was 12, 13 years old. But I was angry about a lot. So when I see something, if I uphold that, right, I can look at them and I can see the road that they're traveling. And I know where that road gonna end. 90% of the time. I know where that road gonna end up. They're gonna end up in prison. For me, fortunately, my mom and daddy had when they come to prison, my last name rung bells with black people, and my family left a legacy. That's why I was facing 20 years in prison when I was 19 years old, breaking and entering with an attempt to kill with a load of sawed off. So when I see people going down a certain road, I can talk to those people instead of just trying to uphold it because they black. I'm not taking nobody's side against a black person, but I can't uphold it because I want them to be better because I know they can be better. Because everybody ain't gonna have the opportunity to get out of the bullshit that I did. Because everybody didn't have the parents that I have, people didn't know. For me, some of the stuff I did, I got lucky. If I didn't have my parents, I probably would have never seen the light of day, in all honesty. But I'm free and don't even have a record at all. So I want to talk to them young men instead of me trying to uphold it. I want to talk to them and hope they change. Do that make sense?
Not based off everything you said before that. No, it makes sense. That particular statement makes sense, but not
Well,
based off everything you said before that. No.
You can hold on and say I'm going against them long as you want, and I'm okay with that.
Now, I wanna expand on what Brother Bakari said earlier, because it is actually an important thing. So like I got this book. It's called Art of War, but it's by Machiavelli. So it's not the one by Sun Tzu, it's another one. Machiavelli like eventually breaks down how there's just some general rules of warfare, some ideas that just pass down from generation to generation. So he's telling you what the white boys playbook is, right? And I mean, it is the divide and conquer on top of that, but it's also one of them. He says is whoever pursues a routed enemy in a disorganized manner does nothing but become vanquished from having been a victor, you know? So as to say that if you win a fight, even if you win a fight, if you don't continue on your formation, if you don't continue with discipline, if you don't continue in an organized manner, you will lose against the person who is organized. And that's one of the bigger troubles, like when we talk about what like we're going through as African people in America or black people, whatever you want to call us, right? That's one of the troubles, is that these white boys are organized. You know, they are organized, and then we continually do things that aren't organized. And the trouble is this, that if you go about, you know, chasing everything that's unorganized, what happens is that disorganizes you too, you know? So like the story that this really reminds me of is one of the more tragic stories in you know, I guess you could say Black history or African American history or whatever you want to call it, but the story of Nat Turner, right? And so what happens with Nat Turner is that they, you know, he's on the plantation. He's looking to get who can stick with him on his path to end slavery in Virginia or something like that, right? And he could possibly have done it, right? So he's trying to end slavery in Virginia. Not everybody is on that mission. Not everybody is of that mentality. Because not everybody's about that, he has to like look and search for like 6 people. He finally finds 6 people, and he's like, look, we have a plan. This is our plan. We're gonna do this, right? We're gonna march up. We're gonna, you know, take over these plantations. We're gonna take over this armory, right? When he gets maybe about 50 people, you know, they kill a handful of white folk. And when he gets 50 people, the black folk, you know, feeling the momentum, are like, okay, let's attack these other plantations too. And Nat Turner and them was like, no, let's get to the armory. Let's stick to the plan. And it's like, and then eventually though, for somehow the group decides, okay, yeah, let's attack these other plantations, right? White folk mobilize, and then Nat Turner is suddenly hiding, and then Nat Turner is suddenly killed. And it's really like, you know, the way how the math is working. I'm not saying that it's 100% possible that they could have ended slavery in Virginia at that point, but the threat was there. But when they broke formation, when they stopped their discipline, when they went to another path, that's when it was like, that's when it was just forget it, it's done. There's no more movement there. And so I think that that's like one of the more critical lessons in our history, in the sense that you can't just like you have to have a plan. You have to, and then you have to stick to that plan. And if you don't stick to that plan, if you don't stick to that organized kind of thought, what happens is you're going to be moved sometimes by your own, you know, your you know, by inside forces, sometimes by outside forces. But whatever happens, you know, Nat Turner's lynched, you know, and cut up.
And let me say this real quick, because I want to ask only a question too. But yo, you was bringing, because I agree with everything you said. You know what I'm saying? Everything you said was a fact. You know what I'm saying? And I never disagree. You gotta have a plan. Don't just act reckless and all of that stuff. I agree with everything they said about that point, 100%. You know what I'm saying? Now my point, and this is where I get like kind of worried for us. You know what I'm saying? Like now on our quest to straighten out black people and to make sure black people are held accountable and there's nothing but truth in our black community, Now all of a sudden we are faced with rumors that Nat Turner didn't even exist in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And my fear is that we continually go at our own communities to discredit our former leaders, you know what I'm saying? Because I could name a million people who would say have this and that to say about Marcus Garvey, who would say this and that. They would say stuff about Ida B. Wells, but they don't know enough about her to say nothing yet. You know what I'm saying? But they will. You know what I'm saying? And it's my fear that all the smoke that we have for holding each other accountable, we are always going to have that energy. That's not a problem. We don't need motivation with holding ourselves accountable because that's all, in my opinion, that we seem to be doing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying nobody is wrong for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to like, yo, with the like even in the Nat Turner thing, like yo, with them being organized, yeah, that would have made a difference. Yeah, he probably could have ended slavery in Virginia or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know. And the same thing with Gabriel Prosser in Virginia. He could have possibly ended slavery, but it was a black man who went back to go tell them. You know what I'm saying? But when we start to say, you know what I'm saying, I mean, I don't know. I keep going, but yo, Bakari, I'm gonna let you go because I want to ask only a quick question before we wrap up. I don't want to be on here long, so.
Okay, look, for me, when it comes to accepting accountability, now it's gonna be a lot of people don't agree with this, and that's okay. One of the most to pay, you have to start paying when you say go against our former leaders and things that's done for us, right? Everybody know how some of the things that I've said about Christianity and the church. But if you look at the Christian church before 501c3, there ain't been no organizations did more for black people than the Christian church, right? So now the mega churches become the face of all churches. I'm a firm believer, and I still believe because I actually know of 3 of them. So I'm a firm believer in maybe it's time for some of the revolutionary black men to take our meeting place back. And the meeting place was the church. Not necessarily, I don't care what you believe or how you believe, right? I had a Christian get mad, say I'm trying to use their resources. But anyway, but that's one of accepting accountability. We're gonna have to have somewhere to meet. And if we got black churches that want to let us meet, that want to give self-defense, that want to let you offer self-defense courses, and want us to, you can also go in there, you know, with your makeshift guns, teach gun training and all that, right? I think it's time for us to get back to that. Brothers take it, because the reason we were there, that's all we had then. And if you look now, that's all we own now. So we got to have a meeting place so we can organize. The preacher don't have to be the leader no more. This is 2022. So, but if that preacher is willing to step aside, I do believe that we have to start holding ourselves accountable for having places where we can meet. And if that's one of the places where we can have a meeting without being on YouTube, without being everything all over social media, that is something we need to start doing. And shit, I'm gonna be honest. I've been talking to Mo and Mo church folk, because we got to get back to something that we used to do so we can organize. That's our biggest problem. Unity is not the problem. Our biggest problem is organization.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's what we have to do. And that's it. Go ahead, on.
No, yeah, no. Let me ask because I want to ask only a question. And Bakari, and by the way, Bakari, you know what I'm saying. Some people would say those Christians, Israelites, Moors, all of that stuff, is coons. You know what I'm saying, and maybe they should be eliminated. Yo, and let me say this because I want to ask only about the coons. You know what I'm saying. So let me say this though. You know what I'm saying. Like who, like where the slippery slope lies is who gets to determine who the coon is, who gets to determine who lives or dies. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sorry, Bakari, but a lot of black people is caught up in cults, and sometimes even people don't want to admit it. And even though people may disagree with me for saying this statement, and it's not the troll, but and I love y'all, and there's no disrespect to anybody. Shout out to all the ancestors, but sometimes there are Garveyites that could be considered in a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, But only my question for you is yo, like, because me and Bakari had this discussion. What is worse for a black community, the coons or like what I would call the enemy or like other groups of people? You know what I'm saying? Like white people, you know, other people who come in and harm our community. Like George Zimmerman, who would you take out, George Zimmerman or I don't know if you know who Tommy Sotomayor is, you know.
Who would I take out? Well, nah, look, I heard this. I mean, I think I answered this before, and I said something along the lines of, you know, like the enemy is the enemy, right? But I remember this. I could share this story that this brother, he was this, I think it's the Boys and Girls High School principal. So he's the principal in Brooklyn for this rather popular school or whatever, right? High school, I think. And at some point, he tells us a story about Frankenstein, and he says that, you know, Frankenstein's not the monster, it's the scientist. And that if you do not take out the scientist, like what happens in Frankenstein 1, the movie, they kill the monster, and then Frankenstein 2 comes up and there's another monster or something like that. And so the idea, what he was saying is that you have to, if you're gonna go after the monster, you have to go after the scientist as well, you know, at least, you know. And especially you should try to stop the scientist because he's the one causing the problem. So, you know, for me, it's like recently I've been, you know, kind of looking into the economic conditions that might create you know, either a Tommy Sotomayor or a George Zimmerman or what have you. But realistically, you know, like me personally, I'm always kind of harder against white folk. I think that's really how we should stand. But I mean, I also understand that, you know, there's no like you, if you're really talking about revolution, you know, you can't necessarily ignore the counter revolution, which can come in your complexion as well. You know what I mean? Obviously, I feel you in the sense of we tend to only focus on those of us, those of our complexion. But I also understand that if you know, if we talking revolution, if this revolution is really the subject, you know, you're talking about life or death, you're talking about playing with your life. And if you're playing with your life, you really have to tighten up, and you might have to you might have to be a little more extreme, a little more harsh, because you know, in real life or death situations, in real war situations, and not to say that I was in a real war, but in real life or death situations, real war situations, the next person, I mean, you can't you just can't make those decisions. Like if you make the wrong decision at any point in time, that's your life forever, you know. So it's like, realistically, if you know there's two people up against you, then you go for both, you know. And I remember this is a joke, before I even knew much about black sort of so forth, kind of I was talking revolution and all that crap, but I remember I was saying that first person I would kill was somebody from high school. You know, I'll go right to his house. But you know, but that's just because I ain't like the motherfucker. But like he's talking about, I like Beethoven, some shit. You know, but like, yeah, I mean, obviously, I would say you have to focus on the white boy, but you can't ignore the threat in front of you. And so the closer threat, I mean, sometimes you have to go for the closer threat. But obviously, you know, your attention has to be on the white person. My only issue, I got to be real with you, brother, is that, you know, because we're like the way how I'm starting to look at things is that, you know, realistically, we are in another person's nation, you know, and I don't know, like I salute you brothers, because, you know, y'all can like see some sort of end game here. But I can't say I know what an end game here is, like, because it's like, you know, if you do the math, white folk are this is like the largest white country on the planet, you know what I mean? So it's like, what we can do, I'm not 100% sure, but because can you kill 300 million white folk? Like, is that something that you can logistically do? I don't know. Is the goal to kill 300 million white folk? I don't know. You know, it doesn't seem like that's the plan here. And because that doesn't seem like the plan here, and I don't know if that's logistically, like, I don't know any country that can do that per se, except for America, right? But like, because I don't know anything about that, it's like I'm kind of at a loss as to how you go about it. Like, I personally wouldn't be like if you're talking about doing this stuff in America, it might not be that you're killing black folk or white folk, because it's not like you're going to be able to kill 300 million white folk. But if you're talking about, hey, I want to do, we should do revolution in Africa, you might end up killing a bunch of black folk, just because like they're probably going to be the ones that are going to mostly defend the system. Not to say that white folk won't, but as Brother Bakari was pointing out, if you're trying to get to these white folk, a lot of black folk are going to stop you.
Right. Yeah. And let me say this. Hold before you go, I'm gonna pass it to you, Bakari. And so, because Bakari is not saying that the enemy is not a problem, and I'm not saying that the coon is not a problem. You know what I'm saying? So, and I agree with everything that you were saying just now. But and as far as like yeah, when we go to like those other places, like if we come back to our own, you know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, go ahead, Bakari. I'm gonna let you go ahead, and then before I go ahead.
Okay, so let me explain why I said Thomas Sotomayor first, right?
And by the way, Bakari, you starring in Frankenstein too, you know what I'm saying? According
but you got to get the one that have the ability to touch more of your people first.
J. Edgar Hoover or the dude who
J. Edgar Hoover or the person that sent in to crush the Marcus Garvey movement. You get rid of those people first. You can't ever get to the top if you don't fight the people right there in front of you who's blocking your way. You can't go around it. You can't go around that. You got to get through that. So you have to move them out of your way to get to the ultimate goal. And if they are in the way, because they're going to protect their system, because they're getting a couple of dollars out of it. So they going to be in your, and you ain't going to ever, and you won't ever get the other people off your back, because we don't want to hurt our own because it's black. Yeah, or those that betrayed Malcolm X. Yes, they were worse.
Oh man, y'all keep bringing up stuff that y'all is like y'all clairvoyant, because I was about to play some Malcolm X thing for you.
Somebody can come give, and then the thing about it, right? So somebody can just come give black people $2, or and I'll turn on my own, right? And part of the reason they'll turn on you, this is what I believe, ain't no money in. There's not real money in activism. Activists black people don't really take care of the people that's trying to look out for them for the most part. They don't, and as we don't.
God forbid to be black first. You really ain't. That your own people will argue you down and tell you why.
And that's a fact. We really don't. So some people would easily sell out for that money. So I'm gonna say this example again. Watch this on it, because this is a conversation me and him had, and we was talking about the same thing, right? And what I asked, I said, who's worse, my first cousin who was my daddy niece, or the white dude that my daddy was running for political office?
The white dude.
A white dude paid my daddy niece, my cousin, to work for her, to work for him in the campaign against her uncle, somebody who she'd been knowing her whole life, being at the house, eating, hung out with the whole family. I say she is worse for turning on her uncle. It's not an uncle she didn't know, not a long lost uncle, somebody that grew up right down the street from her.
Bakari, you'll kill your own family before you'll kill a white dude? God damn.
It does sound like when you said black first, you meant you're gonna kill black first. I'm just messing.
But I said who's worse? And you can say that white man is worse, but I would say my cousin was absolutely worse. That white man didn't owe my daddy nothing. He ain't never been to my daddy's house.
No, I mean, I feel you. I would just never say that I would still say the white person's worse, but I mean, I understand I wouldn't mess with the cousin, But I mean, I also understand they got bought. It's like the Frankenstein thing. It's like, yeah, the guy has a scientist. If you stop the white man, you stop you stop
all
the
the freaking
coons.
time.
You know,
Right. You
like that's
stop
what I
all
feel
the
like. You
time.
stop the coons. Not to say that the coons won't get you first, and not to say that you don't defend yourself against the coons, but unless you stop this white boy, he's just gonna get another coon. You know what I mean?
Damn,
Because that's
I
what
should've
happened with
bought you one.
Frankenstein.
I should have bought you one a long time ago.
But got the family member who house you grew up in eating at. Come on, she's way worse. Way worse.
Dude, the dude who controlling where you live
Way
at and the
worse.
food you eat is worse than the person making the food.
See, there
Yeah,
you go.
I'm not saying she ain't dirty, bro. I mean, she shouldn't have done that, obviously, but like you still like I it's like what's his name? David Walker. David Walker was like, you know, white folk are just like even the most refined white person is worse than, you know, the most low down black person. And I mean, obviously, you know, look, I'm gonna say there's a limit, you know, like I see some black people do some dirty shit, like eat my person, you know, but like notwithstanding that, like I mean, generally, like you know, the girl worked on a campaign. I mean, it's not like it's like I'm not gonna say she's worse than this white boy. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I get that the white boy don't owe you nothing, and the white boy is just, but like that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, at the end of the day, I just like, you know, you just like you just don't like white folk. Like white folk are just, you know, like I mean, because I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, what she did was wrong. Like, that's your relative, but like, I still wouldn't, because you know, like this white person knew it was your relative and still did that shit. You know what I mean? Like, like you know, like if my son, like I get like, because like my son mad close to me, right? If my son grew up and like turned on me, like I know I get it. Sounds like, yo, that black person's worse, but it's like, no, man, like I still couldn't like look at my son and be like, oh, you worse for that, because like clearly like this white boy's, you know, he has his foot on our neck and some shit, you know, like this dude kidnapped us, you know, he captured us, took us from our country, you know, took us from our land, destroyed several nations. Like I don't know, your cousin betraying your uncle, it sounds like some sort of personal beef, but like that ain't as bad as what this white boy's been doing for like ever. You know what I mean?
Only we should have just
her daddy
shut
and my
shut
daddy
up
was
and
tight.
hey,
Her
only we
daddy
should
and my daddy was tight.
we should have just shut up and not did nothing and kept our heads down, and then we would have been all right.
She grew up coming to the house. My daddy was like a extended because my uncle, he had one time gone to federal pen for whatever he was doing, allegedly did, but did a few years. My dad was like an extended father. Never forgot them. So to me, she's way worse. Way, don't care what he offered her. She's way worse than him to me. Way worse.
But then the creator of Frankenstein is gonna make your other cousin do the same thing if you don't take out the creator. If you keep taking out all your cousins, you ain't gonna have no more cousins, and the creator still.
I didn't say nothing about take out, because my daddy never turned his back on him. He still loved his niece.
But that's
exactly.
Take them out first. That's what you're saying.
I say she's way worse.
Yeah, but like here's the thing though, if you had like a bullet and you to stop this situation, if you kill this white boy, then like your uncle win the, or you said your dad or your uncle, but like your uncle or whatever, they just win the race. Like, you know what I'm saying? like, if they had an election or something, they just win. Like you could solve your problem by just taking out the white boy, you know? I mean, like, yeah, I mean, so I think that yes, she did. Like, I mean, she did something dirty, but it's like, I mean, you know, it is what it is. You know, I mean, like I feel like a lot of us as a people are, you know, we do each other, like we kind of do each other bad, more or less, mostly because of this white boy, like this white boy just like, we not supposed to be here. I mean, I get like, because again, I'm not, you know, like I don't have deep roots in America, and I know maybe you guys do, so you know, you guys may feel like you have a better, you know, sort of stuff, but like because my family always been moving around from like jump, I'm just like, yeah, like I know I'm not supposed to be here, you know, and like part of the reason why I'm here, although not me exactly, but like they took me like to another country, obviously, but yeah, I'm sorry, this white boy just did so much worse, and it's like you said, like even in that situation, it just seems like this white person's the cause, you know. It's like if it's different if she was like just doing ballistic shit, like because I like, for instance, I got a brother who like literally like pulls like this big ass knife on me. You know what I mean? Like my blood brother. And like even that, I'm like, he's still better than any white guy. You know what I'm saying? like they know white people who pull anything on me, but I'm still going to stick with my brother. You know, even though like and in fact that same brother, like when we were younger, you know, so it was all right. But like he stabbed me in the fucking face, like with some other sort of blade, and it's still like I wouldn't even mess with no white folk. You know what I mean? Like I still would never like side on white folk, and there's no white person on the planet that's done any of that shit to me. You know? And it's not like I'm not even holding it against my brother. I'm just saying like that's probably like the worst example I could think of, and it's still like, you know. So I don't know. I don't know if I would. But I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't kill a coon. You know, I'm just saying that I wouldn't make it the focus. You know, or I mean, I still kill a coon. It's just I think the question is if you had a choice between the two, like it's like always the cracker. You know.
Thank you. But like I said, like for me, like I said, I was just using that situation. My dad didn't turn his back on his niece, which they're still his niece. She was still my cousin until she passed away a few years back. But you know, she's still my cousin. We never turned her back. But to me, that was and sometimes when we don't point that out, to me, it seemed like we are giving them a pass.
But Bakari, when you say we got to take them out first, then there is no that is turning your back on. Like I ain't gonna say turning your back because you're not necessarily betraying them, but like you said, your people didn't turn their back on her.
I'm talking about wall forecast. I'm talking about. I'm talking
yeah,
about
and war. Your cousin got to go too, Bakari. Your cousin don't get a pass. If we talk about,
you're right. No, you're right. She damn.
You
You right. She damn. And I got a cousin living right now, way worse than her. But she did that one thing, and I guess she needed $20. I don't know why the hell I don't know why the hell Shania did that.
But it's a slippery slope, Bakari, because like
no,
we can name
it's not
certain
slippery.
dudes.
Because I'm gonna show you something, right? We go to wall. We go to wall. That is what it is. You're gonna have to get the ones that's willing to block the bullets for them. You can't go around it.
But Bakari, let me ask you, would you say Farrakhan is one of those people that we gotta take out? Because there are plenty of black people who would say Farrakhan is one of those people that necessarily has to be taken out. Are you agree with that?
Farrakhan is an old man. I try not.
It don't matter. He speak.
I try not to speak on the
elderly. No passes. No
like that,
passes.
man. I try not to speak on the elderly like that too much, man. Think of somebody else in I say
all right. So women and children. Women and children on the table, but elderly not. I got you. All right, so women and children can get slaughtered, but not the elderly.
What children did I say get slaughtered? And what women did I say get slaughtered?
Not children. I ain't gonna put that one on you.
And I didn't say slaughter no women. But if we at war,
you would have let that woman get slaughtered though.
What woman?
A woman we was talking about earlier. Yo, Bakari, I want to play this Malcolm X thing for you, Bakari, because it's proving my point. I'm gonna appeal to authority since you don't want to listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Let me play this Malcolm X thing for you real quick because y'all brought up Malcolm X. Hold on. It's him, Marco, and it's only like 20 seconds. He talking about Fannie Lou Hamer. And you remember that incident, right, Bakari?
The puppet, you blame the puppeteer. They were just leading her. The two already for far too long. So you have to speak their language. The language that they were speaking to Mrs. Hamer was the language of brutality. Beasts they were leading her. The two Negroes, they weren't at fault. They were just puppets. You don't blame the puppet, you blame the puppeteer. They were just carrying out leading her. Beasts they were leading her. The two Negroes, they weren't at fault. They were just puppets. You don't blame the puppet, you blame the puppeteer. They were just carrying out someone else's order. They were in someone else, under someone else's jurisdiction. They weren't at fault. In a way they were, but I still won't blame them. I put the blame on that man who gave the order. And when you and I begin to look at him and see the language he speaks, the language of a brute, the language of someone who has no sense of morality, who absolutely ignores law, you and I then learn how to speak his language and we can communicate.
Now, apparently, because Bakari says we like to.
So okay, Malcolm said that, and that's good. But I don't agree with that. How you don't put no blame on the people, on those two men that go in there and beat Fannie Lou Hamer? But when I heard Fannie Lou Hamer speak at the presidential thing, Fannie Lou Hamer said 2 white men came in and beat her.
She said black man beat her.
I thought she said that was two white men. But anyway, I
Yeah,
don't care who they get blamed. You don't get them no pass, they get blamed. Just because somebody give you an order. You don't have to take an order if you don't want to. I was in the army. They gave me orders to go to war. I got out on by the grace of the creator. Honorable discharge. I wouldn't go on to war. And I told him that I ain't joining this to go to no war for this country. I ain't going to war for this country. You got to go to Kuwait. I don't even know nobody black in Kuwait. I don't know nobody in Kuwait. I ain't going over there. Ain't nobody from Kuwait never mess with me. Just because somebody give you an order, you don't have to take the damn order. You can't give those people a pass, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna agree with you, brother Bakari. I mean, because like, yeah, if you're talking about war, you're talking about revolution. Because like, I had to come to terms with this realistically. Like, see, my brother right now, I don't give a shit, whatever. But like, if you're talking about you're doing a revolution, real talk. You're talking about taking over a country. You're talking about taking over another person's government. You're talking about taking over the government and all that. You're talking about killing people. Like, you have to be killing people discriminately, but so on and that so forth. But if you're talking about that, like realistically, even the question of what about Farrakhan, what about this? Realistically, if you're talking about revolution, you have to kill more or less everybody who doesn't surrender. You know what I mean? And if they don't surrender to you, then yeah, you got to kill them. If they don't try to join your side and they're not vetted and they're not, about your life, you have to kill them. Because if you don't, you're going to lose that revolution. Tons of revolutions, tons of attacks, tons of revolts are historically documented, and many of them we don't hear about because they failed. And not to say that they're not and for no real reason. In the sense that I've learned from like studying Dessalines, he was like the Haitian Revolution. Dessalines was inspired by the revolution before that. Okay, that didn't work out. One of the main fighters in that revolution that we don't even know about, we don't even hear about, but he heard about it.
The revolution in 1790s. That's the one you're talking about.
Well, I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just remember reading him, but he was like the guy at the end exploded, like set off dynamite on a ship. And that was the end of that whole revolution. Like, he basically had to kill himself, so on and so forth. But that's the whole thing. It's like, realistically, if you're talking about revolution, you're talking about taking over a government, you're talking about, but you're talking about killing motherfucking everybody. You're talking about killing everybody who doesn't surrender. If the women and children are taking up guns against the revolution, you're killing the women and children. If the NOI says, hey, you know what, we don't like this, we'd rather have America, you killing the NOI. If the church is like, no, we want to step, blah, 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 you whatever, you killing them. If you police, whatever, you killing them. The point is that if you're a revolutionist to survive, you cannot have opposition survive. And I mean, obviously, you don't have to kill everybody. You can arrest them. You can so on and so forth. But the reality is that realistically, when you're talking about revolution, you're talking about, if you kill the coons as well as the enemies. Anybody who stands inside the way of you taking over the government and your new government, you're going to have to deal with either by arresting them or killing them or exiling them. But like, if we being real, like there's no set rules. You're dealing with life or death situation. You're dealing with real people behind other guns. So you dealing with people with guns. Like, you have a whole slew of people with guns and you're dealing with other people with guns, and so I think the best, one of the recent examples, we all kind of forgot about it, but I think it was Afghanistan or Iraq. One of them just took over their government. Al-Qaeda took over their government. And that's like, I mean, they didn't kill everybody inside of that town, but everybody who was, for the American occupation had to get out of there. And that's it. They didn't kill everybody who was about the American occupation, but they were killing people who were about the American occupation. If they didn't kill people, the reality, the people who were about the American occupation were going to keep firing at them. What the American and the people who were in the army, they had to surrender. They had to drop their weapons. They had to leave their military. If they stayed in that military base, if they kept shooting at the Iraqis or whatever, then they would have been killed. It don't matter. And you might be like, well, where's the white boy getting killed in that? There's no white boy. I mean, the white boy already done left, but like,
right. They say that again. They already got up out of there before they start doing that stuff, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But like, if you say, hey, you know what, now that the white boy is gone, that means that, you know, I'm in charge. That's not the case. You know what I mean? Like, because the thing is that even in Africa, you know, the white boy is gone physically, but you know, he's like his agenda is still in place. You know, he set it up so his agenda is still in place. So then now you're gonna have these coons in Africa, or you're gonna have these coons in America or whatever, and they're gonna be following the agenda of this white boy. And if you saying to yourself, well, I'm not gonna kill him because, you know, they handsome just like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's fine. But the reality is that you're gonna still be under the white boy. You know what I mean? If these Iraqis didn't, I don't remember if it was Iraq or Afghanistan. Y'all probably know better. But if these Iraqis did not attack, then America would still be extracting the resources out of that country. You know, America would still be keeping the motherfuckers poor and all that shit. America still be hoarding the wealth in one location and keeping other people down. Now, I'm not saying that they provide a better government, because they don't, right? But what I'm saying is that if you about revolution, yeah, anybody who don't surrender, that's it.
Yeah, but
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay, yeah. Let me say this. Just because just one sentence, and then go ahead, Bakari. We got to keep in mind though. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about Afghanistan, they were able to take back control of their government. They kicked the people out, and I never said that coons shouldn't be face consequences. We should do none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And just to be clear, Bakari is not saying that you know, like the white people is cool and nothing like that. I'll just be messing with Bakari. I just want people to be clear, because I get a lot of comments saying that. You know,
but that don't bother me, man. If people want to believe that, they can believe it. I don't.
We know Bakari real. We know that.
Hey, but I'm gonna ask you a question, for Cass. In the middle of their Revolutionary War, who did the British take out in the middle of the war when they caught a traitor? Did they continue to go toward the front line, or did they have their time to go hang their traitors?
What you mean? Who did they take out first?
When they caught a traitor, would they stop fighting, or would they go take out their traitors?
Well,
they were
I don't know,
hungry.
because they already was on cold when it came to black. Just like with the Russia-Ukraine war, it was like Russia and Ukraine, they fight each other.
No, I'm gonna tell you. You say you don't know.
The answer is they. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They stayed on code as far as black people, both sides. You know what I'm saying?
But see,
in America.
But I'm talking about because see, when we talking about the coons, it'll be us fighting us. So I'm talking about them fighting them.
Okay, I got you. Ask that again.
So when they catch a traitor, would they take their time to kill the traitor?
Would they take their time to kill it? No, they would take them out in the process of going after their enemy. They wouldn't be like, yo, let's take out all the traitors.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
No, okay, study. What the damn? Damn.
No, hold on. So Bakari, the British was like, yo, before we talk America, let's take out all the coon British. No, they was attacking America first, bro. And then the people who was on their side, they got it with them.
Okay. Look up Abraham Woodall and read some of his stuff. He wrote about the American Revolution. That's how I found out some Kenyans actually came here with the British to fight to help free some black people from slavery. That's why they came over here during the Revolutionary War. I studied some of their people that was in some of their people that wrote about it, right? But anyway, they would literally stop fighting for a minute to kill their traitors, hang them.
In the process of going after that, they didn't be like, yo, let's stop and take care of our coons first, though.
Yes.
In the process of going into war, they was in war already, Bakari. So how did they do that?
Them and this ragtag bunch over here that they called it the blue coats, who didn't have no coats really, but these peasants that was over, they were both do the in the middle of the war. They were both they go
in the middle, not before war, Bakari. That's what I said. Not before war, in the middle.
But you got to give Bakari this though.
In the wall.
Yeah, before the war too, they also would kill like American sympathizers. You know, so like before the war, if you were like an American sympathizer, they would have got you. You know, obviously they would have got the Americans. You know,
I don't know about that because like the British massacre, right? They like the president of America, John Adams, freed the British soldiers who shot during the British massacre, and they proclaimed this to be such tragic horror in American history. And guess how they got off? By blaming it on the black man, which is how we know Crispus Attucks. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you're saying that they did that because people like a lot of people were saying no, That was the argument. They would debate each other the way Republicans and Democrats debate each other about whether.
But forecast, I just gave you somebody you can study and you can read it because these people over here, these peasants over here.
You said in the middle of war, Bakari.
I'm telling you, the people I just gave you a name who you can study. Abraham Woodall. I know a lot of people say they don't like to read white folks, but you can't learn about white folks if you don't study white folks.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
But his name is Abraham Woodall.
And so he said we gotta get rid of the British traders before we go to war with America.
He was in the war and he was explaining what was happening.
Was he saying before we go to war we gotta get rid of the British trade, or was he saying during war if British people decide, or if they decide to side with America, then we'll get rid of them?
They'll be in the war and stop fighting and kill their folks. They'll stop fighting and kill their folks in the middle of war.
But we gotta start fighting before we stop. Because what you're telling me is
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Whatever platoon you in charge of, I'm gonna stay away from that platoon.
I know, because we ain't gonna go to the black people first. I know you don't want to smoke with the black people.
Because the people trying to sell you out, they're gonna be all up in your platoon. They know what we're saying. They're gonna be all in your
forecast. Let me ask you this though, real talk. So a lot of times in war, if you got troops and you're on a battlefield or whatever, and then they start to run, and I think there's somebody hired to like shoot whoever runs. Would you have somebody hired to shoot whoever runs, or would you just like let them proceed?
So wait. Like, listen to the question, right? You're telling me in the middle of a war, right? Would I stop the person who's shooting at the enemy? Be like, okay, stop shooting at the enemy and then go shoot at the black people who's running. Or I'm not gonna be like, yo, shoot at the enemy, and then when we finish this battle, we'll deal with the coons. You know what I'm saying? Because the enemy at hand is worse than the people running away right now, because they're shooting at me. I'll probably get killed. So I'm gonna be like,
wait, you saying that you wouldn't? So what were you saying? You saying you wouldn't? No, there's like a person in the formation to shoot the people who run. Like that's their job to just shoot.
If you in a situation in war where you have to be forced to run, then you're probably getting overmanned. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to take my man away. I'm not going to take a gun away from the enemy who's overmanning us just to shoot down more of my people. Now, once we finish the war, the people who ran away, they get disciplined.
Man, you ain't finishing no war like that, man. You gonna finish no war like that.
So if y'all,
you gonna finish that war dead, my brother.
Listen. So if you in a foxhole, you gonna stop shooting at the enemy. You saying that, bro? Like what y'all saying don't make sense.
Forecast, you
Bakari, are you telling me? Okay, so Bakari, in the military,
forecast, where you think those people going? Where do you think they're going?
If they're running away,
and they're leaving you, where do you think they're going?
So hold on, they're running towards the enemy, and while we getting shot at, Bakari?
No, I'll tell you this though. Look, I think Shaka Zulu had this policy, as well as like a lot of the Germans had this policy. The British had, like a lot of people in Europe have this policy where you would shoot whoever is like retreating. I mean, like in the middle of war. That's like a normal thing. But like I thought, like it's a pretty I'll probably have to look it up. But from what I understand, Shaka Zulu had that definitely. But as well, do like a lot of the European armies have that, where it's like you just can't just up and run, when you're supposed to be on the battlefield.
What I'm saying, like the question is like, if we on the battlefield getting shot at, right? You know what I'm saying? Am I gonna be like, yo, these people got up and run? Okay, I got this man. Like if we're in a situation,
nah, you kill the cowards.
In a situation where because if they're running, then that means we're in a situation where we're getting overpowered, right? Right?
Nah, that don't mean you getting overpowered. It just means somebody a coward. I mean, if the general or the captain does not say to retreat, then you don't retreat. Now, the captain could say retreat, and then it's perfectly fine to retreat. But if the captain don't say to retreat, then you don't retreat. And if you break formation, then they're gonna kill you. And that's just a normal thing.
I didn't say it was not treasonous. I didn't say it was not treasonous. But if I'm in war getting shot at, I'm not gonna be like, okay, let me take a man off. I'm gonna try to get about the situation, and then whether the penalty be death, whether the penalty be
But you're not gonna get out of the situation if your people can run without no penalty.
You ain't gonna get out of the situation if you stop shooting at the enemy and shoot at yourself either.
If you don't have a discipline, if you don't have a punishment for retreat, then your people are not gonna fight. But and if they don't fight, all of you gonna get wiped out.
Yeah,
all forecast vital information from his platoon gonna be going against the platoon.
And y'all
Somebody,
really telling me if y'all was getting if y'all was in a bunker getting shot at, y'all was tell the person to stop shooting at the enemy and shoot the people that's running away and wait for
That's normal, yeah.
Forecast, they're gonna know all your moves anyway, though. Forecast, cause you okay. You ain't gonna do nothing to the coon. They shouldn't
You
be
gonna have the spies inside. You gonna have the spies inside.
all your information
But if it
before you
was up
gotta
to
start.
but if it was up to you, Bakari, we wouldn't even be at war because we'd be busy shooting each other before we even go at them. So we wouldn't even be at war.
Yeah, that's true.
Forecast, you gonna be wondering like how they know all your moves before you ever do. How did they know my formation?
And you know what the crazy thing is, and we wonder how we got conquered and enslaved by three.
We might need some balance between you two. That's for sure.
What'd you say, my brother, Oni?
I said we might need some balance between you two. You know, one of you's gonna be in war with trade with the spies, right? Right in the cut. The other's gonna be killing folk before it happens.
and I try.
One of you gonna have a large army with a lot of spies, and the other one gonna have like 2 people fight.
I try to be fair to Bakari because I never said Bakari don't think the enemy is a problem, and I never said that the coon is not a problem and there shouldn't be consequences. But y'all telling me why y'all in a bunker getting shot at, y'all gonna stop trying to survive.
I should have brother for less. I'm just saying, like, no, for real though. Like, you can't have like that's just a normal thing inside of war. I just wasn't sure if you was gonna.
No, I agree with the punishment, but y'all telling me y'all gonna take the enemy off the guns off of the people shooting at y'all directly.
Nah, that's your job. That's your job. It's like a dude who's not even his whole job, like his whole part in that formation is to shoot people who run away. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not like he was shooting at the enemy at all. He's legit, like, you know, I guess you could say the brother McCarthy. You know what I mean? Like he legit got one job, and that's to kill the cowards, you know? And it's like, you know, but that's a good job to have. And if you don't have that job, like reality is this, that if you don't have, I mean, not to say that that's the only way to do it, but like a lot of people have that because it's an effective way to say, look, ain't no way you guys are going to run from this battle. Because if you run from this battle, you know, even though it might seem like a loss, the reality is this, that if your formation is broken, everybody getting wiped out. You know what I mean? Like nobody's going to survive. Whereas if you guys stick to the plan, you stick to the fight, you stick to the battle, then maybe, you know, the other side could flank or something, you know, something that the soldier doesn't individually know. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know if there's reinforcements coming or something like that. But like, yeah, no, most definitely. There's always there's always, you know, some sort of consequence for breaking military formation. Some people got instant death. I mean, some people do the method of, well, you're gonna have court martial later on. But you know, as far as I'm concerned, I would say, yeah, definitely kill the motherfucker if he's a coward. And I mean, and that could apply to me too. You know, if I'm in a war situation and I'm kind of just doing my own shit, yeah, kill, like, you know, yeah, you can put a bullet in me. I don't give a fuck. I mean, what the fuck am I doing my own shit for? You know?
But yeah, I feel you on it. But see, Bakari be trying to make passes for certain people and give certain people a pass. And
nobody in your battalion coming to the meeting and provide information forecast.
Nobody who came to the meeting got information, or nobody who you would label as that would come to the meeting. You know what I'm saying? And you don't do that. But I know that when you allow people to do things to people who look like you, then other people will be like, yo, take that as a sign of weakness, which it is. And like my brother said, it's a slippery slope because we could lose. But guess what? We lost everything already. You don't know your language. We sitting here arguing about whether we come from Africa or not. You know what I'm saying? We sit here and argue about the languages that we have or not. If I ask you who your great granddaddy was, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they have taken everything already. So what is the point of being scared or any of that? And you know, just to what y'all saying as far as the war thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like, look, if the person is on the side of the enemy shooting with the enemy, then okay, I'm not gonna be like, yo, don't shoot because a black person is over there protecting them. But I'm not gonna turn my guns. Like, now, if the person is in the hole shooting up the hole, then yeah, shoot his ass first. You know what I'm saying? Now that's a problem. But if he's running, I'm gonna get up out of the situation and then I'm gonna go handle them people, whether it be you put them out of their misery, whether it be you kick them out the group, you know, when you just kick them out or whatever, excommunicate them or whatever it is. But go ahead, Bakari. My bad.
Wait, can I say that something first? Sorry, Brother Bakari. I just remembered
No,
something that
go ahead. Only you good, bro.
Forecast reminded me of something that was like actually one of the saddest things I read. So, this book, Garvey and Garveyism, really good book. His wife wrote it. Garvey's wife wrote it. And at some point they were talking about this, the story. And so this is interesting, right? But apparently, when the British were coming to colonize Africa, they used a lot of troops from the Caribbean or whatever. And so you know, like Jamaicans and themselves, so forth. And so when the Africans, you know, the continental Africans saw the Jamaicans in them, they put down their weapons and were like, oh wow, our brothers, you know, our cousins returned or some shit like that. And yeah, that was like part of the thing that happened to, like, you know, colonize us as African people. So I do think that, you know, maybe there's this nice African mentality of, you know, look, you know, they black, so like they really family, they really, you know, they wayward, they lost, you know, you could punch up, you know, Fannie Lou Hamer and it's like whatever, you know what I mean, like somebody else sent you to do it. But like realistically, like that, you know, I'm not saying that, like, I mean, I don't know, the Westerner might have like hardened us a little bit, but like that kind of, you know, mentality of, hey, you know what, that person's my brother and sister, you know, they probably in bad circumstance, they just a puppet, all that kind of stuff. The reality is that kind of a mentality, right, it's own, like it does to some degree only empower white folk to like use our people against us, you know, because the reality is this: if we said like if we were to go to like Bakari's route and be like, you know what, kill the motherfuckers who laid their hands on Fannie Lou Hamer. Not to say that he said that, but like if we were to do that, right? If we did that enough, where we just said, fuck it, you know, it don't matter if you use one of our own, we still gonna kill them anyway, right? Then maybe the white boy wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying the white boy wouldn't, because it's tactical. It's smart to use your own other, you know, your enemy's people against them. It's smart, so they probably still do it, but the reality is that it's not going to have the same disarming effect. And the truth is that it has that disarming effect, you know, where it's like, you know, you know, like, I'm not saying that, you know, if a black police officer approaches us, we're not looking at it like we don't understand that they blue, right? But some people don't. Some people are like, yo, you a brother too. Why are you doing this? Or some shit. And it's like, you know, at some point, like, you know, yeah, allegiance does matter, you know, and I think that's a thing that, you know, we have to, you know, we have to recognize it, because what happened with those individuals in Africa, you know, who really like heartfelt saw these black people they haven't seen, you know, like if they never seen before, but like wrecking, like, you know, like what happened to them, how they surrendered to these people, and then what happens after is, you know, the colonization. Not to say that colonization wouldn't have happened, but like all of that needs to come into account. And, you know, and like if we really study like what happened in Africa and how Africa was colonized, a lot of times it was with the use of black soldiers, you know, and it's like you really do have to kill their black soldiers, you know. I sometimes use the word Askari, you know, to mean most race traders, but like Askari is an actual word for white folk, I mean for black folk who are the white man soldiers, you know. And so yeah, I absolutely do think that you have to kill the physical presence that these white folk manifest through in, you know, throughout Africa or throughout America. Like you have to. And if you don't, like, and if you just disarm yourself, if you just surrender, if you just like let it slide, you know, and I know you're not saying that, Brother Forecast, but if you do, like, if you don't realize the severity, or if you don't recognize the severity of it, the reality is that, you know, our people can be in much worse situations. And like it's constantly the case that we're in much worse situations because we kind of, you know, put the goggles on and we're like, and I mean, I get it. Like a white boy is the worst. He is the worst. He's always the worst. But like, you know, you can't overlook the fact that a lot of our own are also bad.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, I get what you're
something? Let
saying.
me say this right quick, Forecast.
All right, yo, all right. So I'm gonna say this real quick, Bakari. I'm gonna let Bakari go, then I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna say one more thing, and it probably piss Bakari off. You know what I'm saying? But I want to ask only a question. But go
You
ahead,
keep
Bakari.
trying, but you
Then we
keep
go close
losing.
out after
Okay.
that.
Hey, but you know something though, when you was talking about how when the black people from Jamaica went to Africa, but you know that's an old ancient trick. You know who started that? That's an old Roman trick. If I can defeat you, if I can take some of your people as slaves, I'm gonna put them on the front line, or I'm gonna put them in charge of you, and that will keep you calm. That's what they did to the barbarians, now called Germans. That's what they did to them, and the Germans would have defeated them. Uh, One brother who was in the Roman military, he was raised by Rome, and joined a military, and he turned on Rome. And the reason Rome, and he knew their tricks and knew how they was gonna go, so he could defeat them. But his brother refused to go back to Germany, and he fought with Rome. And that's why, and if his brother had left, he had so many people that would have went with him. But that's an old Roman trick. Use your slaves as your military, put them on the front line, and make sure you put them out front and make sure they are seen when you are fighting their people. And that way you're gonna always say it's your people that's doing it. Yeah. I just wanted to say that. I learned that. All right.
All right, and I'm gonna say this, and then one more thing before we get up out of here. And yo, only to to what you were saying. I agree with what you were saying, but the one thing I do disagree with is like, yo, I think that we do hold our own accountable, like to an extreme a point to where we only, and I'm not saying you, Bakari, or nothing, you know what I'm saying, but Bakari, you can't lie, you know what I'm saying. Generally, the people that are black, you know what I'm saying, on here, all they have smoke for is other black people. We hold other black, like we can, like if I put in Tariq right now, I'll find a million videos from the last hour talking about how he was scamming. But if I put in Sean King, I'm probably gonna find 3 videos from the last 3 years. If I put in that dude from Buffalo who scammed $3 million, not just one, I'm not gonna find anything. And my concern, and like I'm gonna keep saying it, is that we only have smoke. Like with Tommy Sotomayor, I've seen black people punch Tommy Sotomayor. I have not seen no black person do anything to George Zimmerman. I'm not worried about us having smoke for other black people or holding other black people accountable, because that seems like that's all the courage that we have to do, because it's easier to be like, yo, black women should shut the hell up instead of protect them. And I'm not saying every black woman is right or none of that, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to this thing, like and even with the whole coon argument, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, here's the thing, like when it comes to that, now let me ask you this only. Would you say that Marcus Garvey failed?
Failed? Would I say he failed? Failed at what?
At his mission.
I think his as far as I understand, he was trying to, like, he knew it was like a intergenerational thing. I if you, when you read Garvey and Garveyism, she points out that a lot of African nations count their success. Count their liberation or their liberation to Garvey. Or like a lot of people owe their liberation to Garvey. So I don't know. Like, he came at a time that's very different from our time, and he kind of transformed like black consciousness like everywhere. In fact, I think it was Dr. Ben who said that, because like for instance, right now, a lot of us think that, black Americans are like the most, conscious black folk, or even the most pro-black, anti-white of everybody. And I don't necessarily agree with that. But part of the reason why black America has that consciousness is because Garvey came here. And I know obviously, some people don't want to hear that, obviously, but I think before Garvey came here, it was a lot of cooning, like a lot of cooning. And like a lot of people would think that, with the exception of Booker T. Washington, there was just a lot of kind of integration kind of mindset here. But Garvey kind of came about and was like, hey, we are Africans, you know, or we are Negroes, which means black or whatever, as opposed to, you know, colored and all that kind of stuff. So I think that he had like a multiple missions, and like for what he did in the 20th century and how much he impacted the world and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not going to say that he created a you know a superpower in Africa. I'm not going to say he did that. I don't know if he. I can't necessarily say that he started the superpower in Africa. In fact, he never even went to Africa. But I could say that, you know, as far as like whether he's a success, like that's a life. Like, if we're being honest, that's, I feel like he's one of the most significant lives of the 20th century. And you know, I feel like all of us are in the 20, all of us were born in the 20th century. So I kind of put him or rate him above like all of us in terms of like his impact and what he's done. You know, so I don't know, like obviously I don't know if one man could have just created a nation, a superpower on his own. I applaud him for trying. And a lot of people kind of stepped back because they were like, that's not even possible, dude. And like maybe it wasn't possible. You know, in fact, it doesn't even sound possible realistically. You know, like if somebody said that today, we'd be like, shut the fuck up. But like a lot of people, you know, kind of stood back, but he was so good, magnetic, so on and so forth. That yeah, he probably could have, like if anybody could have done it, he probably could have. But so yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would say he was like, I don't know like what kind of measure we can say that like he wasn't successful in, except for the fact that he didn't create a nation on his own. But I don't think anybody in history created a superpower nation on their own. So it's like, what do you like I don't know how to, I don't really know.
Almost like all these black leaders fell because none of them achieved that goal, right? Well, you wouldn't say that, but
Well, I mean, again, like, you know, I feel like he had a tremendous goal, you know, but as far as like raising up African consciousness, you know, starting a shipping line, you know, having like the largest mass movement outside of you know, like outside of government, you know, one of the largest mass movements of African people being present in you know, I want to say like 60 countries, I don't know, but like reaching so many millions of people. And this is like before social media. Um and like with powerful journalism, countering the yellow journalism of the time, which is, you know, basically all the like the Tommy Sotomayors of the day. Like that used to be the regular thing. You know, oh, black people are criminals, black people are this, black people are bad, black people are this. And like he kind of made positive works. And then he has like this legacy of so many disciples, and you know, like Malcolm X likes him, Carlos Cooks likes him, Martin Luther King Jr. likes him, all that kind of stuff. I think that like it's hard to say, like I don't know. I mean, I couldn't say, like it depends. Like if you're saying on the largest scale, did he succeed at forming a nation state? No. But on the shorter scale of, did he succeed in doing the journalism thing? Yes. Did he succeed in getting ships? Yes. Did he succeed in you know, engaging in the sort of trade? Yes. Did he so on and so forth? Was he betrayed a lot? Was he trusting?
How about
Sorry.
black liberation? Was he successful?
Successful to liberate the entire race of black people? I don't know if it's something you could do, honestly. You know, I don't think that you can, like I'm coming to terms with the reality, or not the reality, but I'm coming to terms with this idea that maybe you can't really liberate every you know, you can't liberate every single black person on the planet, just like not every Chinese person is liberated right now, not every white person is liberated right now. I mean, like you can't necessarily like do something so universal. So
Are any black people liberated then?
are any black, I mean, look, there are black people liberated right now, you know, and they're called Maroons, right? The Maroons are free. Whether or not, you said what?
You said the Maroons?
Yeah, they're free. Like they've always been free. They're like, you could be free. It's only a question of to what scale can we
didn't like Europeans choose to bring Maroons in to hunt other black people down?
No, Maroons, what happened with Maroons is that they well, some groups made a deal with with Europeans that
Yeah.
if there were any other enslaved Africans who tried to flee into their communities, that they would not host them. But that was like a deal they made per se, and
Right.
it's like they didn't always follow it. Come again?
No, I was just saying like a deal to get freedom, right?
Well, they already had freedom. It's just a matter of like the thing is this, that like in the real like because I wrote a book and I had to encounter this problem because one of the things that I liked was Queen Nanny, but I also felt like that was like a blemish on her. But like in reality, like if you want two people to, like the cessation of war, like if you want somebody to stop attacking you, to stop going at war with you, you have to have a treaty with them. Like if you're not going to exterminate them, you have to have a treaty with them. So like what's going to happen in Russia and Ukraine is that Russia and Ukraine are going to have a treaty, and to the point where maybe Ukraine is going to secede land to Russia, but the reality is that they're going to have a treaty, and then that treaty is going to have certain terms, and the terms are basically what would stop them from fighting one another again, so that the British would no longer fight the Maroons, and the Maroons will no longer fight the British. And so I think that's like what it is. So I used to be of the mentality of, hey, you shouldn't make no treaties with these white folk. But like if we're being realistic, like like how are you going to how are you going to have white people right next to you? Like how long are you going to fight these people? Because again, like their war with the British was like 16 plus years, and that's like one of the things that we don't like take into account, is that when we're talking about revolution, when we're talking about liberation, you're talking about fighting wars for 16 plus years. You're talking about fighting like Dessalines was fighting for the Haitian Revolution for 12 damn years. He's like, I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. Bukhari would have paid a couple $1 billion for his freedom too, so he agreed with you on that one.
Couple billion. If you got a couple billion, let me find out.
He paid for his freedom, and they you consider it a win, if that's what you.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. The people that teach racism, white supremacy, is the first ones to talk about how a black person, how a black person failed. I keep telling y'all got.
Marcus Garvey talked about white racism, white supremacy. Bukhari, stop it now. Come on.
Marcus Garvey talked about
don't disrespect Marcus
uplifting. Marcus Garvey talked about uplifting black folk.
He talked about racism, white supremacy too. Now,
not really.
Yeah, he did.
I'm gonna be honest, man.
I can tell you right now a speech that he gave on racism, white supremacy.
You want to show me a speech?
And you know better than me because you know more than me about Marcus Garvey.
Well, he said racism, white supremacy.
Yeah,
I keep telling y'all
when he was talking about the East St. Louis riot in 1917, he was talking about it.
He was talking about he was talking about how W.E. Du Bois stopped black folks from fighting back.
He talked about white racism. All right, I'm gonna drop the link, but we about to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because but go ahead, Bukhari, because we about to get out of here. I'm not gonna cut you.
The ones who like to say Marcus Garvey failed, them the ones that like to talk about racism and white supremacy. I keep telling you.
Marcus Garvey talk about racism and white supremacy.
Y'all better be careful with forecast.
I'm just repeating what Marcus Garvey said, Bukhari.
Marcus Garvey, the greatest leader ever, period, bar none. Forecast say I'm part of an occult. So what?
Do a quote, because Bukhari, I think Ida B. Wells is one of the greatest people ever, but I don't agree with everything she said. I ain't gonna defend her on everything. It's like she was a Christian. I'm not a Christian. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna beat her up for being a Christian. I'm not gonna beat Marcus Garvey up for nothing he did either. But Bukhari, let me ask you this: if I don't raise enough money for that fundraiser, because I took action, like you said. Now, if I don't raise money, I failed that mission, though, right? I don't mean I'm a failure. You're not calling me a failure, but I felt
no, that don't mean you fail. You ask other people to help. See, that's the thing when you talk
and
about,
they didn't help, so I didn't achieve my goal.
See,
right?
but when you call other people, you say they're a failure. See, then you
didn't call him a failure. I said he failed at his mission.
But that make him a failure. So
no,
then
it don't make. I'm not a failure. I failed at my particular mission.
So then you depending on, but when you depending on other people,
call me a failure, Bukhari.
You call yourself.
Hey, I got a new mission. Can you Operation give me $200 because I need it?
For what?
From the donations.
$200 from donations for what?
For me.
Just cause?
Not just cause, Negro. No. I need it.
With your feces coming back up through your sink or something? What are you talking about? I'll help you get a septic tank if that's the case. Yeah, I'll help you.
Oh, you're so kind. See, that's B1 right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't turn my back on you. I understand what you and Bakari are saying, because if you know, since y'all figure like, you know, I gotta go back and check your history to see if you ever spoke ill to a white person, or if you ever wild out in a bodega or something like that, to make sure if I help you first and make sure you're not ADOS or nothing like that, and then I'll help. But no, I'm not like that. No, I will help you if your feces coming back up through your sink, motherfucker.
Forecast, man. You doing that again, man. Like you
Y'all
just
keep
like
saying I'm doing that again, but y'all keep going around the issues. You know what I'm saying? What am I?
no, nah. It's just like hold on. Like you say like, oh, I have to check the history and all that, and it's just like, dude, like I don't, I don't. Black people have to prove that they're bad to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't go around inherently thinking black people are bad. You know, like brother Bakari definitely don't think that way, and I think I'm harsher towards black people on certain stuff than you both are, especially you. So, and I'm very kind to black folks. I just don't have tolerance for bullshit, and black people like the bullshit,
You
or
do have
black Americans really.
you do have tolerance for bullshit, as long as as long as it's a non-black woman, then you will accept some bullshit.
Come
I'm
on.
joking.
I don't have a I don't have a tolerance for any woman's bullshit. So I don't give a fuck what race she is.
That was a bad joke. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good, but my simp days are long behind me.
Bakari some days is long behind him too, so his SIM card is revoked.
I got 60 more years on this earth simping for black women.
Nah, you done, Bakari. You had a good run. You done. Turning your badging gun, Bakari.
American First Rifleman got an Oregon flag. You live in Oregon, man?
No, I just wear Oregon Ducks gear and have Oregon flags in my room because it's like cool or something.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, there was like 14 and a half black people out there.
Few more than that.
What's your excuse, Bakari? There's a lot of black people in Georgia and Atlanta. What's your excuse?
My excuse for what? Having an Oregon flag?
For losing your SIM card and taking, because you know what's interesting? I brought up the sister earlier. Okay, well, she shouldn't have been messing with that white man. I brought up the other dude at the bodega. Both of them took place in the store. Where they shouldn't have, the black dude shouldn't have messed with that other dude. It's ironic that it's always, the black dude shouldn't have did this and shouldn't have did that, and y'all starting to sound like the very people.
So he should have went behind the counter.
Huh?
He should have went behind the counter then.
Snatch no potato chips off my kid's hand no more, and I won't have to go behind the counter.
Yeah, but it was a lie.
How you know? What you seen in surveillance footage?
Well, he was told bad information from the woman, and he went, huh?
How you know that?
Because it's admitted that she told him that incorrectly, because they have camera footage of him not even going anywhere near the child or snatching anything from the child. He took it back from the woman, and it doesn't even look like he snatched it. He just took it back because her white supremacist EBT card didn't work.
So where you see the footage at?
On the camera in the bodega. What are you talking about? Come on now.
They didn't show the footage.
Forecast.
They didn't show the footage of him. They didn't show that part. They showed when the dude came back to the store. They didn't show what happened before.
I've seen it on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Show me that link. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody else said the same thing in the chat too, though. Forecast.
Yeah, I hear you.
That he didn't snatch from the. I don't know. No, you know what? No, I said no. He shouldn't have went behind that counter because he'll still be living. Because whatever happened, his daughter.
But so why you accuse me of taking up for people of color, Bakari, when I never did that, and you are doing that as we currently speak? You can say, "Oh, it's for a good reason."
You can say he was right for going behind that counter, but his daughter needed her dad. Now you can hold on to him being right.
I didn't say that. I said, why you accuse me of something that you did? because I never took up for no person of color on this whole stream, but y'all have. But you said I did that.
You've been capping for that Negro the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't take up for no person of color. Bakari said I took up for people of color.
Well, the black guy, right? You took up for the Amiri guy, right?
You know, black people. I'm black first all day. Well, y'all claim that y'all black.
Even if when black people are wrong and out of order.
Yeah, I'll take up for black people all day before I would anybody else. But does that mean that I justify wrong? Or
So you're saying reality and truth don't matter?
Reality and truth? I'm saying y'all. I'm saying black people are too emotional, and y'all are we are. I'm not y'all. We are losers because we are so worried about good and bad, right and wrong. I'm worried about is or is not, control or not control. Punishments like when we bring them back, okay, you gotta get kicked out of the community, you gotta go to jail, you get the death penalty. But I'm not gonna let somebody else issue that punishment out. You know what I'm saying? Because this person didn't live up to my standards. Now that's what I'm trying to get to y'all about this line, because for American First Riflemen, you know what I'm saying, the line stops at where you interracially date. Now if you wilding out in the store, okay, you on the other side. But now when we're gonna draw the line, now other people is gonna say when you interracial date, no, you deserve what you got. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to figure out where y'all drawing the line to where which black people is cool. You know what I'm saying? Who's making these laws and rules about which black people get taken down? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, look, I'll say this. It's not so much, who's right or wrong in that situation. I mean, the reality is that you step up to, a man, I guess, right? You step up to a man. I mean, that's the thing. It's like if you step up to a man, you got to be prepared to fight for your life, because, men, all of us are killers. You know what I mean? So like, I could say this, for instance, there's this thing that happened to me one time. This sister and this brother, or this, I shouldn't say brother, but this man and this woman, big guy, okay, fighting in the subway. Not fighting, but like yelling at each other, barking at each other, whatever. And of course, I start, like, I'm moving my body to be like, or hopefully this dude don't hit this woman, right? But the reality is this dude is huge, okay? I can't take him out. I'm not Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari walk up to 20 people. I can't do that shit, right?
We all gotta call Bakari.
Yeah, Brother Bakari, he throw down, I guess, right? But I'm like, I gotta think to myself, right? How much trouble, how much risk is this woman in? Because now I'm kind of positioning myself to like listen and look on, and this dude started getting pissed off at me. Now there was a white boy there who also was like, kind of like standing around there. This dude was still pissed off at me. He was like, "Hey, N-word with the glasses, some shit, what you looking at? Keep moving," or some shit, right? And of course, the woman is arguing back with him. And the whole thing is this, like, a part of it is this, that realistically, you shouldn't pick fights with dudes because you never know what a dude's gonna do, And the thing is with the dude in the Amiri shirt or whatever, he picked a fight with this old man. The old man ain't picking a fight with him, right? Picked a fight with the old man, and then he lost. You know what I mean? And that's it. And when he lost his life. Now the thing is that if you're going to pick a fight with a dude, right? Or if you end up with a fight with a dude, you have to kill them, more or less. I mean, if you're not gonna kill them, knock them out, whatever. But pretty much you have to incapacitate that individual. If you do not incapacitate this man, he will either incapacitate you or he will kill you. And that's what happened to that brother. I'm not saying
that. Oni, can I add one thing? I just think he was a bully coward that thought he was gonna fuck with an old man and he got his card pulled.
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, look, I'm not gonna hate on the brother or any of that stuff, but that's exactly what happened. Like, he's lumbering over the dude, and he's like, "Look, I'm in charge." And it's like, look, if you do, because like I'll tell y'all this truth. I said this on my podcast. I said, look, one time when I was younger, right? My oldest brother, it was like Final Fantasy 7 time or whatever, like whatever. I'm playing a video game, and we had a friend over, okay, and then my brother decided that you're not gonna play this game anymore, and he kind of disrespects me right in front of my other friend, right? In front of this other guy. And like normally, you know, I'm the younger brother or whatever. So, you know, getting disrespected ain't nothing. But when, you know, you see this other dude, you know, the other friend, kind of whatever, peer pressure, I decide I'm gonna just choke this motherfucker. Okay? So I go behind him. I don't know if that's the full Nelson is, whatever, but I just choke this motherfucker. And then at some point, he's finna lose his life, I guess. So I stop, right? He runs away. And I go back to play my game, right? You know, because like shit, that's how you fucking win a fight. Wrong. After this motherfucker gets his breath, he runs back down and beats the shit out of me, right? Well, not like bad, but he beats me up because, you know, I can't win a fair one or whatever, right? But the point being, the thing that I learned then is that if you do not kill, and I'm not going to kill my brother, obviously, but what I'm saying is that you never freaking win a fight unless the other person's incapacitated and then you get the fuck out of there. But if you're going to walk up to another man, right, and you just going to turn your back on him and think that you done won, he's going to fucking stab you in the neck and you're going to die. And that's what happened to this dude. And I mean, like I said, my lesson from when I was a kid is like, fuck that. I'm not going to get into no motherfucking fight. But if I do get into a fight, better believe that this motherfucker, that I'm not going to stop with the choke. Because I already learned from when I was younger that you stop with the choke, this motherfucker going to come back with a gun. This motherfucker going to come back with a knife, something. Or this motherfucker going to come back and beat your ass. So what I'm saying is this. Dude slipped. I'm not going to say that the other guy was right, but what I'm going to tell you is that that's exactly what happened, because that's what happened to me. You know what I mean? If you decide to not kill the other person, good for you. Congratulations, you're humane. I don't know if you were trying to bully him, what were you trying to accomplish, whatever, but you're dead now. And it's like I'm not going to agree with a brother being killed, but like I can't see any other conclusion. Like, what else was gonna happen? You're just gonna walk away?
Yeah, I agree. He should have just went in there and knocked him out. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you.
Well, I mean, look, personally, my woman comes to me and tells me my kid got something snatched. I'm gonna be like, I don't give a shit. What the fuck is that? That don't mean nothing to me. Let's go to another store. But if you hot-headed like that, then sure, go there and knock the motherfucker out. Go there and shoot the motherfucker. Whatever. But if
the thing about him, Forecast was like, oh, he should have just went in there and knocked him out. He already had prior assault charges.
Yeah,
were like assaulted a cop or something like that. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. You scare me.
I scare you. What are you talking about? I scare you.
Or how you like cap for certain behaviors.
I mean, you cap for the craziest behaviors, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm
what crazy behavior?
And the only reason why because I'm not as hard on. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm not as hard on black people, and that's why I just be messing with y'all. You know what I'm saying? But what I think y'all saying is freaking crazy, and now it's no wonder why we keep getting locked out. Y'all making a million excuses as to why, and like I said, y'all keep bringing it back to the woman shouldn't have did this. When I said that was the very first thing was I agree with y'all on that point, and y'all keep bringing it back to that point because that's really the only point that y'all can say that why it's okay for him to do this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's common sense.
Lord, man. No, see, because that's the thing, bro. Like, I can show y'all 100 quote unquote stand your ground cases where it was black people, a black woman in Florida, stand your ground. We all know about what happened in Florida with Trayvon Martin and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Where a black woman did the same thing at a gas station, charged, went to jail. She was defending herself. Because they're not going to make the same excuses that y'all make because they understand.
You know how many black people in Florida have used stand your ground law successfully? A lot.
I can tell you more cases because I've literally went through all of these cases where the people were successful, and I've showed those cases where the people are successful in defending themselves, and I show the cases where they're not. Like I show all of these cases. That's why I know what y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I can show you a lot more cases where not just Florida, because Ohio. You know what I'm saying? A lot of different places. You know what I'm saying? Like I can all of these states like I could keep going all day because I've been doing like hundreds and hundreds of videos on all of this stuff, and I've seen all of it play out the same way that y'all saying. And we are the only group of people that like do they say that because like yo, guess what? White dudes say the same thing about white women, but when it comes to them being harmed or in the potential of being harmed, somebody stand up. They're not gonna be like, well, she should have just shut up. She shouldn't have been a feminist. They're gonna tell her ass to shut up. But after the fact, they gonna make sure your ass go to jail first. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, look, if we being real, like I'm in New York City. If we being real, if I was being like a whole asshole on a train or whatever, right? And you know, I'm not the biggest guy on the planet, but you know, not too many white folk gonna stand up to me. If I was being a whole asshole on the train, and then you know, like I spit on a white woman or some shit, something like that, something greasy, ain't no white boy gonna stand up to me. You know what I mean? I mean,
you said in New York.
Yeah, I don't. It don't matter. It's
the Buffalo shooting where the dude just went around Harlem stabbing people with a syringe. They're not gonna stand up to you there,
dude. There was a chick that got raped on a fucking train, and ain't nobody stop it.
I mean, look. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not saying no white person, but you have to like realistically, if you talk about like, let's say the, and I'm not saying just New York. I'm just saying that generally speaking, like this idea that white folk are always, you know, so on and so forth. That's not the thing. And like, if you talking about like, if you talking about like an interracial data, if you talking about like a white woman with a black man, if a black man's being greasy and all that kind of stuff, very rarely does a white person stand up. And like, if they do stand up, like it's probably gonna be that one dude who don't know not to intervene or not to interfere. And when he does intervene or interfere, because I think I remember hearing some story about some white boy who did stand up for some domestic violence shit, and he just got floored, and that's about it, you know. And it's like, it might be a good story to get floored, it might be a good story to get killed, but at the end of the day, like realistically, you know, what one of these elders I had, you know, here in America, she was just like, stay away from crazy, you know. And sometimes when people are crazy, you just kind of just like cross the street. That's it, you know, because you just don't know what they're up to. And I mean, I get that, you know, Forecast is saying that it sounds kind of cowardly to be like, hey, yo, what if, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's not even about cowardly or not. It's just a matter of, it's just a question of, are you, do you want to kill somebody today? Do you want to go to prison today? Is it worth whatever it is? Like, is it worth whatever your schedule or your agenda is? Because at the moment, you know, it's not like you're like, because if we talk about like Revolutionary War, then sure, if I have like a assault rifle and I'm supposed to go raid a building, I'm there. You know, put me there. But if you're talking about, if I'm just going about to the grocery store or some shit, and then somebody, you know, some white person just casually says, "Ah, you stupid nigger," you know, I'm supposed to be like, okay, let's go to war, let's go to jail for this. You know, it's like, you know, like it's not, I don't think it equates to, you know, why we were conquered. I feel like I get that it is not the best response to some sort of stuff, but again, like me personally, I never heard no white person say that to me, you know. And like, I'm not saying that, and like, even if they like, and I'm not saying that if they did, I would be like, I would be on their ass, or if they did, I wouldn't be on their ass. It's like, realistically, you know, I'm not like the biggest dude on the planet, but like, you know, other men are following the same principle of just not fucking with other men, you know.
Well, also too,
hey, hold on. Before you say that, America, let me say that, because I only said, I have to say, nobody on this channel, only Bakari, America's First Rifleman, nobody said anything about killing people, anybody. You know what I'm saying? That I gotta put that out there. So nobody said nobody killing anybody, black or white. You know what I'm saying? So
no, nobody's talking about doing anything illegal. Anyway, I almost forgot what I was going to say. Um, the main point about what you were saying was, dang, I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably a bad point anyway, my brother. So no, because no, but that's the thing. Y'all keep bringing it back to like the same thing. Like, what if a white dude is in the store saying this and saying that and saying this? Yo, like, yo, I don't think y'all realize, like, we the only people that say stuff and don't do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I'm saying, when you in the store and you see a dude basing up, and not just a sister, a brother too. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, don't just stand idly by, you know what I'm saying? Because those other groups of men, you know what I'm saying, like you saying that they don't do this, they don't do that, but you know what, when there's an interaction and they let the dude say N-word, like you can look up all the Karen videos and the white dude Karen videos you want, and this is the same thing. They wilding out for like 10-20 minutes, and when the black person finally react, those group of people stand up. And now we talk about we got to get on code. Bakari said is about living by a code. You know what I'm saying? You can't let nobody keep coming in and disrespecting you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to keep going on because we've been on here for a very long time. So I don't want to keep going. So y'all, what y'all want to say?
Well, I'll say this. Look, I don't personally. Oh, sorry, brother.
Look, forecast. Like I said, you're a very smart man, but the reason why we don't have a code is because I've said this a million times, and I'm gonna keep saying this. We don't have a mechanism for reward / punishment. Once black folks know there's gonna be consequences for their actions, they'll get in line. As long as they know they can be a buffoon, like a certain percentage of us can be buffoons and ruin it for the rest of us, it's not going to go well for us in Black America. Let's just keep it 100. Yes, we can keep talking about all the black folks that are doing the right thing, but at the end of the day, these nerd-do-wells that share our lineage, they're dragging us down. Hell, they're how many children do they kill every year?
Let me ask you this, because I can say this. I agree with you, right? Because I've been saying that I don't know how many times. I agree with y'all and I support y'all. Like, black women shouldn't be out there wilding. We shouldn't be out there doing this. There should be consequence. I don't think you should be a friend. You don't have to live with them or be friends with them. But let me ask you this. Do you think there should be consequences for other people when they do stuff to us? Like, that's not black. I agree with you. Black people should have consequences when we do stuff to black people. Now,
it doesn't matter. Actually, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we're not in a position to hold anybody accountable as far as like other races.
You're not in a position to hold black people. Can you say, no, we need to do this? Now I'm asking you.
No. Hold on. I'm just saying we're like, it doesn't really matter whether we hold the other races responsible or not, because we're not strong enough to really hold other people accountable like that.
Are we ourselves accountable?
Huh?
Are we strong enough to hold ourselves accountable?
Yeah, we're strong enough. We just don't do it.
How are we gonna hold ourselves accountable? What are we gonna do? What is the punishment?
By living in reality and telling the truth about certain situations, like Jalen Walker.
Well, we can live in a situation and call out them and still have the same effect as a color.
I mean, you can still call anybody out as the First Amendment.
I know that.
What I'm saying is we're not going to heal unless we do what's right.
So how do we hold black people accountable?
How do we?
Right, just by calling.
For one,
like you just said, we can call anybody out. Now, are you saying we should only be calling black people out? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you can call out anybody for their bad behavior.
But that's what I'm saying. Let me say this actually, because let me say this. So I think there was like, I can't remember. Oh, 3 examples. There were 3 examples, but like the first example was the woman in the store who kind of calls out the white boy over his, attack on the Arab, and it's like, yeah, it's like for the most part, it's like the white boy, like calling out the white boy for doing something wrong against the Arab don't really make much sense, calling her out to say, why the fuck are you calling out this white boy, just makes a little more sense. And so I think that's what it is. I mean, obviously, if I saw that kind of situation, I think all the brothers here, if they saw that situation, they would stand between the dude and her. But yeah, but like at the same time, it's kind of like, it reminds me of this time when I was walking with this sister, right? I'm walking with this sister, and there's like an unspoken rule that you just kind of get out of the way of a badass. You know what I'm saying? Like if a dude walking around like he on a mission to kill somebody, you kind of just get out of his fucking way because he's on a mission to kill somebody. And so I'm walking with this sister, and I see this brother, I see him, and so I'm getting out of his way, and she's kind of like walking into his way. Kind of like, I'm with this brother, so I could kind of pick any sort of fight. And it's just like, no, I'm not finna fight this. I'm not motherfucker, lose my life over this motherfucker because you don't know what this motherfucker's carrying. And I mean, I'm like obviously I was younger back then, so he was carrying more than me. You know what I mean?
Ray just got out of jail.
Who just got out of jail?
Ray.
Oh yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Like Mookie, Mookie walking up to me. So it's like because of that, it's like like a lot of times you will find that women are kind of putting us in positions to like get killed, and like that's partly what I think a lot of us are kind of saying, which is kind of stop putting us in positions to get killed. Because I would still stand up for the sister. Like I wouldn't, like I mean, if I were in that situation, I would diffuse the situation and tell the white boy, just move on. You can't be coming up to no woman like that, right? And he'd probably listen to me, honestly. But at the same time, it's like he could also be like, shut the fuck up, nigga, and like shoot me in the fucking neck, and then that's my life. And it all comes back to the sister walks into the store and then doesn't like just like leave or some shit or just doesn't mind a damn business. Like it just doesn't mind her business. Like it's like you see two people fighting, got nothing to do with you. Just wait in line, order your shit. Nobody really cares. Nobody expects a woman to stand up to a man, and a woman and I think women should not do that. And I encourage women to stop doing that because a lot of times it goes south. The other example of the guy in the truck, I don't know if that was an interesting example, but then the example of the guy with the who goes up to the store again, you feel like your daughter was slighted, that sucks. Just boycott the store, just don't go to the store. But like to go behind the counter and fight the guy, it is not the best course of action. And like it does come back to somebody kind of setting you up to get killed. I mean, maybe he had no choice, but that's the thing. It's like realistically, I have a section on my show where it's like I call them pass me's, where it's like, there are women who are pick me's and women who are pass me's, and like one of the pass me qualities is women who kind of just set you up, or women who just stand up to you. Like I've been with women. I'll tell y'all this. I don't want to go too long, but I've been with women who would tell me that they've been in domestic violence situations, and you're sympathetic, but like later on, like a couple of times in that same relationship, you will see her kind of beefing with you. You'll see her kind of standing up to you. You'll see her kind of like thing, and it's like if I were another man, I'm not, but I could understand another man would be violent with her. I was never, but at the same time, it's like, sometimes we have to understand that there's like a behaviorism that some of us have that is overly confrontational, overly aggressive, overly, violent, and it's going to bring more violence to us. I don't agree with that violence.
Facts.
Exactly. I don't agree with that violence. I don't think that a man should strike a woman if she's standing up to him. But I also do not think that every man has the same sort of discipline that like the brothers here will have. And because I understand that other men will not have that same kind of discipline, and like that also comes from like my second brother. One time I had this incident where I kind of triggered him so harshly that it was like, oh shit, like this guy's gonna fucking kill me, right? But he didn't, but like he had that kind of discipline. But what I'm saying is that I look at men, men and women as just as people who can like lose their senses or can become violent, and because of that, confronting other men is a game you can play, but oftentimes it can lead to somebody dying, and somebody that doesn't have to die. So in this case of the woman, I would definitely have stood up for her. In the case of the kid getting the chip snapped, I think I said this on Bit of Medicine, but it's like it wasn't her chips. You know what I'm saying? Like it was the man's chips. He can snatch his chips if he wants. I mean, I don't know. I don't I don't know if it's like, I don't think kids really process, oh, you disrespected me. And if they do, it's like, that's fine. Just don't go to the store again. Like, why were you in the store in the first place if you don't like them? If you don't like them, don't go to the store. I mean, if they're the only store there, then they're the only store there. What are you going to do? You're not gonna like, and if you can just walk up in there and beat them up and then get free food, you could try it, but then when you die, like, what are we gonna say?
Yep. So watch this, right? So when we hold to that, I honestly, people be listening, right? So now we're gonna say, well, we can just do what we want to do. But the little baby needed her daddy. The little baby needed her daddy, but the dad ain't no longer here. But we gonna hold on and say we did the right thing. Now, and I heard forecast. What he say? What other men would do? Okay, so if we gonna compare ourselves to other people and do what other people should do, why won't you start shunning the coons that marrying outside their race, then like other races would do? Won't you go ahead and excommunicate them? See, if we gonna do everything what everybody do, let's start doing what they do.
Which I do, Bakari.
Let's do everything. No.
Or open your own store.
I'm
Other
talking
races will open up stores. Open up your own store, or open up a store in Chinatown or some shit.
I agree, but you would have get ran out of Chinatown like those black dudes did because they don't be on that. They don't care about the cool thing. They're gonna run you out of their town. I know we're gonna accept the cool ones. But go ahead, Bakari.
But what you didn't do, you didn't respond. So why don't you do it? So why don't you do that? Won't you do what they do then? Won't you say you ain't no longer welcome here? You ain't a part of us. You ain't in the film. You ain't nothing. But you got to hold on to you still care. See, that's what happened when you start comparing us to what other people would do and how they react. But they don't always react like that either. But anyway, but if you're gonna do that, do everything then.
Yeah, you mean like all the videos I talk about how you don't do that. Now I'm gonna stand up for the people who got like that brother who got went to Idaho with that white girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use that case as an example. Don't do this, young black children. You know what I'm saying?
No, shun them. Do what other races would do. Shun them. Kick them out. Don't even worry about them.
I ain't gonna kill them though. That's what I'm saying.
Shun them. Kick them out. You ain't even got to worry about them. You ain't got to talk about them. Do what other races do.
Yeah, I use them as an example for the.
No, I don't even worry about them. Just let them go.
No, I use them as an example, as a learning lesson. Like, yo, this was what can happen.
You can't save everybody.
I'm not trying to save. I'm trying to save who want to come. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna get off.
Nah, but you got a point though. Like, like if you a whole gangbanger in the Chinatown, like if you a whole thug in Chinatown, they write you off. You know, like I don't think that they let you like we're not going to use them as examples or nothing like that. They write you off. So I mean,
sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Honestly, I don't know much about Chinatown, so I don't know. But I think that's what they do.
Now I'm about to close out. But yo, when you go to Chinatown, y'all black ham pots can't go to Chinatown and do nothing to the sellouts, the coon chinks, and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? They gonna run you out of Chinatown, and there's a difference. We keep talking about in Chinatown. They're not gonna let you come in and open a business in their community. Unlike us, we'll let people come in and open our community and find a reason why it's okay for them to kill a black man, you know what I'm saying, in that community.
I'm gonna say this though, I haven't been to a bodega in like 30 years. You know what I mean? So like I don't personally shop there, but like it is our people who are keeping these people in the community. And like, so that's the question, like, what do you do about that? You know, because it's like, who is patronizing these people? Because I've never been to these stores. You know what I'm saying? But if our people are going to these stores, right, then like what are we supposed to like? If that's like what do we expect from the situation, and why would we expect these people to respect you when we don't even respect ourselves enough to start out? Like if we know that this is something critical, like this is something that's needed in our community, if we don't respect ourselves enough to set it up on our own, why would they respect you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that statement. You know, why would they respect you? You know what I'm saying? So look, we've been on here way too long. I was not meaning for it to go this long. And I appreciate the brothers for coming on here. And it's all love. As wrong as Bakari and America's First Rifleman. Now Bakari later gonna try to distance himself, but he was agreeing the whole time with America's First Rifleman.
My God, forecast you lose all the time.
He gonna distance
Only for the record, whenever we on here, you see forecast be trying me, so I always beat him. Then he make up.
But y'all made a perfect case to why we got to stay for 2 or 3 times.
I see the record. I see the record. I see you know who's up and who's not. You know, I'm just messing. Y'all listening to who it is.
Yeah, don't hurt Bakari feelings and let him know the truth. You know,
let me ask you.
Bakari's stuck in the cult right now, so it's okay. I'm trying to work with Bakari because he in the cult. You know what I'm saying? Like, which is it's okay to idolize certain people, but you got to get out of that cult mentality. You know what I'm saying? What you say? What you want to ask me,
I
Bugatti?
wanted to ask, only where you from, man? You say you wasn't an African American per se.
Well, I mean, my parents were they immigrated from Jamaica.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
shit, you our cousin. Shit, we might be cousins. So many.
Yeah, I know, but I used to think I was African American up until
You are African.
up until ADOS came about. Well, right before ADOS came about, they was like, you wasn't here since 1972 or something like that. Like it was like you weren't here for 3 generations, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a good point. But now it's like you ain't have no plantation here, and I'm like, shit, I guess I don't. You know, although you know, realistically, my great grandfather actually came from Nigeria to Jamaica, so it's kind of like I feel like a lot of my family like moved around and shit. A lot of them were Maroons too, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
And Bukari, I forgot what I was going to ask you. Never mind.
Okay, as you had asked only earlier, is any black people free? Any black people in the world? Come on, man, what kind of question is that?
Oh, hey, Bukari. Oh, I forgot. Yo, if ADOS paid America a couple billion or $1 trillion to be recognized, would you say that's a victory, Bukari?
ADOS ain't fought for nothing. So
That's
why you trying? See, you can't compare.
No.
You can't compare that to Haiti because that's what you're
I
trying
didn't
to do.
I didn't compare it to nothing to Haiti. I just said if
No,
America
but that's what you're
paid,
trying to do because I know the last conversation.
God damn, you good at trying to dodge the question, Bukari. You good at dodging, not answering.
Haitians fought and won.
Okay, so ADOS, if they paid
they
America,
ain't fought nobody. You got to fight. Right, you got to fight.
Yeah, but if you paid $1 trillion,
no, you got to fight.
$500 million,
you got to fight.
But that's not. But the question I'm asking you a specific question. You saying no?
And I said no. You got to fight.
Okay. Even if say they fought and then
you can't say that. Don't nobody in ADOS they leave.
Hold on, you trying to tell me black people in America didn't fight back, or like so the book We Will Shoot Back is
none of those people call themselves ADOS. You said ADOS. None of those people call themselves.
They was in America defending themselves, Bukari. You know who people talk about when they say they talking about people who just came from America.
No, because they be trying to include me. One of my homeboys, I had to tell him, I say for the last time, don't include me. I'm not ADOS. So
okay, so you saying no, if they paid money and got recognized.
I'm an African American.
Okay, so you're saying no, it wouldn't be a win. Hey,
I said they got to fight.
All right, so Bukari doing a great job of trying to avoid the question because he
already answered the question. They got to fight.
Now, this is the last thing because we got to get up out of here. But I said that I don't think Haiti won the war. This is no disrespect to Haiti. You know what I'm saying? This is all love, all respect. You know what I'm saying? And people will use the stuff I say in a negative way, and I don't condone that.
That ain't the question he asked, but go ahead.
No, I'm asking. No, I'm just saying. I just got to give my clarifying.
You got to say it the way you asked because you been trying to switch up.
I said Haiti lost the war. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what you said first. When you show me trying to switch up.
I did say Haiti lost.
No, you say that Haiti beat the French.
Right, they lost.
No, they beat the French. I answered the question that you asked.
No, you didn't.
You brought in all the French cousins.
If ADOS paid the American government like $5 trillion for it to be recognized as free and get their own land and rights and stuff like that, and they'll leave them alone, would you say that's a victory?
That question's for me?
Well, it's for Bukari, but he's not gonna answer it.
Oh.
So you can answer it. You can answer it for Bukari because he gonna do.
Wait, if ADOS got if they bought land from America,
like if they pay America to recognize them, to kind of make them sovereign and not harass them no more, give them like land and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They paid them like $5 trillion or something. Would you say that's a success?
Shit. Like, so you said if they bought a country, you saying like a country within a country?
No, they just paid America not to bother them no more, to like kind of recognize them. You know what I'm saying? Like to say.
Well, I feel like. Well, I don't know if you mean when you say ADOS, do you mean African Americans or do you mean the group?
You mean ADOS?
Yeah, like the group, like
the Yvette Carnell people. Well, if they bought sovereignty, whoa, that's I mean, you said would that be a what? Would that be a success? You said would that be a victory?
Would that be like a victory? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, is that successful? Is that a victory? Or you think?
And is it like within America, or is it like does it have access to water?
You can make up the details if you want. You could be like, "Yo, we got our own nation." Like they
You
got
mean
a
talking
nation.
about I think there was a movement, I can't remember what it was called, but the Republic of New Africa. So you like saying that, like if they did like a Republic of New Africa thing, would that be a victory?
Did they pay? Did they have to like pay to be like recognized?
Well, I mean, because my thing is that like with the Louisiana Purchase thing, like you can purchase from another country and like get that sovereignty. So if they did buy land and got like absolute sovereignty, like it would be surprising. I mean, I don't see why that would not, like, that would be pretty surprising. I don't know if they have that kind of money, but it would be a pretty interesting move. I mean, I mean, if that's what they wanted, if they wanted to have sovereignty and they just purchased it, like it's like I don't see that happening. But if they could do that, I wouldn't really hold it against them if that's what they wanted. Like I feel like that's a pretty good, like it seems like a pretty good deal. Honestly.
Yeah, because
you can do yourself.
So forecast, who won the war? Forecast, who won the war? The United States, this country called America, Mexico. Who won the war?
America or Mexico?
Yeah, the Mexican-American War. Who won?
The Mexican War. Well, they was able to retain their thing except for Texas. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
no,
it was
no.
like
They didn't
there was
retain
different wars.
California,
They fought over
Utah,
Texas. It was one war for
California,
Texas.
Utah, New Mexico. All of that was Mexico.
Well, in that case,
Arizona.
America
So who
won.
won the war?
America.
So why did America pay Mexico for the land if they won the war then?
Did they? How much they paid?
Yes,
them?
they did. Oh, you didn't know that?
They paid them what, like I know
but
that.
so-
No,
so-
I know
so
they
now-
paid. I know they paid other colonizers who was
So
in
who won?
control of
So
the
who
land.
won? So who won the war?
America won the war for sure.
But so why did they have to pay for the land then?
What land they paid for? But they took.
They paid for all of California.
They took
Texas.
Texas.
You
know
asked
what
me,
I'm
I'm
saying?
ready to tell you.
Because
California,
yeah, you sure you want to go
Texas,
down this road?
Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, they paid for all of that.
Okay, when did Arizona and New Mexico and all of them become a state, Bakari? Because that was much later. And then Texas was still a part of Mexico after the Mexican War. So
no,
yeah,
they paid.
Texas was an independent state. Like America wouldn't accept
That's what. See, you got to study what the whole war was about. California, they paid them for all those states after the war. They paid for all that territory after the war that you say they won.
Nah.
Yes, they did. See, you didn't know that. So
I
did they
didn't know
still
that.
win? So watch this. So who won? Who won the?
And by the way, Bakari, because that's a total different situation. I said
no,
pay
it's
for
not. No, it's but
no,
see,
I said pay
I'm
for
gonna
your
tell you
sovereignty.
again,
You're talking about
but
pay
the
for your
people
land.
that-
And
but the
number
people-
one, that's not true, Bakari. What you said is not true because
It's a fact. But the people that talked about racism, white. So who won the war?
Yeah, Marcus Garvey.
Spanish.
You disrespecting
Who
Marcus
won,
Garvey.
who won the war? The Spanish. Who won the war? The Spanish or the Gullah Wars? Who won that war?
The Spanish or the Gullah Wars?
In the Gullah Wars. See, y'all might call them the Seminole Wars, but they're originally called the Gullah Wars. Who won those wars down there?
The Seminole War?
Now, there was actually the original was called the Gullah War. But go ahead, we can say the Seminole Wars. But who won those? Those black people are Spanish.
If you're talking about the Seminole War, Bakari, who won that war? America took that by force.
Did I say who won Spain or?
America took that by force. Bakari.
I say who won Spain. See, you didn't answer the question.
I just said America took that
I
by
said
force.
Spain or the Seminole. You call it the Seminole War. I call it the Gullah War. I said who won Spain? I didn't mention America. Who won Spain?
Hold on. That question don't make sense because like the Spanish was offering the black people like what they call Seminoles freedom to help fight for Spain. You know what I'm saying?
No, they were not offering them freedom.
They did, Bakari. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you
like people was going down to Florida to get land, but they was
Forecast.
offering them land to join their thing.
I'm going to tell you what you slipping.
They had to be Catholic.
Forecast. I'm going to tell you where you slipping at. Forecast.
They did, Bakari. That's what happened.
Forecast. I'm going to tell you where you slipping.
Okay.
North Florida, Jacksonville, Fort Negro, the oldest city in the state of Florida, St. Augustine, all that was Spanish territory. Spain gave it to them. Spain signed a treaty because they were defeating them.
In exchange for what, Bakari?
No, they did not give them. They did not give them nothing to fight with them. No, they did not.
They didn't say come down here and fight with us
No, they would.
about Catholic.
Forecast. They
I
would.
can show you right now, Bakari. I can show you.
They were not even in the same areas. Forecast.
No, they put them. I know they didn't let them live with the all whites. They put them in swamp areas.
They were trying to.
They put them in swamp areas. You're right. They put them in swamp areas.
They chose Jackson. Oh
Bakari, what are you talking?
Jacksonville, Fort Negro, St. Augustine. And no, they did not go down there to fight with Spain. No.
Spain literally offered them freedom to if they joined them and accepted Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? They literally made that offer to them.
Forecast.
That's why a lot of people was trying to make it down there, Bakari. Like that was like the Underground Railroad going south.
I know that's where the Underground Railroad went first.
So why did they fight for Spain, Bakari? They didn't give them that. They didn't
fight for Spain.
What?
Okay, how did America get Florida?
How did America get Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, like after the like when they cause Spain, they got into like economic problems and they ended up selling it to America.
So they sold it to America. So watch this. If they sold it to America, why did America have to attack North Florida?
To re-enslave the black population who was leaving, because at that time the Spanish was still in control of it. Like they sold it later, Bakari. Like
forecast, they were not in control.
Bro, Bakari, when was the Seminole War, Bakari?
Forecast when they signed the treaty and they paid that was theirs. That's why Andrew Jackson attacked them from the water with the Navy. They didn't fight the Spanish down there in Florida for that. Spain sold what they owned
later.
The black people still.
Dang, y'all got some energy. I can't hold y'all.
I know Bakari trying to hold me on. I got to get off of here. Bakari
I'm like, shit, man. Y'all brains still working, man. Yo, shout out to Bakari though, because he older than both of us, and like his brain's sharp in the middle of the night. I don't even know. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
30 years old.
Bakari, like, yo.
How old you say?
You 30.
Wait, how old you said you was?
I said, are you 30? I'm 50.
50? Oh, okay, yeah. I'm in my 30s, yeah.
I'm in my 30s too.
Yeah. But yeah, my brain not that sharp. I don't even know what's going on. But I'm like, what? Spain fought? What? Anyway, and he just reciting the words off his head. I'm like, shit. Okay. But I mean, like, I'm not trying to be rude though. So I mean, I feel like you guys should definitely continue this, later, because I wanted to learn more about this when I was I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it about me. I'm sorry. I was just
it's been 5 hours. So
I'm saying you guys should definitely continue this, so on and so forth. And I'll wait till you guys close, obviously, but
I'm finna close now. Forecast
you wrong as hell. Because like, you got to work tomorrow. Forecast in America too. Like, how did they get?
You got to work tomorrow.
Huh?
You got to work tomorrow.
Nah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna try to go in that joint though, but nah.
Oh, that's why I was trying to keep him up, because I ain't going to work till about 10:30 tomorrow. I was trying to keep him up, thinking he got to get up in about 2-3 hours.
Nah. I know that's why you were saying some misinformation.
Oh, you a soldier, my dude. but watch out when he start killing the traders. You better watch out. Well, it's actually a good thing you don't kill traders, right? Shit, you can take what you want to. You be like, oh, too bad. Sabotaging shit.
Only he do it to me, because you got to work in the morning and try to keep the conversation going, knowing I got to get up at 5 o'clock and get out of the dump truck.
Damn.
No, I know, man. I be trying to show Bakari love. He's trying to hate on me right now.
And I'm finna get out here for real.
Nah, forget that. I'm up now. Nah. Because Bakari, you wrong, like a Haiti.
Yeah, keep him up. Yeah, I'll probably have to slip down. I'll probably have to slip down, but
keep him up, man.
Spain definitely lost. Haiti definitely lost. You know what I'm saying? Black people can be racist. Marcus Garvey plan was to liberate black people. We not liberated. No disrespect. I failed at my goal because I was trying to raise. I'm not saying I failed yet, but
damn, he doing the shotgun method.
Hmm?
You just said everything, so we stay on.
I mean, all of this. I'm just recapping all the stuff he been wrong about. Cause like he talk about some.
Hey, but look, I'm finna go because he ain't gonna keep me on long with my eyes about to close. I'm gonna let you.
Nah, keep him up. Make sure he don't do a good job for this white boy or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know if he worked for the white boy, but
you already know, only he got to make excuses for the white boy. If it ain't a black woman, he'd be all right. You know what I'm saying? The white boy.
Oh shit.
If it was a black woman saying, God forbid, if a black woman speak her mind, oh my God, we got to kick her out of the community.
Like 15 times in a row. You keep trying. I give it to you. You are consistent.
All right, Bakari, before you go, you want to apologize to black women?
I don't ever have to apologize to her. I'm the master simp. Why do I need to apologize?
Now, your simp card got revoked a long time ago, my brother.
Whatever.
Lord have mercy. Jesus. Like, and by the way, the views of our panelists does not reflect this channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not hard on the coon, so I will let them say their, and I'm not calling nobody on here a coon, you know what I'm saying? But their coonish views, if it may come across as that, does not reflect this channel. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, but yeah, all right, we're gonna get out of here because this is 5 hours. I was supposed to be like 2 hours.
Come again?
Hey, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow for okay.
All right,
oh yeah, man. Take care, brothers.
Hey, Bakari, before you go, Marcus Garvey, success or failure?
Success.
Haiti, win or loss?
Haiti defeated the French.
I said Haiti, win or loss. You said win?
They defeated the French. That's how I answer that question.
That black woman should have just shut the hell up, right?
Which black woman?
From the first video, who was talking to the store owner who jumped in that conversation. She should have.
I would have told her that ain't got nothing to do with you.
And that black man should not be fucking with that Mexican or whatever the hell he is.
Well, where he at now?
Okay. And you not and
no,
you
answer the question. No, answer the question.
Huh?
Answer the question. Where is he at right now? And did his baby baby girl
right now?
His baby girl need him?
Right now,
baby girl need him?
Right, I'm gonna tell you where he is right now. Right now,
his baby girl need him.
I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna tell you. Right now, he's getting abandoned by the black community, and nobody probably take up for his daughter because black people is like, oh, well, you should have did that.
Did he abandon his baby girl?
Nope, he stood up for her. And black people don't have the courage to have his back, so
she don't need him no more,
huh? She needed him then.
So she don't need him no more.
She needed him again, but she needed him.
His parenting was good for about 3-4 years. She ain't need no more parenting.
No, he needed then, but that don't replace the fact that she needed it then, but she gonna need it later. But it's hard to do that because once we let one thing happen, oh well, you should have did this.
Okay, how is she gonna get his parenting later? What? How is she gonna get his parenting later?
Huh?
How is his daughter gonna get love from her father later?
Well, she's not, because black people is not going to take up for their own communities no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, how?
Hold on a second. I think the mama look nice, so I might just step in. You know, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we as a community, you could help. And by the way, I'm gonna say this again. Shout out to Bakari for his training program to help black women, and shout out to America's First Rifle for his training program to help black women. But black women, shut the hell up, because it ain't no point in training you how to defend yourself, because just shut up and then everything will be all right. If we don't go behind the counter, we keep our head down, turn the other cheek, then they're gonna leave us alone. Nobody's ever gonna do nothing to us, y'all. Just be good, you know what I'm saying? Do what they tell us to do, you know what I'm saying? Be those the opposite of what they call the good Negroes, you know what I'm saying? Not the insolent ones, you know. And I know Bakari had to run up out of here because that was too much information for him. So, but yeah, Oni. So I appreciate you for coming through.
No, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the enlightening conversation. This was a good program, and I appreciate you for this. And your view is really important too. Like you said, like you kind of testing the cowardice that some of us have. Not to say that any of the brothers was cowardice, but you touching on that nerve, that side of the conversation that a lot of us don't side on. So appreciate you for that. I'm not gonna say I agree with it 100%. But it's a good thing to remind us that it is that our people are vulnerable, and our people are getting killed, and our people are getting into situations. And we do have to have that kind of courage. We have to have that courage, more or less all the time. And sometimes we can be completely innocent, and things could happen to us. So, I appreciate you for that.
Hey, Oni, and by the way, I met Oni on Bitter Medicine podcast. Y'all subscribe to that. Oni, you say you had a book. I meant to tell you earlier to plug your book if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you want to, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So my book is The Book of Power. You just gotta look at my name. I mean, obviously these white boys gonna have a Book of Power with a different name, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really have much else to say because it's not about that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you for that. Wait, you hear me?
Yeah. My bad. I was still on mute. My bad. All right. So yeah, I appreciate it, and shout out to everybody that came through. Dwayne, K1, Don, Truth 884 Raw. Can't name everybody that came in here. Erica, you already know. I got to give a big shout out to Erica because she helped me do all of these things. With the meetings that we try to do. If you want to be a part of the Alabama water crisis fundraiser that we got going on, I'm gonna end it at the end of August, but we'll see what we want to do. So if you want to be a part of that, that's in the description. And thank y'all. I'm sorry this show was too long. Shout out to Renee, by the way. That's my homegirl. Mr. Untouchable. The pro-black perspective. All of y'all that came through. So, by the way, Person Kid 21, y'all subscribe MG2. You know what I'm saying. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.